Hey, everybody, what's up? Welcome back. It continues. Today is another one of those beautiful Starfield days. This is not a Starfield song, but it could be. Because it's from a game that features the same voice actor as a popular character in Starfield. This is actually from a game that I don't think I've played. I have vivid memories of playing Deus Ex Human Revolution, but not Mankind Divided for some reason. I believe I own it. Let me see. No. I actually do not own Deus Ex Mankind Divided for some reason. I remember loving Human Revolution and putting like 40, 50 hours into the game. And then I remember getting the Missing Link DLC and thinking that it sucked. And I think that turned me off of getting Mankind Divided. So, I don't know, maybe I should go back. Maybe I should try it. Maybe I'll get it on the next Steam sale. It's like $30 right now. It would be kind of fun to just go back and play that right after playing Starfield. Now, this is an RPG. Oh, that would be mean. What's up, everybody? Etal, please recap the D4 Discord argument. Why is that the first comment I see in chat? And I just read it verbatim. There wasn't an argument. There's announced there was a news article that they have confirmed annual releases for paid expansions for Diablo 4, and I said that that's dumb. I don't think anybody disagreed with that, except maybe one person, possibly. I didn't say I wouldn't never buy an expansion. I just said that the game is not going to survive a yearly expansion model. The response to Diablo has, like, okay, for any game in which the player base was happy, acknowledging that there was going to be yearly expansion content would be an overwhelming positive. That would be something that you'd be like, oh my god, yes, they're going to support the thing that I love indefinitely and constantly provide new large chunks of content for me to enjoy to keep my favorite thing in the forefront of my mind, right? That would be a positive, but only in the Diablo community is that like a nail in the coffin. Where the basic the reason why it's a nail in the coffin basically is you don't have a functional foundation for which you can make expansions. So you have to have like a basic fun game before you can add on to it. Like a Paradox game. I think Paradox games at launch are in better state than D4 is currently. That being said, I bounced pretty hard off of Victoria 3, so maybe that's not true anymore. I also don't think that the Paradox of today is the same as the Paradox 3-4 years ago. In terms of, like, my expectations for their continued support of their games. Definitely feels different than the heyday. Can't wait for Finland DLC for Hearts of Iron 4, though. I think Hearts of Iron is the one exception to that, yeah. I think that they've been pretty consistent in putting out things that at least I think are fun and not fundamentally making the game worse. Maybe overcomplicated, but not worse. Like, I've liked all the supply chain updates. I think a lot of the logistics changes added layers of complexity to Hearts of Iron that I find engaging. But yeah, Hearts of Iron is kind of the one standout in my mind. EU4 was pretty great until multiple DLCs in a row made the game way worse. I haven't even played EU4. The Glacial DLC rollout for CK3 is sad. Yeah, I don't even like the DLCs that did come out for CK3. I think that the best one was the Iberia DLC. That one was good, and all the other ones have been not noteworthy in the least. If not outright waste of time. And that is, yeah, Fate of Iberia. Fate of Iberia was actually pretty cool. I did it. That was my only full playthrough in CK3, I think. Well, depends on how you define full playthrough. Northman was PogChamp, you take that back. I'm not saying we didn't have fun. I'm just saying that I don't think Northern Lords added as much as Fate of Iberia. 'Cause Fate of Iberia has actual, like, proper mechanics where there is a sectioned off part of the map where there are, like, win conditions, which is interesting change from typical Crusader Kings. Northern Lords is decent. The reason I don't regard it as high is because the content that it adds is more hidden, where I can't tell if it's specific to the DLC or if it was already in the game. Fate of Iberia is very outwardly transparent. You can tell at a glance that, oh, this is all this is the DLC stuff. Whereas Northern Lords kind of blends in. Fate of Iberia added a lot of depth where before you could just speedrun through Years of Peace. Kinda, yeah. It gave objectives, which was interesting. But yeah, I haven't even... Wards and Wardens is like a $5 one, is so small. I haven't even looked at it. Tours and Tournaments is probably the most offensive in my mind. $30. Tours and Tournaments in Royal Court, I feel like, actively made the game worse. But that's just my spicy opinion. When we tried Tours and Tournaments, that was one of the few times where I actively was just not having fun at all. And then Friends or Foes, can't even tell that it's in the game. And I guess that's it. But yeah, the court is a very big missed opportunity. For sure. And for $30 too. So, oh well. But that one banger song looped. It did, yeah. People arrive. Space. We're going back to space today. We're going to try and finish up Starfield. I think we can do it. And by finish, I mean the main campaign, obviously. Not 100% completion playthrough there. Deus Ex full series playthrough win except the bad ones. I'm not saying no. I hope my favorite character, Tony, shows up again today. I still don't know how he got into the lodge. He just appeared there. It didn't make any sense. It still doesn't. And then he tried to, like, follow us downstairs. But yeah, when does the Finland Hearts of Iron DLC come out? It's soon, isn't it? 27th of... Oh, it's this month. Oh, good. Wait. Yeah, no, that's good, right? What else comes out at the end? When does Cyberpunk do things? Because I think aren't there 2 dates for Cyberpunk? Isn't there one date for Phantom Liberty and one date for 2.0? And they're going to release them on different days. 4 days ago, it says, as of writing, 2.0 doesn't have a release date, but it will launch before Phantom Liberty does on September 26th. When to begin a campaign? If you start a campaign with 2.0, and then Phantom Liberty comes out, do you have to start a new campaign, or does it just integrate into ongoing campaign? I guess is the big question. Danian says over 1,000 hours for me, and I didn't even try the new CK3 DLC. Says a lot. Yeah, it just fell off really hard. The CK2 streams were a lot of fun. I enjoyed CK3 as well. Like a vanilla launch was fantastic, and we had a good campaign for Northern Lords. But I feel like I don't know what else to do that's different from what I've already done. I would say that between Crusader Kings 3, Stellaris, Hearts of Iron, those are the 3 big ones that I've put the most time into. I would say Crusader Kings is the least replayable, which is probably the opposite of what I would have said before. Alex, kind of off topic, you ever thought about playing a football manager game? Yes, and it's complicated. I don't really know the rules for football/soccer very well. I know a little bit, but if you asked me to explain offsides, I'm not sure that I could. I played a lot of FIFA, and that's pretty much all I know soccer rules from. Back when I was younger. Sugberia was how I found Detail. That was ages ago. Good times. But I have contemplated doing something different. For a while we were gonna do a chat plays baseball or soccer stream, but it ended up being so incredibly complex to try and set up. I think I'm gonna simplify it and dumb it down from its original. We're gonna cut features like a real game dev and try and get something that's more basic, because the plans were very grandiose and I don't think very achievable. It would require a rock solid way to track every single chatter's channel point redemptions without letting anything slip through the cracks, and cataloging potentially tens of thousands of channel point redemptions accurately, and then somehow mathematically applying those to the game. So it was a little too much, probably, from its conception. But you kind of have to know at least a bit about how soccer works to play Football Manager, because to manage a football team, you have to know what the positions are and how, like, what the terminology means. And also how long a game is. Chat, is a game 90 minutes or is a half 90 minutes? I don't know. I just remember 90 is one of the numbers. That's the game. Okay, so 45-minute halves. Okay, so I know that much. The other reason I decided get off put from the baseball was because the reviews for like the newest version of the baseball, Out of the Park Baseball, has like awful reviews for the last year, I think. Let me see. Out of the Park Baseball 24. Well, it's mostly positive now. Has it gotten better? It had a bunch of negative reviews. This person has 841 hours, thumbs down. The series has lost its way. Last 2 games have been full of issues, and the microtransaction perfect team mode is the focus for them now, which ruins game series. There are too many negatives to say here that have already been covered extensively by others, like the disgusting MPB debacle, I don't know what that means, and the way they handled it, but I'll just say, after probably 10,000 hours over the years, I doubt I'll ever support this company again. Just 2 years ago, I was still singing their praises. I hope that paints a clear picture. Oh, Japanese baseball? What was the debacle? I don't know what the drama was. Another one bites the microtransaction dust. Having another thumbs down review. Having to pay full retail for the yearly game to get roster updates is just beyond absurd. Few changes worth the money, and the developer could easily offer yearly DLC that includes roster updates at a fraction of the cost. This year's game really isn't worth the price difference from previous versions. It's a money grab. Sounds like a sports game. Yeah, it sounds like a sports game. But when you're playing like a simulation game, your expectations are a little higher because, you know, at least with the like MLB The Show or FIFA or something, they update the way the players look, and you get some visual changes in addition to just like tweaking some numbers on a spreadsheet. But MLB The Show is actually incredibly microtransaction riddled now too. It's really bad. I've been playing it in my free time, and like my favorite game mode is called Road to the Show, where you basically take a nobody player and then work them up through the league from like an 18-year-old player starting out fresh all the way to the show, which is, you know, professional. And they force you to use their pack opening system in order to progress. It's like woven into the game mode. So like you play and you earn their free rewards, which are like booster packs that have stuff like gear in them, like gloves or cleats or stuff like that. And those have stats that are like, you can't, if you play without them, you are losing out on a bunch of stats for your character. And they're all like cross-promotional branded stuff with their sponsorships. That should be how IRL MLB works, yeah. Sports games and gacha mechanics, And then your character like can't get better, because in theory you're supposed to be able to play your character and build their skills so that you can improve them. But you can do that to a small degree, but they limit it as much as possible so that you have to either get new items from the packs that they give you, or get new, I forget what they're called, but they're like, they have a bronze, silver, and gold tier of, it's like a template for your character. It's like, I want to be a power hitter. You have to find one of the like templates to apply it to your character, and then that boosts their stats, and it's very strange. That's separate from the items. Imagine seeing your favorite player walk onto the field kitted in glowing prismatic helmets and gloves with full RGB. The main focus is on Diamond Dynasty for this show. I've never even played Diamond Dynasty. Like, what is it? Also, we'll get into Starfield now. We can talk. We can walk and talk. There we go. Like, I don't even know what Diamond Dynasty is, but I know that it's in the game and that it is their main focus. Also, what's up, beginning of stream subs? Egter Lois, welcome back, and thank you for 21 months. I appreciate the prime. And right on time, so it's a decade after playing the first Last of Us, I finally got around to playing part 2, and now I feel empty after finishing it today. Please help me heal with space jank. It's funny you mention that, because I famously really hated and finished The Last of Us 2 out of pure spite as well. But I would say that it was probably the better game between that and Starfield. So, retroactively, I like The Last of Us 2 more, I'd say. Never mind, I take that back. Starfield just went up a few points, and I have decided that it is better than Naughty Dog's last masterpiece. I am a creature of recency bias. Remember the hallway that you kept restarting until you did it perfect? Yeah, the Last of Us 2's gameplay is some of the best third-person shooter gameplay of any video game I've ever played. Like, it is top tier and probably worth playing for the gameplay alone. However,
got some new orders for me?
The story makes Death Stranding intelligible. It makes Kojima's masterpiece seem like a very by-the-books sequence of events. I have yet to see a more nonsensical, all over the place, Captain. Just terribly paced story than Last of Us 2. With the worst emotional beats. Like, I would actually say that I think Starfield, I don't know, it'd be tough. I would consider saying that Starfield's main story is better and makes more sense than The Last of Us 2's. It would be close. Ezekiel wants you to talk to him so badly. Did I crash? Whoa, I crashed the game with DX Story? Huh, that hasn't happened before. That wasn't Starfield. That was, I guess, my own program. That's weird. I watched you stream it and remember feeling that way watching it, but then I played it myself this year in July and I felt the complete opposite. Dorito, it's okay. The older we get, the dumber we get. So. It just made more sense. I genuinely think The Last of Us 2 story is an 8 out of 10. So it's okay to be wrong. There were still people who are watching this stream because they think that Starfield's story is good. 8 out of 100. But no, if given the opportunity to play it again and outline why the story is bad from a narrative pacing, dialogue, and head-scratching character moment perspective, I absolutely could. If you took the on-paper beats, the way that I would describe The Last of Us 2 is they had beats that they wanted to hit at the expense of everything else. And on paper, those beats are good, and they make sense. However, it would be the equivalent of putting in keyframes into an animation and then, like, twining everything in between until it fits, until it is molded into a shape that will get you from keyframe 1 to keyframe 2. Like, it is just ham-fisted in there. Because I like all of the main story beats. Like, if you just outlined The Last of Us 2 main story, here are the 5 defining moments in The Last of Us 2, we need them in the game, I'd be like, that's good, that's a great idea. I think all of these are great. And it's just how the characters behave in completely nonsensical, make-believe ways to force those things to happen. Built it around the key points instead of having a full story. That's actually similar to Starfield. Starfield's main story is built around points that they need you to get to. They need you to go to the moon. They need you to go to Venus. They need you to go to Mars. They need you to go to planet 32 over here. And they sort of had on paper that they need you to go to these places and then sort of like jammed in random ass reasons for you to go there that only take like 5 minutes and then leave. Okay, what were we doing? I think we weren't quite done with Unity. I think I know the Unity Pilgrim's final resting place. It's on the second planet of the Endem system. By the way, chat, we're doing main story today, and we're going to try and finish it. And if you're worried about spoilers, I literally can't spoil it for you. There is like one
Hope you're
thing
having a good one.
I can spoil, and other than that, this story doesn't exist. So don't worry about it. Really, all you need to worry about is Barrett looking fine over here, okay? There's, on a personal note, should I try out weightlifting? You come here often, Barrett?
Sure, I've got a minute.
We're gonna need you for more than a minute. Do you mind if I ask some personal questions?
Depends on the question, but I'll give it my best shot.
That's about all I wanted to talk about, Barrett. Thanks.
Always a pleasure.
The story isn't good enough to spoil. There's like one thing I can spoil, and then everything else is gather artifacts and go to temples. That's it. That's the campaign start to finish.
Some people think of life as this delicate, struggling thing. But as I see it, life itself is one of the toughest forces there is.
You tell him, Barrett. Life is so strong and so tough. That was a great line to start the stream off today, I think. Do you hate the game the same amount as yesterday or more? I think hate is a strong word. Games that I hate include XCOM Chimera Squad and Control. I don't think I hate Starfield. I think it's, of all the video games that I've played in at least the last year or two, the only one that has reinforced my own personal problems with, like, if ever there was a game that made me question whether we were in a simulation, Starfield would be one of those games. Like, it actively leads me to dissociate more, where I'm like, am I losing my goddamn mind when I see these 10 out of 10 reviews and I'm playing this? Is this a test from the simulation to see, like, how I respond to stimulus where everyone else tells me something is amazing and the best game that they've played all year, and then I experience it and scratch my head for the entire time? Maybe I'm the crazy one. It's definitely a fever dream. Yeah, it is a fever dream. Socks on the Lawn says, this is the shittiest looking landscape I've seen in a video game in a long time. I'm not gonna lie to you, I have stopped looking at that. I'm seeing the code in the Matrix. Okay? I wasn't even paying attention to the, like, loose...
You know, this abandoned homestead is actually rather charming.
Thank you, Barrett. The game does constantly keep telling you how amazing it is, by the way. Like the club. This is amazing! I loved that yesterday. That was my favorite moment. Everyone keeps telling you how full of mystery the game is. But what they don't tell you is the mystery is that no one knows what happened to the plot or where it went. That's the real mystery that we're exploring. You tell the Reddit joke in the club was S+. That was, I featured like 5 clips from the stream yesterday. I think that was one of them.
Whoa. Icy cold blast right up my backside. Nope. Don't like that.
I just don't... I can't add anything to that. It stands on its own. Pilgrim's Writing 1. Okay, we got some new books today. We went on a wild goose chase at the end of yesterday's stream trying to figure out if some of these things were AI generated, but we couldn't prove it one way or the other. Pilgrim's Writing. The credulous simplicity of mundane humans never ceases to amaze me. My worst instincts The evil spirit draw me toward a form of contempt for them, but I remember that I am privy to that which they are not. I cannot and should not judge them for a lack of vision, when I know very well the blinders which obscure their sight. I once wore them myself, after all. I hope for their sake that they may someday understand, but for my sake, I wish to be left alone. I don't know what that means. Access to locked room and look for clues on Unity. By the way, the reason we found the coordinates to this place that we're in right now is because we talked to one religious prisoner, like a prisoner who happens to be religious, with the Varun snake cult, who gave us a tale from their religion that involved the number 120, I guess? And then we talked to a priest of the atheists. I think it was literally an atheist priest. They're the like Sanctum Universum or something. And they have a story from their not religion that involves like the number 2 or something. Or maybe I got those backwards, but there was like a number 2 and a number 120. And somehow we were able to deduce that if you combine those numbers, like there was also a 4, or I don't remember. There was like a 2, and that was supposed to be the planet, and then 120 was a coordinate, and then there was another infinitum addendum, and we were able to conclude that if you take infinitum addendum and remove some of the letters, you get the word endum, and then endum is the name of the system that you need to go to, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here. So, just if you were curious. Hey, can you open the door? It's locked. Barrett, how did you get in there? You need to open it with a computer. This is how you unlock it. This reminds me of websites I created in like 2003 using like Angel Fire or Homestead or something. If you came seeking the right answers, you will know what questions to ask. What are you talking about? How do I open this door? Where's the food? What is the Unity? What is the Unity? I return your question with a question. If you have read my writings, what is the burden of people? People are necessary, but people are madness. They're too heavy. People gotta go on the diets. It's great. Great line. We all seem to end up just fighting each other. That was an epic joke. Yeah. Just like hee hee hee. We all seem to just fight each other. That is an answer, but it's not my answer. Find my readings, read them closely. Can I not just pick a different answer until I get the multiple choice right? People are necessary, but people are madness. Who is your most formidable opponent? Myself. Where does enduring contentment come from? In growing, becoming better, stronger. A nice cool drink on a warm day. In stopping and embracing compassion. Dude, as far as multiple choice goes, I have taken online personality tests that have more depth than these multiple choice questions do. And if you fail, you can just back and try it again. Where does enduring contentment come from? In stopping, embracing compassion. You came here seeking the true meaning of unity. If you still wish to find it, there is one final piece of myself in the next room. I found my own answer a long time ago, but not in the way I was expecting. I hope your journey gives you the truth. All right, the final piece of yourself is Sexy Barrett. you find anything in here while I was doing the multiple choice? Some crafting components. Permanently increased EM weapon damage by 5%. Rupier, 70 credits. Alright, unless I'm missing something big. What do you got for me? What's the piece of unity? Pilgrim's final writing. I don't know what the correct answer is. I might never. Increasingly, though, I am comfortable with not knowing. The more I reflect on being here in this world, in this time, the more I think it is precisely where I need to be. This time will be different. It won't be about me, so I won't have to run. I can actually build something with intent instead of scrambling to fix something that others create in my name. It can be something beneficial. I can be something beneficial. I'm leaving behind that other person. This world has no place for him. Let him die. Let me live to enlighten the blessed universe before me. You have found the end of my journey, but to know everything, you must find its beginning. On Hyla 2, the island hides the scorpion, and the scorpion's sting hides the truth. Find the scorpion sting on Hyla 2. All right, off on the goose chase. Let us go. The real Starfield are the friends we made along the way. Probably. We did it. I did not want to climb. I was just jumping. Pilgrim's Writing 4. At last, a bit of peace. A piece of peace. Is that anything? Is that funny? Why am I trying to be funny? Have they driven me mad at last? Is there a difference between writing to myself and talking to myself? The former certainty seems more acceptable than the latter. I recall again that my mind is my own, and that even if only it exists, that is sufficient for me to believe in everything else. The unity has restored me once more. This time I act alone, for now. Myself is a formidable opponent. I should have expected as much, but vanity is, thankfully, not among my vices. Regardless, it turns out time spent in solitude is, in my case, time with a very sick man, or whatever it is I have become. I don't like this person. Calix is the pilgrim and the game has driven him mad. We've mentioned how this game doesn't have enough lore to draw on, but is it based on real life? It has to be because they have books by Charles Dickens and other actual writer books in the game. And they reference the Romans and all that stuff, I'm pretty sure. Pilgrim's Writing 3. Today, in a soft voice, my assistant asked me if there was anything above the unity. It was all I could do to keep from shouting that I could scarcely comprehend the misunderstanding that would lead to such a question. It was asked honestly, and I answered as best I could. But if even my closest confidant here can fail to grasp the most basic of these truths, why am I bothering to explain any of it to any of them? Every word that drops from my mouth gets gobbled up, misheard, misremembered, misunderstood, and mistranslated before I can issue the slightest clarification. People are necessary. But people are mad. Oh, I was supposed to read this before I answered the multiple choice. Was that the idea? It was supposed to be like a test and you went around and found the puzzle answers in the writings? And then they tested you to see if you read them? Which is also weird because why would they just leave the answers lying around? Oh, did you read my book? I left it for you in the shed outside. But you can just, if you get the answer wrong, you can just back up one and then pick a different answer. I attempted to withdraw, to go off alone, to commune with unity in my own way. They followed. Of course they followed. I don't... Okay. I think I'm not saying with certainty that all of the lore in this main storyline was written by the same person responsible for a majority of the dialogue, but I think that's why it feels that way. All of the characters, like the companions that you meet, are fairly homogenous in terms of personality. And all of the lore docs, of which there are few, there's not very many, all have the same voice as well. And the player character is written with a similar voice. So I think the problem is that there isn't any identity between any of the things that you were encountering in the world, be it you playing yourself, whoever you want that person to be, versus reading a random pilgrim's writing, versus talking to your companions. They all have a similar voice in terms of authorship. Pilgrim's writing too. So here is the crux of my troubles. To accomplish anything, I need to work with other people. I need assistants, I need workers, I need hands. As we work together, they inevitably ask questions, and I can never help talking. It starts innocently enough. They want to understand how someone who believes in science can also believe in the divine. Or they have their own misunderstanding instilled by some borderline religious remnant. My weakness is my inability to let alone. I want them to understand. So I try, gently as I might, to nudge their minds along the right path. Then there are follow-ups and followings. The trouble is that I genuinely care for these people. It would be so much easier if I didn't. Okay, we can just, I was just exploring out of curiosity. We can just leave. Actually, I don't need to walk back to my ship. We can simply go to Hyla 2, but I need to save first because we have a non-zero chance that the Starborn can show up and ruin our day. Unexplored route. Okay, so I actually need to do this one myself. For the first time in the entire campaign. Can you, mark? Okay, clear route. So is it set as a route? As in, will it come up as, who are those guys running around over there? Where's my ship? Thought it was just marked a minute ago. Landing area. But this is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Is that my ship? Yeah, okay. I got turned around. Does level 40 mean that's the average level of enemies in that system? I don't know. Maybe. Oh yeah, we need med packs. I kind of forgot. You might be right. There might be like a, I heard a little alien screech a minute ago around here. But now I don't see anything. Yo, is that space magic? What? Space magic, who?
Hey, Captain.
Hi, Chinese Tell. I'm here with Taco Bell for the first time in 3 years. How's the No Man's Sky Skyrim going? We're trying to finish the campaign today. Hopefully. We'll see if that ends up being a possibility. I'm gonna quick save before we take off. Okay, we need to put points into the Grav drive. Hello, Taco Bell chatter. Also, thanks Sudden Laser for 2 years of sub. Hello, Sudden Laser. Thanks for slubbing. What? Don't...
Tracking you down's been one hell of a chore, but it'll be worth it when we collect.
This guy again? We don't have to fight.
We came all this way and we spent a ton on supplies. You must be out of your mind to think this ends with you alive.
Okay. Pay 2,000 credits, pretend you never saw me. Chat, watch this. There's an easier way. You want to see? Watch this. I just wanted to make sure the bounty hunter captain...
Open fire.
How do you... You can't hit escape. Thank you. I wanted to make sure the bounty hunter captain was who I thought it was. Check this shit out. Incoming hail. Bounty hunter captain. Just leave that bitch on read. He doesn't know any better. He literally won't attack unless he talks to you first. So we're just gonna find a path to go to the quest. We do have some powers that we could go get, but I want to finish this first. So we're going to set a course for here. So I need to go... Bounty Hunter Captain, thank you for your time. See you later, nerd. Who said... Chivalry was dead. Why can't I plan a course that it remembers and leaves so that I don't have to, like, go back and do this every single time? Because it says set course, but it won't let you take it because it's unexplored. So can I just go here? By the way, chat, your fuel automatically refills every jump. So your inability to jump further than a specific distance is just an illusion.
I apologize for coming over this emergency channel, but we are in need of assistance concerning the large ship in orbit, and we value discretion in this matter. If you are willing and able, please see me as soon as possible at the main security office in Paradiso. Over and out.
Yeah, fuel just means fewer load screens. You don't even have to do like a solar skim. Nope. We just have to go back to the map. Well, I need to find my course again first. There we go. So yeah, we just see my fuel consumption here. Doesn't mean anything. Just click on the next place within range. And then jump. My fuel goes back to full every jump. This is how we fast travel through the stars. This is the exploration. Okay, well, sometimes you run into Chimera. Or whatever the hell. This is the part where we maybe die. Unless... we just jump out. Bye. No need for fuel, refuel, or anything crazy like that. Things are blinking out of the sky in front of me, though. Okay, and find the scorpion sting. Let's just land. That's how you go through space in Starfield. We just went through 4 or 5 systems in a row. That is exploration.
We used to wonder if life was unique to our world. Not only is it not, but it seems to take every opportunity to emerge.
Thank you, Barrett. Okay, where are we going? Ah, Of course, down the hallway.
Those are Starborn ruins. You see that, right? We have to
Monkas.
get a close-up of that statue. Wow.
Wow. Look how cool. Did you hear him? Did you hear him? We gotta get a close-up. Whoa, this is crazy. Like I feel like the NPCs are always like, this is amazing. What? Oh my god. Are you seeing this? It won't. What are you guys doing? I can't activate this. Oh, it's doing something. Oh, it's directional. Okay. Oh, there's a line on the ground. A puzzle? A puzzle? Garrett, can you move? Please? Thank you. Your booty is blocking the way. All right. We either need to trace this thing or we need to pick up light. I don't know which. Barrett, I'm gonna need you to move, dog. There is no up and right, right? Okay, so we got the light on the other end. But it's not really doing much, is it? Okay, so tracing it isn't really a thing. Unless there's diagonals that I don't know about. Like, it makes a noise when we light it up, but... I thought you solved it already. Did we just have to wait? Like a long time? Did the quest tracker update? Just go to the last star of... Oh, maybe I have to just find the constellation on the map. The Scorpion of Hyla is actually a statue of the Scorpius constellation. A light is shining through the point representing the star Oborum. Oh, I thought there was more. I thought there was more to this. Okay, that was it. Oborum then. Let's go.
Show off. Do it again.
My bad. Canada Kiwi says New Game Plus. Here we come. Here we come. New Game Plus. Let's do it. That's the hardest puzzle in the game. So many set pieces that are just done in a matter of minutes. Yeah.
Nice day, huh?
You mean like 1 minute? Like run straight up to the objective on this planet we've never been to, push the glyph button 5 times, finish it, and leave? You didn't like that? Why not? Do I even need to be here? Can I just set a course for this? Oh my god, out of my fuel range? Oh no, Chad, that means I'm gonna have to just fly there regularly. Wow, look, I already made a jump. Let's go further. Oh, I can't quite make it. Okay, well I guess I'll jump here instead. Oh no, bad guys. Where am I supposed to go here?
We got you now.
Who do you got? You got me? You have to catch me first.
It can't be. You found me. I knew I made the right choice in letting you go.
It's the Pilgrim. Keeper Aquilus sent me to find the true meaning of unity.
He did. Now it's all starting to make sense. You should come aboard. There's another Starborn here who is very interested in meeting you.
This sounds like a trap.
I can speak for myself. Constellation ship, you weren't invited to this meeting, but much of our conversation has been about you. It's only fitting you should join us. I will personally guarantee your safety as long as you come in peace.
And think of it as a ceasefire meeting. Your one shot at getting those answers you must desperately want.
Oh, I definitely want answers. Let's get some answers. I have no reason to trust the Starborn. A ceasefire meeting? Are the Starborn at war? And who's this second Starborn guaranteeing my safety?
Let's just say they're very dedicated to stopping me from getting the artifacts. So if you don't trust me, well, they're your next best bet.
I know your encounters with our kind have not been pleasant, but we are here to talk, and you deserve answers.
We're gonna get answers to the mystery? Fine, I'll begin docking procedure.
Good. See? We can all get along. For now.
Dock with the Scorpius. Okay. Dude, I leveled up. 2 skill points. Wait, I have 2? Okay, number 1 is max persuasion. 30% increased chance of success when persuading someone. That's a given. Next is either max health, more carry capacity. I feel like I just want more carry capacity. Because I can't do security yet. 50 kilograms of carry capacity. Seems like a good deal. We are already there. You can fly here in 5 seconds. Oh! I almost just rammed their ship. Barrett?
Talk to me.
Why do you have an icon over your head?
Oh, I'm curious now, too. What's on your mind?
Trying to figure out why you have an objective. Chat, are you ready for answers? It's time to get some answers. I don't know what the question is, but I'm ready for answers.
Hello. Again. You remember the emissary, perhaps? And their ship, the Helix?
Nope.
I believe they ambushed you above Neon
Okay.
and demanded that artifact you worked so hard to gain.
Thank you for the stellar introduction. Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise.
Damn right it is. All we ever wanted was to talk. You attacked us. Just tell me who you are. Who the Starborn are. Chat. No spoilers, but I'm gonna be so mad if the goddamn hunter takes his helmet off and it's my character model, and that's the reveal. Just tell me who you are.
We are not a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves.
We're all in it for ourselves. Some of us are just more honest. The emissary threatened your ship, demanded you hand over your artifact. How is that so different from what I did?
We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster.
For whom exactly?
I'm already lost in the conversation.
I say whoever can collect them should.
Is this another moral quandary? Is this another philosophical question? Is this a... Is it worth it to take... Is might make right? Whoever can take the artifact should. You're talking in circles. I came to learn about the Unity.
Yes. Let's talk about what really matters.
The Unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place, a gateway. It is where we were reborn.
So, I gotta say, this part is more awkward than I thought.
I was close.
Hiding my face was way easier.
It was so close. It's Sam Coe. He's dead. Remember, he died like 45 minutes ago? And you know how we just met this character, the emissary, like just now? Sam, it can't be you. I saw you die! This is some kind of cruel trick. I'm gonna stay silent.
I'm not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds. Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the launch to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye, while we held off the Hunter.
One of me, at least.
I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe, and the doorway to an infinite number of others. That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It's how I've entered other worlds, including yours.
But both of you are trying to keep people from it. So this Unity is where the artifacts are from? The temples? So what do they need you for? Dude, I don't know. I need to see like a dialogue list, like a recap of what the hell we're talking about. But both of you are trying to keep people from it.
I have to. This is bigger than all of us. All the artifacts are needed to complete the armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die. You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them.
Here it comes. The emissary tells you only the worthy should enter heaven.
You're twisting what I mean.
They're hypocrites. They use the chaos caused by the hunt for the artifacts to establish an order where they decide who's worthy. I attacked your lodge because I wanted the artifacts, and you held me off. You got away. That wasn't some morality play. You didn't survive because of righteousness. You won because of persistence, luck, and skill.
I also had to reload 3 times.
As I have done countless times.
I was also human once. But what does it matter who or what I was when eternity is within your grasp?
Keeper Aquilus? No! Some other version of the same person who I met once inside of a quest for 5 minutes. It can't be you! We just met you less than 2 hours ago in-game, and it's you that was you the whole time? What? A side character from one main story quest? That can't be true. I am nothing like you. You've been to the Unity multiple times. What does that mean?
It means I've seen thousands of universes, collected their artifacts, been to their temples. You have a small taste of their power, but it keeps going.
Aquilus is a man of peace. You're a monster.
Oh, say what you really mean. That if what you're seeing is true, that means anyone can act the way I do. See things how I see things.
Imagine doing that many temple puzzles.
Aquilus. You're really just talking about yourself. The real monster lives within us all, doesn't it? You've never come this far. Not in all the universes I've seen. The path to the Unity is opening to you.
You're going to
Me?
tip the scales one way or another. Better your hand be on one of our sides.
So I help one of you. We combine our artifacts and enter the Unity. I'm not helping someone who murdered my friend. Whatever war is going on between you two, I want no part in it. Okay, Chad, here's our decision. I will be your angel or your devil. Number 4, leave. What should we do? Like, first of all, I guess we can take a moment and just sort of decompress. This is some just absolute insanity. The likes of which now call into question at least a handful of content creators and reviewers who I have formerly thought that I trusted and believed talk about on social media how great the story gets towards the end, like after you actually go through the main story with really incredible twists. Like, I'm having to reevaluate my own personal opinion of people that I thought I knew, or at least not knew personally, but sort of had a grasp on their, whether they aligned with the way I see the world. Ita, you have to wait until New Game Plus. This is not twisty enough for you? I feel like there's almost nothing I can add to the conversation that isn't already visible on its face. You know? Like, I would just pointing out the obvious. But if I must point out the obvious, just the fact that, like Chet has pointed out, we have one character dressed in white armor and one character dressed in black armor, trying to do like a Lost-esque black and white backgammon analogy type of situation, with this moral quandary of, do we have gatekeepers who should decide whether these artifacts should fall into the wrong hands? Think of all the innocents that could possibly be killed as a result of these powers getting into the wrong hands. And then the other person going, but I have been to thousands of these temples and seen everything for myself. And the rabbit hole goes so much deeper. If you can, you should. What do you think? And that is the binary decision without ever even attempting to try and dive into any form of nuance. And I don't even mean that it is ham-fisted. I mean, I guarantee you there will be no opportunity to actually dissect these themes that are at most surface level and the equivalent of icing, window dressing on a Walmart cake. It really goes that deep. And we'll never talk about it again, and we'll pick 2 options, forget about it, and then move on. If the meaning of the universe is this shallow, I would personally destroy it. Is it really that deep, though? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, given the course of another game that wanted to tackle the general theme of, in this case, I don't know. It really, I can't even come up with an example, because you've got, does power corrupt on one side, and on the other side, I guess the worst thing I can say about Samco's secret Starborn character is there is a definite hypocrisy in, well, I collected all the artifacts and became a Starborn, but I'm one of the good ones. So, that's really the only possible moral quandary, I guess, because this dude has... Oh, yeah, this dude has nothing going on for him. He's just I was a priest, but now I'm bad. And Samco, there could have been an interesting story to explore of the gatekeeping aspect of people taking it upon themselves and granting themselves powers, but keeping it from other people, but we're not going to explore that at all. Starborn powers lame AF, what's even the problem? Mass Effect is actually sort of a parallel. Man in Black is a dumb version of Reapers. Kinda, yeah. I guess I could see that. And also, the fact that the reveals come after, 1 to 2 hours post-character introduction. The twist of who the hunter is just some guy that you met briefly in one of the quests an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. And that's the whole take. And then I'm assuming that Sam is the Starborn because he died in my timeline. And if in your game, you happen to be one of the 1% gamers that realizes you're even making a choice and choose to save Sam instead of Barrett, which I didn't even know was a choice until after it was already done. Because the game is literally check on Walter, who's screaming upstairs, or go to the eye. It's what? Later, nerd. I hear you in distress. I will just leave now and go to the eye. That's not a choice. So if you're in the 1% where Barrett dies, then I guess it would be Barrett in the helmet instead. So it just literally doesn't matter. Is it really Starborn powers? Yeah. Walter is literally choking and you can just leave. Just leave and go live your dream of industrial titanhood. What's up, Turtle? Thanks for the 5-month sub. I am in disbelief. Hello, Turtle. All right, so I help one of you. We combine our artifacts and enter the Unity. I'm not helping someone who murdered my friend. Because that's the other part, right? You can't just introduce a multiverse and then tell me that I'm supposed to care. I'm also sick and tired of multiverse storylines in every single form of media. I thought that they were cool before they started, and now I think that they are the lamest shit. It just diminishes all stakes for everything immediately. Because in this case, who cares if a bunch of innocents die getting these powers? There's a million universes where they don't die. And if you protect them in this one, then there's a million universes in which they do die. So no matter what you do, it like kind of doesn't matter, right? Because that's what they're saying. In all the universes I have observed, you've never come this close. And in fact, you died in the other universe that I was from. It's like, okay, well then what? Why are you even here caring about what's going on in my universe right now? Am I just the closest one to getting to the Unity? Etel's dialogue shows that he's the hunter. Etel entering his own multiverse of madness. Because, like, I'm not helping someone who murdered my friend, but Sam's standing right over there. Just talk to that guy. He can be your friend. And also, I've killed, like, our character has killed dozens, if not hundreds of people. But, okay. Whatever war is going on between you two, I want no part of it. Chat, we're just going to take a vote. We're just going to take a vote because I don't care. I honestly do not care which of these three that we get. Choose game. 1, 2, 3. You will have 60 seconds to vote because that's the most that I care. So just vote and we can see what in whatever thing you want to see. It may not even matter. But yes, Dorito the Hunter is in the bar at the beginning of the game. It may be in other places, but like, again, it really doesn't matter. Because it's a character that you don't know and might even be randomly generated for your game. It might be some other random NPC. Like, the fact that they put the hunter in the bar was their only attempt at foreshadowing anything. You can have one conversation with him in 30 hours of gameplay, and that's like, yep, he's foreshadowed. Okay, this whole thing, yeah, we left the breadcrumbs so that you could figure this out as you go. Ah, so bad. Chat says 3. Whatever war is going on between you two, I want no part in it.
You're already in it.
Probably doesn't matter.
With artifacts come Starborn searching for them, fighting over them. I want a truce. Between all three of us. I will give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine. Or the Hunters.
So your choice didn't matter, Chat.
Yes. Let's see how willing you are to live under someone else's rules. Just remember, one of us isn't trying to judge you.
Talk to the hunter, talk to the emissary, leave Scorpius.
I know we're not the same people we met in our
You cannot pull out your gun.
Still, it's good to see you again, old friend.
The Unity is meant for whomever can get there. Don't fall for that talk of worthiness.
I'm sure you have more questions. Ask.
What is the armillary?
When all the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the armillary. In many ways, it's a model of the multiverse itself. Through it, you can reach the Unity. And from there, you can become Starborn.
So you try to protect the artifacts, keep them from being abused?
You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever's in their way.
Who was I in your universe? What was I like?
Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version. But so much of you stays the same. It's hard, but each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again. As yours won't have its real me.
Okay. What happens when you enter the Unity?
It is not an easy experience to describe. But the Unity will speak to you. Offer you the chance to become Starborn. You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone. Maybe that's why it offers the choice. Compassion? Or is it testing us?
You might think the emissary is on your side, but your persistence is what forced them to tell you the truth. Remember that.
What is the Unity to you? You called the emissary a hypocrite. Why?
They enter the Unity, take artifacts from others, employ force. All the things I do. I am many things, but I would never tell anyone what to do with their gifts. That is your decision, not someone else's. The emissary wants to become the judge of who gets to enter, but the Unity itself doesn't judge.
After you attacked the Lodge, you let me go. Why?
To see what would happen, of course. You might not understand just how many times I've done this. Usually, you're the one who ends up dead, and whoever cries over your body goes on to become the emissary. Sometimes I manage to get you all bunched up and take care of the problem in one go. Sometimes the emissary has gotten to me first, and I never arrive. Hundreds and hundreds of variations of me, hacking through Constellation. And it's almost never you. You making it to your ship on your own. It's new. I took it as a sign. I don't get many of those anymore.
The Hunter has picked every single dialogue option for every single character in the entire game. And he's never made it to this part. Now he just wants to see what I'm gonna say. You had this meeting because of me?
No, we always end up having this meeting at this time. But it's the usual affair. Can we make peace? No. Oh, how tragic. Honestly, I was beginning to wonder why I kept tending. And it's a bad habit I started a long time ago. Perhaps I just like meeting the emissary to gloat. But you have provided something quite new to talk about. Maybe you're a random die roll. Or maybe the Unity is finally responding to all my hard work.
Okay, but my question is, why would he care? If someone always ends up getting to the Unity, and it's usually one of our party members or something, why would he suddenly care that it was me instead? Just because it hasn't happened before? In thousands of times? He's bored. 1% Achievo. By the way, speaking of achievements, I saw that if you put a mod in Starfield, it disables your achievements, but you can either re-enable them with another mod or use console commands to turn them back on. Why did you attack us?
I've simply found that it's the quickest way. Talking, forming alliances, waiting for the right moment to commit theft. It's all so tiresome. I'll admit, you getting away has been the most interesting thing to happen in quite some time. As soon as I realized what had happened, I knew I needed to wait until this meeting with the emissary to decide what to do about you.
What is the Unity to you? Why kill for it?
Whoever created the artifacts and built those temples is playing a game with us.
So it's a developer meta
One whose
commentary.
prize is access to the center of all creation.
It's like, this is the She-Hulk TV show.
Whoever gets all the pieces wins. And I've won. Over and over. I don't kill for the Unity. I find the easiest pathway to it.
Surely we will find out who made the artifacts, and it will be an amazing reveal. Yeah, Todd Howard is the Unity. Bethesda is the creator. That's the whole storyline. Which, didn't we call that like a few streams ago? When I said that this was like a simulation, and it was going to be like a meta commentary? On game development. What prompted that conversation? Somebody find the clip. Somebody find the clip. I like that the level designers clearly made this area thinking that it might be used for other things. And then when they actually put it in the game, they just made like no furniture, empty staircases that don't go anywhere. I can sit in the pilot seat. No, I'm not authorized to pilot this ship. Maybe this can become your ship.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be. Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself. Here, to open the way.
Hollow Moon. Earth's moon in the Sol system? Fine. I'll see what I can find on the moon. You Starborn sure like your you must see for yourself nonsense. Fine, I'll see what I can find on the moon.
That is all I ask. I hope you see what I have seen. You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space. Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you.
Why did he just give me, like, biosuppressants and tantalums? And a moonbase key. Okay.
Something on your mind?
Unearthed and final glimpses. Return to the lodge and tell them what I learned about the Unity, or the emissary has given me a key to Earth's moon, saying I'll learn more about the artifacts if I investigate. I missed the last stream, so I am very confused. I promise that would not have helped you. Okay, time for more fast travel. I got an achievement for visiting 20 star systems. Where is the base building? Shut up. You mean the optional content? I'm here. But yeah, seeing the stream yesterday, I don't know how much it would have helped. We found some more artifacts, and then we found the Unity, and then the Pilgrim's Notes, and then we did the multiple choice, and now we're on the moon. And that's where we're at. The moon! Oh, they're here too? Why are you here? The moon gravity! The best part of yesterday was the AI part. You think so? Did they come over here to check on me? I saw somebody beam down. Are these just random Starborn guys? I thought we were chill. I'm not gonna be able to defeat level 30? These guys are level 30. What level are we, like 18? I'm running out of hard pluses. I'm gonna just have to save scum here. Oh, they're so healthy. Yeah, there's like a Starborn base. Look at the health. Bye. Yeah, this is an impossible challenge. I should not have come down here. Hold on, I have a better idea. How do you board their ships? What do they land? They're like clipping through the geometry. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, there's just a random level 8 spacer? Alright, just kill me so I can reset. Ow, ow, ow. Did Bear just say, whoa? Inaccessible. Okay, that's really all I wanted to know, is whether you could board their ships.
Yeah.
How are they on fire with no atmosphere? Don't worry about it. Day 5 of saying hi is Alex. Hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, so just don't go over there. Stay on this side, and it's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of just like untethered moon base things that are small objects that I feel like probably wouldn't just be... Where'd it go? tried. The bullet coats their body in flammable substance. I don't know, would that still work? Leatherware? Would that actually set someone on fire? From what I'm hearing you say about this game, I'm shocked it has an overall very positive review on Steam. Okay, but don't take what I've said. Have you seen the last hour of the stream, by chance? Because I feel like... Yesterday's stream, I think it was the most obvious.
This relay station has to be at least 100 years old. Stunning.
See? He just tells me how great it is. Stunning. Amazing. Awesome. Everywhere we go, Barrett is the hype man for the developers. Reviews have only been up for 25 minutes. Did the, like, non-early access version come out today? I think Gravity Wave is unfortunately one of the worst powers, which is sad. It seems to hit very inconsistently. Welcome, dude, NASA! They got logo and everything. Okay. That lends some credence to my earlier theory. My theory was that Starfield is weirdly sanitized for even a Bethesda game. And my total conspiracy nut theory is that the partnership with NASA is part of the reason with it being that way.
Voltaire really is something else. A supercomputer so powerful they put it on the damn moon to keep it cool. Although by that logic they should be running it purely in the vacuum of space. But hey, good marketing material. I've been spending some off hours running some dumb simulations, just because I can. My favorite so far is simulating the sound of every duck on Earth quacking after receiving a piece of bread. You didn't know you wanted a real-time sim of feeding all the ducks, but now you have it. You're welcome, humanity.
I just see someone in chat say, "We are not the intended audience for this game." Science grape. Oh, it's too difficult? I haven't been able to get my security up high enough because they keep putting master locks instead of expert, so I can never open them. Let me see, what did chat say? Alex, that sucks you've been disappointed by the two biggest AAA releases of the year so far. Well, I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, and I actually had a fantastic time with Diablo 4 for a full month, you know? So I'm grateful for that. I got 1 month of genuine fun and good times and copium. Heavy dose of copium, while all of my friends were falling off of the game in week 1 and telling me how bad it was. And I was like, you don't understand. Listen. The next patch is gonna change everything, okay? They know what they got.
Fast.
Listen to me, they're gonna fix it. He was disappointed with Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, Baldur's Gate 3, we don't need to have the whole AAA discussion. Yes, it's AAA, but no, I still don't think of it as AAA. So, It very much is, with the hundreds of developers and the millions of dollars. But it's not from a traditionally major publisher. But let's not get lost in the weeds and get stuck in semantics. I need 1, 2. These are a 4-prong connection? No. I don't think this one goes on the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4. How does this one fit on the outside? Chat. Am I crazy? This one, does this one have a slot? I don't think it does. It lights up blue when it can fit in the ring. But there is no configuration where this one... Oh, yep, nope, there it is. There it is. I'm dumb. I actually am dumb. Okay, and then we need the Y. That one did not compute at all, to be perfectly honest. There... We need a different thing. That one? Dude, did I do it wrong? I have an auto slot. I have 3 auto slots, but I don't want to do it for something that's going to be easy. Did I do it wrong? I don't know why this one was harder.
Now,
Barrett? Were you gonna say something, Barrett?
oh, let's see what's in there.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I got distracted. What were we talking about? AAA games. Oh, yeah, I got like a full month. I feel like I got my money's worth for Diablo. I would like it to be able to go on further. I didn't feel like okay, I don't know if I got my money's worth, but I didn't feel like I wasted money. Is that different? Is it the same thing? Like, I had a full few hundred hours of joy. Like 250 to 300 hours of joy.
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu. I admit, this is not the most disciplined team I've ever run. Malcolm keeps stealing computational time on Voltaire and thinks I don't know this. And Sabina's been distracted lately, but won't tell anyone why. I really should demand answers from both of them. But honestly, I'm too preoccupied with this contract. We all are. Despite anything going on in our personal lives, there's something special about what we're building here.
Okay. I don't like using the generic criticism of holding show don't tell as a pinnacle of narrative design, but I definitely think Starfield is more guilty of it than most. Most dialogue that you come across, if like just side lore, companions, main story, whatever, is very much people telling you how much something is good. Like, we are Constellation and we enjoy exploration because it's so much fun. Okay, what do you do? We chart the unknown. Okay, what does that mean? We are a family bonded with one another over a mutual interest, and we love exploration. Okay, show me. Well. My name is Constellation, and I'm here to say I like exploration in a major way. But yeah, in that case, it's like, I worked on the space station, and everyone here loved each other very much. That's all. I just wanted to write in this audio log to you how much we all felt like family with one another. Voltaire. I want to remind the research team that Voltaire is a highly proprietary supercomputer that is currently being contracted exclusively for the use in Project Prism. It is not meant for your own personal projects. Yes, it's amusing to see just how many decimal points of pi it can calculate, how many bits of encryption it can brute force. Those are computer words. Or whether you can simulate table tennis with a perfect aerodynamic simulation. But there will be time for that later. For now, I need everyone concentrating on hitting our deadline. We're developing exciting new aerospace technology with our partner and client, which I cannot be more specific on because that would necessitate me having to give you an example. You just trust me. That should be more than enough to keep anyone from being bored. Project Prism launch. We're happy to announce the first test launch of Project Prism will be held today. I would like everyone to suit up and join us on the roof at 9 EDT. That's moon time, by the way. Reminder to please sync all watches to Eastern Daylight Time. Our partner will also be on radio for the launches. We'll be recording the event, so be on your best behavior. Our quest log updated, I guess. That's to go outside, I presume. Let's go upstairs. Oh, we were already here. I must have missed this. Thanks to the heads-up display for showing me what I missed.
When I accepted the assignment up here, we were told to bring a couple of personal items. Some psychological studies said it helped when you're away from Earth this long. I brought my grandmother's old abacus. I would play with it on her lap, and she'd teach me the Russian for all the numbers. She, just got word that she passed. The next shuttle isn't for 3 months, so I won't be able to go to the funeral. Goodbye, Babushka. Thank you for teaching me math. It brought me to the moon.
I like to keep that message on my desk next to my computer, so I can listen to it I can listen to myself talking about it every single day. Okay, but what did her grandmother do for work?
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu.
A mathematician.
Voltaire is being reconfigured for this new initiative. The math we're being asked to crunch is ambitious, even for a supercomputer. We might as well be asking it to count every grain of sand in every desert on Earth. Who came up with these original equations? Our partner isn't being very open about it. Every question I have goes through some discretionary channel. I'm surprised we even know we're working on a ship.
It's weird that there's no I have subtitles turned on, but it's weird that if you don't have subtitles turned on for these audio logs, there's no transcript of what it says. When in some of them there are. Some of the early ones had a transcript and audio. Small thing, but I just noticed it, I guess. Is that on the roof? Maybe. Maybe we need to go outside. Yeah, I think you can play the logs while walking around. I just can't walk and chew gum, so... I just stop and listen. Okay, that's way too much hang time. My jump jet is gonna have me be shot into orbit. I will pull the lever. Oh, it's a recording.
Engine spin-up time almost complete. Total time 5 minutes 22 seconds. Right on schedule.
How are the helium-3 valves holding, Nova?
We double-checked the leakage concerns this morning before the launch. All signs green.
Any changes to the calculation
There's
sequence
that
for
little
Voltaire?
sad
No
Doc.
changes since we uploaded the last figures yesterday. It's a clean shot from here to Jupiter.
One day the computer will be on board the spaceship. Just imagine that.
One miracle of science at a time, Canaveral. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Canaveral, are you reading?
Are we getting...
All clear, Nova.
What's...
Indicators look good. The ship should be cruising Jupiter's orbit right now. Visual confirmation will be possible in 32 minutes. Afraid the speed of light is on the slow side these days.
How does it feel to break the laws of physics, Canaveral?
We're all pretty excited down here in NASA, I won't lie.
Excited enough to tell me where you got the original data?
Not in a million years, Nova.
Collect all the slates. Did I not? Which ones are we missing? I know there were like 6 of them. I assume they're all inside. Well, now I gotta collect the slates. They're all strewn about here somewhere. Okay. If I were an audio log, where would I be? And also, how many... am I missing? Have we not been in here? I have not been in here. Dude, weightlifting on the moon? How heavy is this? Oh, here's one.
Okay, confession time. Being single on a moon base is the worst. I only get like an hour to use the communication link to Earth every couple of days. And let me tell you, there's long distance dating, and then there's like long distance dating, you know? Oh, hey there, I'm a scientist, steadily employed, willing to take you out for coffee in like 6 months when I'm back from space. It's not a great opening line.
You seriously can't get a date? You're an astronaut.
Hey, no one asked you.
Seinfeld opening bit. Laugh track. What if we like peek behind here? There's a body back there. Did we find the last one? I don't want to. Where am I? Optional. Collect all the slates. There's got to be like only one more left, right? Toilet slate. Does your carry capacity change based on local gravity? No, I don't think so. I'm at 202 out of 205 mass right now. It does it by mass, not by weights. I think that they got around it. by doing it like that. Okay, we need like maybe one more audio log. This is a restricted equipment key. I don't even know where restricted equipment is. Do you think that's the science chest upstairs? Probably not. It is. Oh. Dude, is this our first legendary in the whole game? And it's a spacesuit?
What if we leave a few things here and make a second trip?
Yo, we got the badass Sysdef Assault. Oh, I gotta look like those bastards. It's worth 12K. It looks cool though. Minus 15% incoming melee damage. Weapons weigh 50% less. That's incredible for just pack mule. And 10% chance to stagger nearby attackers. I feel like our weight didn't go down though. Is it only the one that you have equipped? I don't know. Okay, so like my mass didn't change. That's like 30% more physical, just a teeny bit more energy, a teeny bit more EM, but it has 10 more thermal, some more airborne, less corrosive. It weighs a lot. For a legendary, it's not as cool as I would have hoped. I mean, okay, it looks fine, but when I compare it to the suit that I was already wearing, it's not... like, I don't know. From just a rare... We skipped to epic. We're going from rare to legendary. Like epic material. Are there dyes in this game? Dude, I look like a unit right now. Okay. We're just looking for the last little audio log. If you see it, point at your screen, please. And tell me where it is. Is this the moon? Yeah, we're at the moon. How did we get past the Starborn? That's a big question. It turns out that the Starborn is actually the friends we made along the way. I'm gonna let that one sink in for a moment. It's over there. Hi. Hello, I don't know who I am. What does that mean? Do you really want to know? I mean, we're at the end game now, okay? This is the end game, so I'm not pulling any punches for people who unironically are interested in the Starfield storyline of all the things you could be emotionally invested in. The Starborn are literally your friends from other universes. It's a multiverse story. Unfortunately. Chat, did anyone actually see it? Like, there's only one more. Do you think it's outside? Do you think they would hide one audio log outside the moon base? This is the first time I've had to do anything in any mission in the entire game that didn't have a waypoint guiding me to it. So I don't really know how to play, you know? Is the game story good? No. Like the main story. There's probably some great side quests. Is that a waypoint? That's my ship. Yeah, the waypoint is my ship right now. Optional, collect all the slates. I don't want to get stuck on this for too long, but I feel like the completionist inside me needs to find that there's probably literally one more. I'm not surprised it's a Bethesda game, they don't do good main stories. I hear that so much, but the fact that you haven't seen this one, really, first of all, makes it difficult to explain what I mean when I say that it's not good, because it's I just like trailed off to 1,000 yard stare. Skyrim's main story isn't even that bad. Yeah, I don't think it's that bad, dude. I think people just grew up on Fallout 4 and thought that's how it always has been.
A lot. Do you want to take a moment to shuffle things around?
And second of all, like, I'm just tired of people saying that. Like, Fallout 76 doesn't count if we're comparing main stories, because it's literally designed to keep you there for as long as possible in a repetitious, grinding environment. So we can't weigh the quality of Starfield against Fallout 76. So the next thing we have is Fallout 4, and then before that we have Skyrim. And then Fallout 3 was like 2008, right? But, like, in those stories, there are good parts and bad parts. In this story, there are no good parts. And I'm not saying that because I'm bitter. From my own experience, there has not been a single PogChamp moment in the game so far. I cannot put up my... There we go. Very unpog. We rate games based on PogChamp moments, yeah. But also, yeah, I just get tired of the "it's Bethesda, what do you expect?" because it's just like... Dude, I'm gonna be 40 by the time Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, okay? Be the change you want to see in the world. I don't have time to wait for the skill issue of not being able to find this one last recorder. Where is it? Chat, if you want a back seat, please do. Please do. I'm 40. Do you have a shovel so I can dig my own grave? I never found it. I left without them all. Oh boy. Someone in chat gave up. Being the change you want to see would have been not buying the game. Okay, this is the first time in a very long time I've actually been fooled. I say frequently that I trust my gut reaction to things, and this is literally like the first time in ages that I did not get what I expected. Is it this? Yo, it's right here.
You ever get jealous? You know, the crew in the shipyard? Building the actual vessels that are gonna travel the stars?
We're literally on a base on the moon.
Oh, come on, Sabina. I'm trying to share my dreams here.
Well, your dreams are always out there and never here where the rest of us live. Can't you just be happy doing your job?
Where's the fun in that?
Okay, I'm really glad I found that. Let's go. We're literally on the freaking moon? Anyway, I was expecting to have sort of like that mixed bag of some good moments, some not so good moments. Like my expectations were a game with a good framework that had a lackluster story, but at the same time, a healthy amount of fun Bethesda jank, which we have gotten tons of fun Bethesda jank. I just want to be clear that if you look at, say, the clips from yesterday, the things that I personally dislike do not include the awesome dude moonwalking away from me after having a conversation inside of the chapel, the incident with Mateo floating in the sky inside of the lodge, or Walter phasing through reality as he hovered away, penetrating time and space by transitioning through the walls. Those are not the things that affect my enjoyment. They enhance my enjoyment, actually. The random guy coming in during a raid. Yeah, that kind of stuff. What I wanted was cool exploration and emergent gameplay. Yeah, I would agree with that. That's what I expected. I just never in a million years would have guessed that the space game called Starfield, which is built on the back of having like 1,000 in-game planets that you can explore, and in fact, a main storyline, the main storyline, which in its entirety revolves around a group of like-minded individuals who enjoy exploration as the only thread that connects them all together, having no exploration. So that's what I mean when I say I feel like I got fooled, because that's also what I wanted out of it, was like
Back
a game
in the lap of luxury right here.
that I could do exploration in and have those
Hello again.
emergent game events. But it's the actual incredible irony of making your entire game about exploration and then having none is a baffling and frankly stunning decision that I still can't get over. Like, I obsess about it every night because I'm just so beside myself. If you ask Alice, she'll be like, all he does is think and talk out loud about Starfield. I'm just like mumbling and looking at like Twitter and trying to find other opinions to figure out if I am actually the crazy one, which I guess I am. He's losing his mind. Yeah, it's like the last thing I look at before I go to sleep, and the first thing I look at before I actually get up. I'm just like, Starfield, man. What the hell? What the hell? It's so confusing. I just can't believe there's no exploration. Go to NASA. All right, let's go. I'm going to NASA. We're going to Earth. Maybe I have a different definition of exploring. Yeah, when I say exploring, John, I don't mean looking through like a predefined city where you go to Neon and I'm exploring the corners of Neon. I mean like setting off, not knowing where I'm going to end up, and then coming across something, right? Like the closest you can get in Starfield is landing on a planet and then walking until you get to one of the proc-gen bandit outposts or abandoned structures, which are copy-pasted throughout the entire universe, verbatim. So that's what I mean when I'm saying exploring right now. I mean just being able to pick a direction, go, and find cool shit. I don't mean like the levels aren't dense enough, or there's not enough NPCs to talk to, or there's not enough side quests. I mean like a sense of wanderlust, which is the principal sort of tenet of the entire game. Maybe that's a better way to describe it. I like the word wanderlust. Yeah, wanderlust. Like in Skyrim, you can go to the mountain, but the going there is the points. Yeah. Like in this game, it's a series of, in Todd's own words, mountains that you can go to, but you don't actually have to travel to them. You can just teleport to them immediately. There is no journey. It's a series of destinations that you just end up at, like Earth and NASA, which I will now fast travel to. And they knew that they were going to annoy people with getting on and disembarking from their ship, so they made a fast travel to the cockpit and away from it as well. Does every planet just look like a rocky wasteland? Okay, I just want to be clear. Of the things that we should be complaining about in Starfield, the majority of planets being rocky wastelands is not one of them. Unfortunately, that is the reality that we live in.
Need something? Sure. Just let me move some things around.
Is this Earth? Yeah, this is uninhabitable Earth. And I'm carrying too many things, so I'm going to give him some. Calibrated space trucker space helmet. I still have the chameleon space helmet. Never really figured out what to do with it. Okay. Yep, take all those. Can he not carry anymore? He might be full. I have storage on the ship as well. Is that launch pad the last standing structure on Earth? It appears to me...
Yikes. Full body chills. It's absolutely freezing.
Anyway, I was gonna say, it's probably not the last standing structure on Earth, but my expectation is they knew that Earth was, not gonna be inhabitable for very long, so they were probably trying to make, like, they were doing tests for faster than light travel. And I think this was one of the platforms.
It's NASA. It's actually NASA. This is one of the towers that got us to safety among the stars.
Thanks, Barrett. Keep doing your hype man thing. Every time we go to a new location, tells me how cool it is. Without fail. NASA launch tower. It's a NASA marketing game. That's my
I bet that elevator shaft will take us deeper inside NASA. Might need to work through some rubble.
Do you have a contractual obligation to say NASA a certain number of times? Do I need an emergency power cell, or is this,
How terrible it must have been for them to watch others escape while they realized it was over.
Honest to God, Etal, he probably does. He may. Find a way inside the NASA launch tower. NASA. Welcome to NASA. You think there's any cool guns in NASA? Okay. We got our first Ubisoft climbing tower of the game. This does not look like it. But what if it is? Oh wait, no, just go around. Literally just go around. Chat, I've noticed that they feed you digipics like candy, but there's not... I mean, at least on the main quest, right? Side quest's different, but there's not really that many things to unlock. We started with a fair amount, I think, at the beginning of the game, and then trailed off over time. You keep overthinking
like
this
one
game.
almost made
What
it
does
to
that mean?
launch. Wonder what the final problems were.
How? In what way am I overthinking this game? I am just picking up loot and looking at things in the world. Just don't think about it, bro. You're thinking, stop. Just turn your brain off. My brain was never had to, like, the only time I've had to think was trying to track down that last audio log on the moon base. We had a NASA access code. But yeah, the rest of the, I got a pistol. It's a Colt! 1911? I bet this model is in Fallout 4. I'm just kidding. Maybe, but maybe, though. Anti-personnel, plus 10% damage against humans. Do we even have any bullets? Takes 45 caliber? I do have a pistol, like, I don't even have any bullets for Razorback, do I? I do have bullets. But not that many of them. Power cell required. Wow. Had to think about that one real hard. Whoa, how did you figure that one out so fast? Oh, it's just over and over again. Over and over.
Ouroboros.
Next time there will be a square and a power cell. See if you can solve that one.
Crew preparation area. I can't imagine how tense and chaotic it must have been.
This must have been crazy here. Must have been wild, dude. Chat, we're at NASA. Did you know? Launch procedures. Remember, the final vitals and suit seal checks are essential. Yes, we've come a long way as far as tolerances. Yes, the number of people cleared for launch is much higher than it used to be. But these people's lives are still in our hands. I know there's rumors that the next launch is slated to be canceled. But let's not have that be on us. Assume it's go time every time. Your professionalism is what makes space travel just a little bit safer. And we can use every ounce we can get. Okay. I don't know if that actually is launch procedures. This seems like just a fluff piece from the commanding officer. Error. Archive damage, running system recovery, partial archive retrieved. 3 attachments, delivery from Mars.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. The recent delivery from Mars is unsettling.
I was expecting rock samples or maybe fossils of microbial life. Instead, Dr. Victor Isa comes with 2 members of the military. Everything they've brought back is under wraps. What could a theoretical physicist need with a sample from Mars?
In the future, the X button is on the left instead of the right. Dr. Victor Isa.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I've been trying to cozy up to Dr. Isa, Victor, to see what is going on. His team has completely commandeered one of the labs with those 2 military handlers, checking who comes in and out. I joked that maybe he found a little gray man and was doing an autopsy, and he grew very pale. 2 days later, he sends me a request asking for more information on my background in materials science, metallurgical engineering. Oh, we have a meeting tomorrow. I think I'm being invited into the lab.
NASA using Max, funniest joke in the game? Oh yeah. That explains why all the icons are so huge. Todd did say he plays iPhone games every single day. He did say that. So I'm not surprised. Meeting today.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I have never been so nervous since I defended my dissertation. 4 hours talking to Victor and his team about theoretical metals, atomic bonding, even a half-hour divergence into magnetism that I'm pretty sure was just to throw me off the trail of what we were actually talking about. Then, I got to see the lab. I don't know how much I should say, but the periodic table just got thrown out the window.
Okay. Hey Barrett, you want to read some of those for me sometimes? I feel like I'm the only one in Constellation who knows all the lore here. Let me guess, so we're gonna find a secret artifact in Earth, somehow. Because we're going into a cave. I love caves.
Looks like a structural collapse of the underlying strata. Typical of karst topography.
Barrett, please. The underlying strata. Bro, you can this is stuff. You can definitely get in here and get these little... The glass doesn't break in 2023. Okay, well, I guess there's only one way to get in here. And it's to peek through the crack in the glass and find the perfect mouse cursor spot. The funny thing is that would actually work if I could, like, put the cursor on it.
They had a museum, but this whole place
Oh,
is
a museum
now. Anyway, looks like an exit at the end of the hall.
I want to take the museum stuff. You can't give me all this little museum place to look through and then put like a checkpoint at the end of the hall. Two things. Number one, I want to look at this stuff. And two, this looks like a fighting arena. It's just gonna... In any other game, you don't put a med pack on the wall and all this verticality unless you're gonna send some bad guys my way. That's cool. I like to see some Kerbal Space Program references in the Starfield universe. This doesn't look familiar. This is made up. Touch the screen to learn more. Oh, I thought you were gonna do like a presentation. I'll just read the blurb. NASA partnered with Nova Galactic, the creators of the Voltaire supercomputer, on an ambitious aerospace project to pull gravity itself. The result is the first spacecraft capable of faster than light travel. The first successful voyage saw astronauts reaching Jupiter in moments, what would have previously taken years. Why does this place have power? We technically turned the power on. So that would be why. It was lame, but we did turn the power on. From the Apollo 11 mission, the lunar module Eagle was the first crewed spacecraft to touch down on Earth's moon. Eagle's counterpart was the command module Columbia, which the lunar module needed to both separate from and eventually reattach to. Columbia would take astronauts to and from the orbit of the moon, while Eagle would bring them to and from the surface. Wow. Cool model, though. I want to fly one of these guys around. Chat, why is there a desk inside of the glass case? Oh, treasure! Deep Recon Power Pack. It's got a power booster and good armor. But I lose plus 20 carry capacity. So I'd rather have the plus 20 carry capacity. So I can be a pack mule. Leaving Earth forever. In 2150, scientists first predicted the destruction of our beloved Earth. Atmospheric phenomena would cause breathable air to sputter outside of Earth's gravity, dooming all life that remained. An estimated 50 years until the end had given NASA and other space agencies around the world the opportunity to migrate humanity away from certain death and into the stars. Thanks in part to the development of the grav drive, humanity will live on. I think you're going to find that people were predicting the destruction of Earth far before 2150. An F1 engine. Developed for the Apollo mission to reach Earth's moon, the F1 engine was a single-nozzle, liquid-fueled rocket engine that could generate over 6 million newtons of thrust each. 5 of these would be used in the Saturn V Super Heavy Lift launch vehicle. The power of the F1 was critical in providing the necessary lift to launch rockets from the surface of Earth toward the stars. Chat, this had to be part of the NASA contract. Right? Like these little Wikipedia blurbs for how all the cool things NASA has done? That has to be part of it. It's because it's written in a like super informational Wikipedia. I mean, I know it's a museum, but that's the point, right? And then you just throw in a couple of fake 2150 rockets. I mean, yeah, it looks cool. It's weird they put the We Left Earth exhibit on Earth. Yeah, is this not how a museum would be written? I'm just saying that it, the biggest identity crisis Starfield has is this grounded realism grit. Like, if the whole game were like this room, it might be good. But everything outside of this, the reason why it falls flat for me is because the rest of the entire game is this weird, just low quality, low effort fanfic sci-fi story that it's strange. This room is also way more detailed than every other environment. maybe, I don't know about every other environment, but I think if the whole game actually embraced more of like a, like if they had taken more inspiration from The Expanse and less inspiration from the Marvel Multiverse of Madness, then I think they'd be onto something. There's also more lore items here than at any other point in the entire game. And it's all... You notice that it's almost all stuff they didn't have to make up. They could just take real information. One of humanity's first human spaceflight programs, the Mercury spacecraft was designed to fit a single person, who would be sent to test a person's ability to function in space. 6 flights in total were launched, the earliest being a 15-minute suborbital flight, and the last being over 34 hours and 22 complete orbits. Like, the real-life lore is more interesting than the made-up sci-fi lore. The Mercury pack, the Mercury space... Dude, we can be Mercury guys. Is this the strongest suit in the entire game?
You're going to wear yourself out if you carry all this stuff.
It might be. Hold on. Oh, it's legendary. No, mine's legendary, and this one's better. Yo, I just found my first ever legendary in the entire game. And then moments later, I find the NASA sponsorship suit, and it's better in every single way. Okay, well, sorry, except for thermal. It's twice as valuable and has pockets. 108 DR. All right, this adds to my lore that there is like the NASA sponsorship is part of the reason why things are the way they are. Well, I'm giving up things that probably don't matter anyways to get way more defense, so. Mercury pack, I don't even think is a booster, but it says it has hazard protection and medic, incredibly high DR. I don't know what hazard protection and medic are. And then my rare helmet that I've had for the entire game is being upstaged by a 50 DR NASA helmet with something called sensor array. So would that be under status, maybe? Status effects. What is medic? I don't know. Can't highlight it. Medic? Medic. This also says pocketed. Oh, it has 5 extra mass carry capacity, I guess. And then the pack has hazard protection and medic. Which... Did I take off my helmet? You must wear a spacesuit, helmet, and a pack in this environment. Did I take it off? This is how I am going to beat the game as a representative of our Lord and Savior NASA. But that's not all. There's another Mercury space helmet here. And another Mercury pack here. Grab them all, dude. Project Gemini. Thank you, United States. Very cool. Looting a museum for shame. Listen, it's a museum. That means they stole it from someone else first. Oh yeah, I don't have a boosty now. Not having a booster without... Maybe it's not worth using the Mercury pack. Plus I lose 20 carry capacity. Because I can do this. But I don't have any oxygen. But now I do. Plenty of O2. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's probably the cool stuff that we're supposed to find here. While long-term missions to space began in the 1990s with programs such as the International Space Station, humanity began living on other planets almost 100 years later. Small outposts of 5 or fewer scientific research teams eventually gave way to entire colony effort on Mars and other orbiting bodies of our solar system. Thank you, America. Very cool.
What's on your mind? Yes, let's make sure we have everything. Be prepared for anything, right?
Yeah. Okay. He is full of stuff. So, I think I can just send stuff to the ship, maybe? Is that a thing? Or am I thinking of something else? I'm holding too much junk by like 50 weight. Well, let's just hope we don't have to fight anyone in here. It would be kind of weird.
I just don't understand where these calculations came from.
There's something wrong with the math? I think it's quite straightforward.
That's not what I'm asking. We've had no success extracting even a sample of material from the object. No explanation for the gravitational effects. No motion graph to explain its harmonic frequencies. I can't even establish a melting point.
Judith.
But you've had me building these prototype colliders for months. And now you want me to pump helium-3 into it based on this equation you've written on a goddamn napkin?
I just need you to trust me.
I have been trusting you. We keep slamming our heads against a brick wall, getting nothing. And you keep coming up with something new to try. Like, you know what's going to happen. Where are you getting your information, Victor?
I'm sorry, Judith. Look, not here, okay? Somewhere off base. I'll tell you everything. But I'm not lying, okay? We're going to discover something important here. I promise.
I doubt you need to bring all of that.
Shut up. So is the reveal that scientists discovered Earth was going to become uninhabitable and discovered grav jumping and faster than light travel using the Unity / multiverse to give them the information on how to grav jump in an effort to save humanity. And that's the whole story. Cut his mic. Cheat codes for the simulation. Maybe. Okay. This place is big.
And rooms like this across the globe, scientists figured out how to save our species. These are the heroes.
Hype man. NASA is so cool. Science is so cool, dude. Explorers are cool. I'm not a hero, I'm just some video game guy. Those are the real heroes out there doing research and exploring. I hate science! The aliens were just us all along.
The final days of humanity on Earth must have been a special sort of hell for hopeful scientists.
Hopeful scientists who were gonna get us out of this mess. Can we make, anything cool? Oh, this is just research. Never mind. I just don't... The crafting tables don't interest me even a little bit. Not yet. Maybe New Game Plus. Copium. Maybe New Game Plus. Alright, where do I need to go? Somewhere over here. I'm exploring. You're interested in New Game Plus? Hell yeah, I am. Get me into that New Game Plus. I'm ready. We got 3 single-prong picks. Okay, that one can only go on the bottom rung. This one can only go on the mid. Right there, in fact. Okay, so why don't we do... this... into that... into that... This one's easy. Show me my prize. A power circuit. A magnet. Another magnet. All these crafting materials. Another heavy spacesuit that I can't carry, which is gray. And another crafting material. All right. Much appreciated. Power required. Barrett. They're gonna make me follow the power into the next room? Oh my god. And then turn it on? Jesus. Nobody's gonna be able to make it through that. What were they thinking? People are gonna be stuck here and have to go look up the game facts and the IGN guides to figure out how to get through this door. They should not be putting such advanced puzzles inside of their space simulation open world game. I just want to not think and turn off my brain and let the story happen to me and just pew pew bad guys. And listen to the guards go pew pew. Let's open this too. Digipicks are actually harder than anything else, probably, in the game. Okay, that's not gonna work. This one works, and then there isn't... Oh, I need a 3-prong. Maybe this one? Yeah.
Let's find out why this was locked.
Finally, I got 15 picks. I can level up lockpicking and open the master locks, I think, are the next ones. Why was this locked? There were like 4 common crafting components. Is that it? Okay. Dude, the main story looting is really bad. Like, our honest-to-God best loot has just been the NASA Mercury spacesuit, and it's just sitting there on a platter for you. The entire game. And it replaced the one legendary that I have found. Immediately. Whoever made duct tape not a crafting item in this game is a criminal. That's funny. Microsoft Store ratings are lower than Steam, probably because people can just review after Game Pass. Like, they can't review until after Game Pass. By the way, if we need an emergency power cell, it's right there. I'm not going to be baited, though, because so far all of the power has been right where we need it. And also, this lock was holding 4 crafting items, and that's it. Okay. Wait, a maintenance key. There's a key. So I unlocked this door so I could unlock another door, which might have better treasure. Maybe. We will see. How's E-Dog Sky going? What's up, Sim? We are getting ready to wrap up the main story today, and it is going. You know, it's going. It has been an adventure. Power required? They hit me with the puzzle again. This time there were only 4 possible power bricks to pick up.
Take a moment to go through your things and lighten the load.
Don't say it again. I will be as greedy as I want to be and loot as many things as I want. Either way, how you doing, Sim? Do you have any interest in Starfield that I am possibly going to ruin by your presence here? He hates Barrett. I don't hate Barrett. I just prefer when he wears his casual clothes. Snow globes are this game's collectibles. You mean the one that says NASA in it? That's a collectible? But it didn't do anything when I picked it up. Like, it didn't say anything? I think it says how many you pick up in the stats screen. Meh. Everybody knows if you really want to get all of the collectibles in an open world game, you actually will look up a guide. Like, I thought I was going to be a super explorer in Diablo 4 and find all the altars of Lilith. No, I looked up a guide. Pigeons in GTA? Guide. Snow globes? Guide. Sup chat, was watching all the clipped moments from the game And you have to admit, it made for some great stream moments. It did, yeah. This, by comparison today so far, has...
Guess we made a bad impression.
There's just a bunch of robots in here.
Engaging a hostile target.
Okay. Is there another way in? Or is this the only way linearly? Oh, level 36! I am, okay, I don't know when I last saved. Level 36? Two things. Let us consume alien broth. We have 3 genetic materials. It's only 30 seconds of damage resist, but I didn't mean to eat that. Alien stew is 100 damage resist for 12 minutes? Yeah, sure. Take all the things I've just been hoarding. Just have a feast of veritable Canuck bacon and health here. This will actually lighten up the load as well. Just blocks of cheese that actually look like butter for some reason. Our health pool is so high that these each heal a comically small amount of health. The meter is right below me. That was 100% a butter model that they repurposed into cheese. Okay, grapes, 2 health, sure. Heal gel. That's burns. Heal paste is burns. This is plus 20%. Yeah. Hard is what I normally do. Health and damage resist. Five health. We've had these forever. Medpack, restore 5% health per second for 9 seconds. Yep, that's the typical. Raw, 3 raw onions just going in, a plum. Lentils. Raw lentils? That can't be good. Full loaves of bread. Seaweed, salmon fillets. Apple bites. Like I said, not very much health there, but okay, these are 10 health apiece. Turkey meat, veal. I'm still not even at full health. Trauma packs are 8% health per second for 4 seconds. Let's do that. You're doing this during combat? Yeah. And I'm gonna save too.
Hostiles in range.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Makes you wonder what humanity would be like if we could all do that.
Unable.
Seems clear.
Repair not possible.
Alright, let's reload everything. Guns need to be topped off. If these are the end-game fights, we may not finish today. You just watch. Okay? I will simply heal my way through. Let's save again. All right, I'm going in.
Oh yeah? Clear my schedule.
They'll never take me alive. Power is on. Switch engaged, and I'm through. I don't actually have a problem with pausing combat to eat food. It's a staple. Yeah, I agree. I just think that the, like, 3 to 5 HP food heals is just funny where you're eating. You have to eat, like, 100 weight worth of food to do 1 full heal. Which I'm sure is what they intend for you to do cooking for. To try to, like... But a lot of this is pre-cooked food. So it doesn't actually make a lot of sense that way. You think Barrett will catch up to me? I'm sure that I missed some loot there, but stopping to fight all those robots was gonna be probably not a healthy experience for us, I would guess. Now, I did save, so I can at least go peek back in. And I might be able to find, like, a computer that turns off the turrets. These guys are actually low level. The turrets are very low.
I love this one. Over already?
Because there's this giant-ass robot in the middle. That'd be pretty sweet if we could hack. I didn't notice that. He's basically
Well, look at
Vasco.
that.
Oh.
Vasco definitely takes after this side of the family.
Vasco is made by NASA. I got a rare pistol. A legendary pistol. But it only does 40 damage, which this level is not enough. And we have way too many things in our inventory. And also, I was hoping that I could activate it on the computer, but I don't think I can. You can unlock this. I bet combat pauses while you're doing it, so you can just lockpick in peace while you're getting shot and just take the door through that way. If I had to guess. Okay, what were the guns I just got? They're just all... Okay, well, I guess it's 1911's all the way down, huh? Berserker does more damage the less armor one has. Staggering, small chance to stagger, small chance to demoralize, more damage against robots. NASA's pistol of choice. America. That's America. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How are you already here, dude? I still think that this pistol is really good. It's only 16 power, but it just says, like, why would I want a 7-round pistol when I can have a 22-round magazine that also sets people on fire and is very accurate? Just modify the 1911 forehead. Am I going backwards on accident? Yeah. Chat. I'm dying. My personal, like, my space magic's actually, the button's not working. There it is.
That ought to do it.
It was very delayed. Eclipse. That is an eclipse moment. Did I just hear an alien? Okay, we already looted in here. Going down the Metal Gear Solid elevator.
Imagine if they hadn't been able to convince people to invest this much. I wonder if humanity would still be here.
What are you trying to say, Barrett? Did NASA tell you to say that? NASA funding propaganda? Invest in NASA now. What? Are you guys getting subliminal messages? This is legit insane. I mean, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Security procedures. Check all badges before allowing access. Yes, even the generals. I don't care how angry they get. These are direct orders from the secretary. Absolutely no phones or recording devices. All written materials, clipboards, notebooks are to be checked on exit from the labs. Confiscate anything with confidential information. Error. Archives damaged. April 14th, 2138.
Project Log. Dr. Victor Isa. We turned on the prototype today. The gravitational field around it began to fold as we long suspected. Complete reversal of gravitational pull was observed on dozens of loose objects around the lab. I'm setting up a meeting with the directors to propose a larger test. The prototype proves we don't need the original anymore, but further work is going to have to take place in space. Somewhere with abundant helium-3 and with a civilian partner. Someone with access to large-scale manufacturing resources and computational equipment. Engineering gravitational folds pulling the far side of the solar system closer to us, it's all going to be possible.
By the way, is it interesting that they have a display in the museum that is talking about how scientists first regarded the Earth as going to become uninhabitable in 2150? And there is a log on the computer from 2138. So one of two things has happened. Either this one note has been on this computer for 12 plus years as one of the only notes that is accessible on the computer. Or the devs got the dates mixed up when they were doing the museum section. December 8th, 2141.
Project Log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I watched the gravjet tests from the moon today. It was the first time we were able to talk to the team at Nova Galactic directly. So many things were under wraps before, but now everyone wants all the publicity they can get. I'm already seeing proposals for manufacturing androids of drives, expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond. It's also overwhelming and worrying. It could take years, decades, before we know what all the side effects of operating a grav drive can be. But no one wants to hear that right now. Like a bunch of pioneers racing towards the edges of the frontier without knowing about the grizzly bears in the mountains.
Are grizzly bears a leading reason to not explore mountains? So, space exploration is bad. But it's also good, but it's bad. What is the objective now? Find information about grav side effects. It's unfortunate that they buried the information about the side effects deeper into the facility. Space bears are a tool. You're a tool.
The artifact isn't far now. But look at all this stuff. Simply astounding.
So cool, Barrett. It is so cool. I am in literal awe. Chat, why is some of this... Is it because of the artifact? Hang on. Here's a question for the developers. If I was to say, drop something right here, and then I was to say, walk into the next room, which for some reason has no gravity, does everything in the room that does have gravity randomly start floating when I cross the threshold of this door? I had a hunch. Where did Barrett go? Barrett, did you fall down the damn elevator? Where is he? This is what happens when you throw the periodic table out the window. Gravity only exists as long as we look at it. Where did the pack go? It's a... Oh, he like went down here. Okay, where... Dude, this is when having a map would actually be so useful. There are 3 different places we can go. Also, the pack's up here.
You seem overwhelmed with things here. Let's take a moment to sort it out.
I am whelmed. I'm so whelmed. This one doesn't even fit anywhere. Okay, gonna have to use a solo. 3-piece doesn't fit. This one does. Okay, yeah, there's enough pieces to go around. There's actually like 4 different directions to go here. More! I need more lockpicks! Lockpicks inside my lockpicks. Tin shotgun shells, an antique videotape, a modified old Earth shotgun. Okay, on the one hand, it's nice to finally have found a not 2-round shotgun. On the other, I can't help but feel saddened that the best guns and equipment in my sci-fi Starfield video game are just reskinned Fallout 4 guns instead of cool sci-fi weapons. They're just regular ass guns. Yeah. But I leveled up. It's time for increased security and picking. Because this is 88 with flechette rounds. It's like anti-personnel. This little explosive gun is awful, so we're just going to replace that. Yeah, how does shooting the gun work in space? Okay. That's where we're supposed to go. That's probably the shortest cut. Are there multiple ways to that? It appears to be, yeah. There's like 4 ways to get here. Hi. How did you get here? And then there's like a door down here. Unlocked with NASA maintenance key. Okay, yeah, this is a little tunnel from up above, but it goes down here. And then there's another sealed door. I think they all roads lead to the same place. Unlocked also with NASA maintenance key. There's a dead guy. NASA maintenance key again, credits, Heart Plus, and a lab uniform. Sorry, dead NASA guy. 1 dead human here. Why do the doors fall over when you're in 0G? Shh. You're asking too many questions. They're really heavy. They are like super heavy, dude. I feel like I am actually getting better at solving these. Okay, what do we got? Dude, at this point, I feel like if you have... Oh, they just keep giving me the same deep recon default stuff. I feel like if you have personal atmosphere, you can get away with... There's another deep recon spacesuit. It's like all the same loot in here. Did I skip content, or is it just in here? All right, yeah, we found 4 different paths to the same room, so let's go ahead and figure out what's in there now. Some kind of suspicious machine, obviously. This is actually the first 0G mission area in the whole main campaign. There may have been one other section where we were briefly in 0G. For like a minute. Okay, so we need to be in there. What is this? Oh, there's an artifact in there. Okay, that is the artifact. Understandable. Okay. I think I have a good grasp on everything around. There's blood on the table. So I'm pretty sure I already found the right way to go. I just kind of ignored it. Why is there no gravity here? Oh, because I'm back in this middle room. But if you go over here, then it works, I guess. And we're here. Oh my god, more? Just put a lock on damn near everything. I like to try to find the ones with the most prongs. And then find a spot for them first. And then just assume everything else will fall into place magically.
That was fast.
Thanks, bro. He recognizes skill. That's why I keep you around, hype man. A sentimental wafer. Oh my god. Okay, I'm actually getting tired of this. it's just an overabundance. Quantity over, well, never, you know what? I don't, if I finish that thought, you may not be able to tell if I'm talking about the amount of locks or the game as a whole. Okay, we need a wide one. Oh, there isn't a wide one. Did I actually goof? Yeah, I goofed. I actually goofed. Slight bit more challenge. There we go. All right, what did I do that? I mean, I understand why you're giving them to me, but also it's... I'm just gonna have only old Earth guns in my sci-fi video game. Deals double damage to targets with full health. That's like 1 bullet of double damage, I guess. And then 15 physical. 15 physical per shot with a 30-round mag. Isn't the worst. The problem is ammo. It's probably better than the physical quarter. Yeah, I've only got like 2 magazines of this. Also, I love that NASA has got like in a safe, a Mossberg shotty and an AK. And then a whole bunch of 1911s. They just, I guess everybody took all the ARs and all like the M16s and all the Glocks. Okay, anyway, yeah, NASA's packing heat, dude. Alright, let's do the thing that we're supposed to do. I do actually need these guns because the robot we ran into was like level 30 something, so. Big red button. Aw. Ships owe the line cereal. What is that? A book? No, it's cereal. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was a book. Why does he have cereal in his pockets? Don't worry about it. Please be careful whenever running power through the prototype. Secure all loose objects and have researchers empty pockets and remove jewelry, watches, etc. Reminder that the core of the drive contains a specimen that is irreplaceable and all data is under the strictest clearance. Exercise all caution with all research materials and ensure information does not leave this lab. Error. Archives damaged. This is from 2149 and 2160. So that means those files we found were actually on the drive for 22 years on the same hard drive.
I never actually got to visit your labs back when we were working on the grav drive projects.
Seems like ancient history now. Only thing we're doing these days is launching weather satellites.
Guess this is as good a retirement as any. Now, Project Demeter.
Demeter.
You want our help manufacturing scanners to better track these new meteorological patterns we're seeing.
Our guess is that the poles might be naturally shifting, causing some gravitational fluctuations that are throwing off our old models.
Why do you need the scanning tolerances to be so small? What are you trying to find?
I just want to be sure. It's not like we're doing much these days anyway. The glory days are over. Why not give ourselves a challenge before they write us off in the history books?
Oh, I gotta read this one myself? Okay. To Judith Tatienne, Victor Isa, Lansu. As requested, the astrophysics research team has done a full analysis of the data you provided. The measurements of the Earth's magnetosphere show clear sign of fluctuation, often in correlation to the periods of frequent and large gravity wave spikes emanating from the moon. These gravity waves seem to be affecting the magnetic shield provided by the Earth's inner core, and may be affecting the core itself given the proximity to the source. The data indicates the change rate is increasing exponentially. As our magnetosphere falters, its ability to protect us from the sun's solar wind falters. Beyond the devastating effects of solar radiation, this will lead to something more dire, the sputtering or stripping away of our atmosphere. This has happened before to Mars, a planet studied since the earliest days of space, to see into Earth's possible future. We are afraid this future may be closer than we ever thought imaginable. Some may view this data as normal. There have been historical fluctuations and polarity changes of Earth's core, but this is orders of magnitude greater. We see echoes of previous generations, debates over global warming, and we want the science here to be clear. Like waves in the ocean, these gravity waves rise and eventually crash into shore. The Earth, with devastating consequences. Devastating solar radiation, yet all of our electronics are perfectly fine after 200 years. Dude, don't tell them what solar radiation actually does. But yes, only some things are affected by zero gravity here. Like the stuff on the floor is just stuck on the floor, yeah.
I know what I'm seeing, Victor. The data coming back from the satellites is very clear. It's the grav drives.
All those jumps from the moon. At this rate, Earth's atmosphere is going to start sputtering out into space.
Can the drives be fixed?
I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem, under the guise of an emergency update to the fueling pumps.
We're talking about the end of Earth, and you're trying to be subtle about it.
Judith, the last thing we need is people losing faith in grav drive technology. That might be our only option.
To what? Are you seriously saying we should abandon Earth?
The timeline is under 50 years. A blink of an eye for a planet, but more than enough time for a human exodus.
And what do we tell people?
We say it's an act of God, one that science has found a solution for. Time for humanity to take its place in the stars.
You knew, didn't you? You lied to me. All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you know
there's
we
more.
were going to kill off our planet?
You haven't seen the future I've seen. There's an infinite expanse of promise out there. A meteor could hit Earth, a plague, another world war. Colonizing other galaxies secures humanity's future for all coming generations, across all time.
At the expense of our home.
Stop it, both of you. All that matters is building enough ships to get everyone off this planet. And we need to start now.
I'll draft up a statement. We'll need to address the entire international community. I'm sorry, Judith.
There isn't a planet in this universe that will be far enough away from you, Victor. We are never speaking again after this is over.
NASA didn't get to vet this part of the script. So what caused the original Earth dying scenario is it's the grav drives that actually killed Earth. Apparently, yes. Apparently, the grav drives that they were testing to and from the moon killed Earth's atmosphere. In a span of 10 to 20 years, I guess. Like, it's not very long. They did the test like 10 to 20 years ago. The question is, why haven't the grav drives done anything similar to any of the other settled worlds that they now live on? They patched it, they fixed the problem. This part, like, I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem under the guise of an emergency update. Oh, so they, like kind of hand-waved that part? Like, it was bad, but now it's not bad. Modders fixed it. Okay.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa, and if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth. I was young when I first headed the retrieval team of an odd gravitational anomaly on Mars, but I kept what really happened that day hidden from everyone except one other person. Even she didn't believe me at first, but I have no reason to lie to anyone now, so I hope you'll accept this confession, whoever you are. When I touched the anomaly, I experienced 12 days of lost time. I met myself. He told me everything that has since come true. The grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, Earth's atmosphere sputtering away because of what we had done. But he also told me about a city thriving on a planet orbiting a distant star. Human culture, art, music, lifestyles evolving and shining brightly across all of space. What price would I be willing to pay for that future? Maybe you don't believe me. Maybe Judith was right and I'm just a coward who wants to believe his mistakes were justified. But everyone has forgotten about the real origins of the grav drive, this artifact from Mars. I hope you make better use of it than I did.
My question is, was it worth giving up all of Earth for future Las Vegas, future Montana / Texas 1800s, and New Atlantis concrete fortress? Yeah, screw Earth. Oh, okay, never mind. Take it back. Yes, this club is amazing. That, like, I like to imagine that Dr. Victor Isa saw a vision of people dancing in that club, and that's what he was willing to kill Earth in order to achieve. And it was all because of his secret fetish for the outfits that all the dancers were wearing in the club. He would do anything to see that future come true. And now I get to experience it almost every day with my partner. My friend Barrett, who's still not over the death of his ex-husband. Well, I don't know if I guess deceased spouse is an ex.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa, and if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth.
So it wasn't just a fluke?
I was young when I first headed the retrieval.
I didn't mean to activate this again. Barrett, hang on.
But I kept what really happened that day hidden from everyone except
I can't hear you yet, Barrett.
Even she didn't believe me at first.
Let's get out there and do something new today, shall we? Please, go on.
Did I cancel it? Yeah. Okay, we canceled it. Why is this body not floating? Just realize, does your ship have a bathroom? Don't worry about it. So the reason why there's no gravity is because the gravity waves from this grav drive or something. So we turned it off, and now we can go get the thing. I just need to figure out how to get back outside. I think they definitely could have used the door right there. All right, we need to go like here. Oh, I forgot that we don't have anti-grav hallways anymore. I almost died, but I remember my jump booster at the end. Here it comes. Artifact PSI. I'm quick saving before this does something.
Constellation, we've arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you found.
And it looks like other Starborn got here before us. So, you might have company.
Barrett? Barrett? Barrett, you can't abandon me in my hour of need. Where, dude, level 30. Hold on, I'm not ready for this, chat. Okay, we're gonna have to fight our way out of here. I gotta take a pee break. All right, I gotta take the dog outside, get a snack before I pick this up and start the escape portion. So, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and change all the lighting and stuff. The thing is, if this had been the whole plot and the guy who killed the Earth so that humanity could have FTL had been an actual character, this might have been good, but it's one audio log and one level. Yeah, I agree with that. I actually think that the writing in the audio logs for that was different than the rest of the writing in the game. It was actually, like, better written. It feels like someone else wrote the audio for the whole little NASA storyline than who did the rest. But I could be wrong. It was definitely higher quality, but it unfortunately was just an audio log. Lore dump. Story dump. All right, I'll be back in just a minute, chat. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out tonight. We are hurtling towards a conclusion of something. We just need to find out what it is. I'll be back in a few. What up? Yo. Night mode time. All right, game time. I had a cookie. It was a good cookie. Are you guys ready to test out our new top-of-the-line sci-fi guns?
Constellation, we've arrived at all that stuff. We need to discuss what you found.
And it looks like other Starborn got here before us. So, you might have company.
So we have to go up and out? Oh, my footsteps came back from yesterday. So we just go back out the way we came, which I say that like it's gonna be easy. I don't remember which way we came. Oh dear lord. Tanky lad. Naruto ninja villain guy. Come on, Barrett. So scary. He's so he's so spooky. Oh, he almost got me.
Sure. I got some time to kill.
Barrett, can you help me out, bro? Barrett, please, bro. How are you? Is he healing?
My favorite part. Fine, let's go. Ha! This never gets old.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so maybe it's just run past them. All right, I didn't do a great job of running past them. You're so invisible, I can barely see you. But he's healing so damn fast.
Just another test to overcome.
The loot, though, can't take it with you. Doesn't do much for me, does it? Power required? Do we not have power? Okay, gamers.
Strain my patience. Send them back to the stars.
I got power.
Witness the beauty of nothing. Dust.
Shit. All right, I'm going. How the hell do you get out of here? I got no CO2. How did the Starborn get knocked down? Do we have stuff that helps with O2 reduction? This is move speed. I have 9 amps? Okay. Take one of those inhalers. I mean, that's O2, but it does other things as well. This is kind of O2. Plus 30 O2 for 3 minutes? But that's like a one use only. Increasing your carry capacity? Yeah, that's hard to do. We're at 374 over 210 is the biggest issue there. Okay, Barrett's here. I don't know where the losers are. Chat, did we even go in this room? Okay, I can leave because I have enough mana. This door's closed. Okay. Does that dude have a minigun? What? I gotta have that. Okay, we're just gonna burn every single weapon we have on this nerd, okay? How do you tell if you've already used a boost? We have heart for 9 more seconds, that's it.
Oh, God.
He's All right, yeah, we're not gonna get through that, okay? I don't think we even did 1 damage to him, so. Pretend that that's not a thing. Oh, how did I get through here before? I got one. Oh, you gain quantum essence from them? Did we not loot this? Whatever, I don't care. Alright, which way do you go? How do we get out of here? It's up and that way.
And where will you appear?
Huh. Never a dull moment here.
What just exploded, though? Okay, it's basically right above us. But we have to... keep going. Get some personal atmosphere. Watch out for the little humps. Dude, this is like a ridiculous amount of backtracking. Why does Starborn disintegrate? Great question. Don't worry about it. Whee! I kind of left Barrett behind. Hopefully he can find his way back to us. Goodbye, NASA building, and also Stinky Earth. Personal atmosphere is actually the MVP of the entire game. Wait, that's not my ship. That's also not my ship. Oh. I see. I wasn't supposed to find my ship. By the way, chat.
You understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel. at the cost of Earth.
An easy trade, honestly. Why have one world when you can have all the settled systems?
If you missed the first hour of stream, the Starborn are the friends we made along the way. The Hunter, in our game, I don't know if it's the same for everyone, but in our game, he is the priest Aquilus, who we met in a single main story quest. And the devs were afraid we wouldn't remember who it was, so they wrote, "You are Aquilus, aren't you? I recognize you," in the first line of dialogue. And also, the other dude is Samco from the multiverse. Sacrificing Earth wasn't worth having grav drives. We lost our home. I agree. Humanity's destiny was the stars anyway. I still don't quite understand what I found. Can you explain?
Every grav drive in the settled systems was built on technology that came from an artifact that was discovered on Mars. But these early drives shook the gravity field surrounding Earth. Eventually, the atmosphere started to slowly sputter away into space.
You said sputter 3 times now.
The artifact
from
gave
3 different
scientists a greater
groups.
understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead.
The settled systems wouldn't exist without the artifacts, in other words. We owe what happened here in NASA a great debt.
Sacrificing Earth wasn't worth having grav drives. We lost our home. I agree. Humanity's destiny was the stars, anyway. I mean, in this situation, why would you pick number 1? Ever. Like, fossil fuels were running out, global warming was happening, rampant population projections was going to render resources of Earth stretched on an exponential curve. Earth can't have been that important if no one ever bothered returning to find these NASA ruins. Because for some reason, someone who has literally never been to Earth in their entire life loves Earth. Yeah, this is very, like, meta. Like, it's impossible to roleplay this decision because your character can't possibly have any attachment to a planet they've literally never been to. Haven't you never even met anyone who lived on Earth? Yeah. It sounds like Earth was turning south long before people discovered FTL. I would have ceased to have ever existed without grav drives, but it was my home. I agree. Humanity's destiny was the stars anyway.
Listen, humanity would have gone to the
hated that.
stars eventually. We didn't have to lose everything to be convinced to go to the stars.
Don't you see? The power of the artifact forced humanity to the stars. They didn't get to make a choice. How many would have chosen Earth? What gave Victor Isa the right to choose for them?
You see the hypocrisy in what the emissary is saying,
Is Victor
right?
not a human?
They don't want to rob people of their free will, but then they steal the artifacts for themselves.
In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That is why we watch over them. The only thing you're watching out for is yourself.
Okay, my question is, if you're saying leave the choice to humanity, and humanity is the one who forces your words to go to the stars, did they not choose by extension of their actions? Or are you suggesting that every single one of billions of people had to individually make a vote, and we would take that vote. 51% majority would decide for humanity, whether we go to the stars or not. When, by the way, can we just tackle the elephant in the room right now? That why didn't the dude who came back in time to give himself the information on how to make grav drives just give him the patched one with the small software update that they stealth patched into the grav drives to stop them from doing that? And then they could have both Earth and space. Right? Isn't it just that simple? Because it was a canon event. Because he believed that the destruction of Earth was necessary to push humanity to space. Without it, there would be no drive to do so. If humanity literally has faster than light grav drives as accessible as they are in this universe, there is no timeline in which humanity does not expand into the stars on their own over time. That's like saying we just didn't want to wait an extra 100 years. You know? Because having Earth means people had a choice rather than be forced to explore the stars. Because that would make this story not epic, streamer. Okay, great. Oh, what up? How's it going, dudes? Welcome, Raiders. By the way, this is a interesting time to walk into this. Walking into some major spoilers. If you give a shit about Starfield. This is like final 10% of the game. Just FYI. Well, what's up, dudes? For the record, I think the story is dog shit, but I'm just going to give you the warning anyways, because I am that kind of guy. I have no clue what Starfield is. Loving it, though. What's up, Lex? Sad Bean? Bunkelmark? Fronald? How did you get here, Fronald? I see you. Eat Ups raid. The one and only. Hey, what's up, Raiders? Thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate you. We're discussing the plot holes in Starfield. Of which there are many. We could have a few hours long conversation on all this stuff. What were you guys playing? Hopefully something different, but let's find out. Bro. It doesn't say. Either way. We're playing GeoGuessr? Yeah, normally it says it at the top. GeoGuessr's one of the all-time greats, though. Goated. CityGuessr, also a lot of fun. Either way. Thanks, iDubbbz, for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. I was reading Italicus is not on my bingo card. Mine either, for that matter. All right, now we've given the warning for the spoiler streamers who want to get out of here before we literally see the credits of the game here in a minute, because this is like the I'm making final decision in the game almost. Either way. Try to play GeoGuessr on Starfield Earth. Yeah, we found out today that Starfield is basically sponsored by NASA. And there's like a huge cross promotion. There's like a literal NASA museum in the game that we just walked through. Decision in air quotes. Yeah, the decision is whether Earth should die so that humanity in space should live. NASA is also evil, apparently, yeah. I didn't expect that twist. NASA higher-ups were in charge of killing Earth so that humanity could go explore space. Is the final line item on that storyline plot. Started playing Starfield, but it's almost unplayable for me, so I'm back. All right, anyway. Fuck this guy. You're both wrong. It's time someone other than a Starborn made a decision. Yes, I'm talking about myself.
Yes, perfect. All of that in a recursive loop forever. Thank you very much.
Don't be a fool. The emissary and I may have our differences, but you do not want to give us a common enemy.
For once, he is right. Don't do this. We can collect the final pieces together.
I'm siding with the emissary. An alliance with the hunter seems like the winning strategy. I'm tired of both of you. I'll get to the Unity on my own. Dude, I don't know. Kinda don't care anymore. I missed it. Why does the emissary have the Jensen VA? Because the people with masks are the friends we made along the way. This is a multiverse time loop story, and the masked people are your companions from different timelines. Well, okay, one of the guys is just some random-ass priest that you meet once, but the other dude is literally Sam Coe from a different multiverse. Pick 3. I'm tired of both of you. I'll get to the Unity on my own.
Good choice. Of course, you realize they'll team up against us, but at least we're in charge of the path before us.
Well, look at that. The emissary just became my new best friend.
Chad, we shouldn't have picked that one.
You've made your choice. When you're ready, the hunter and I will be at the buried temple. That's where we'll settle things.
Meaning, we'll kill you. But hey, at least we'll wait. The final round doesn't start until there's only one artifact left to gather. And if I'm not mistaken, Constellation has 1 or 2 to go.
Oh, we can't possibly carry anything else. What can we get rid of?
Okay. Why do they have the same ship? We could, like, kill you right now, but plot. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. I'm very confused. All right, I guess I should have probably picked one of them. It clipped? What clipped? Did I miss something? Where's my ship? 600 meters that way. Why does it even matter this one Earth in all the multiverse was lost? The more you try and think about multiverse shenanigans, the less sense it makes. So don't worry about it. It's never... You know what? We can fast travel, can't we? You're carrying two... Oh, encumbrance stops you from fast traveling? Okay. I'll just run. Too thick to fast travel. Don't worry, I got my spaceborne powers. Oh. Billions of people still got left behind on dying Earth, though it doesn't seem to get mentioned much. Is that like in Diablo 3, where most of the world's population is dying to mouth ale, but they don't mention it as long as you're in the main city? Etao, how are you liking the game? we'll see the credits tonight. Anyway, chat, how are you guys doing today? You know, how you feeling? Doing great. Oh, nice. How's the weather? What time is it where you guys are? It must be getting pretty late out there in the East Coast, you know? Can you actually pass out and die? Enjoying these streams for comedy and game dev analysis. Yeah, that's what it is. Game dev analysis. We'll call it that, to be generous. Let me scroll up. Lex Dusler has a kitty cuddling up to me, and I just want to see if I can roll up without bothering him to hit ultimate relax mode. I don't know if Starfield is the ultimate relax game. It's certainly no GeoGuessr. There's a lot more random shit clipping through walls. And also, I have been doing a lot of running past enemies because my main story campaign bad guys are like level 30 to 40, and I'm level 20. So I have been having to sneak on by. Okay. So we just gotta drop off enough stuff. We got the we're wearing the like Mercury spacesuit from NASA is the best gear I found in the entire game, and it's gray, not rare, not epic, not legendary, just default gray. I have nowhere to sell any of this stuff either. Like, wear cool military system defense assault spacesuit? No. Regular Mercury spacesuit has more armor. Chat, my ship container is at max capacity. Listen here, Samco we have at home.
Need something?
I need you to hold things for me.
Always happy to help out.
It begins. Oh, he's already carrying stuff. Uh-oh. I forgot that we had a VSS. That we gave. Oh, man, we never cleaned out the stuff that we already had and gave him. Thanks for the sub, by the way, Lex. Appreciate you. Welcome to stream. Welcome also other raiders. Thanks for joining us. Those of you that stuck around past the spoiler warning. You'll get to see some things that will make you question modern game design. Okay, yeah, he's full. Where are my other companions?
Thanks for the chat.
I'm all ears.
That's not all you are, Barrett. You are standing seductively against that mod wall in the background. Damn, the stream tag said there were no spoilers. Go sell stuff. The vendors only have like 3,000 to 5,000 credits each, it seems like. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. It's actually easier if we stop by my dream house for a minute. Or just go get some other companions from the lodge, I guess. But first I have to remember where those are. Wasn't it in Narian? Did I just make that up? think I just made that up. If you lose your house, how do you find it again? I know it was somewhere over here. I feel like I'll recognize it when I see it. I could have sworn it was like around Narian. Was it Arene or Voli? It was Olympus. I am not even close then. Okay. Second question. Where is Olympus? Oh, there it is. How do you, like, go over one? It won't click on Olympus. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we can, like, land here. Doesn't Arene have the Paradise World? I don't know. I'm all turned around at this point. This is my special place. My dream house that I probably owe money on. Also, my locked house, I need to pay 500 credits. Will give you 1 week of access. That's like extremely cheap. I thought that mortgage thing was going to be more severe than it is. This is all my contraband. You got black market antiques, heretic writings, sentient AI, a trans-dimensional suitcase, and apparently things are sinking through the floor. I was told that Starfield only gets 30 frames per second on console so that 10,000 potatoes can be tracked with geolocational statistical accuracy throughout the game. But I see that was a lie. Because that is not where I left them. Alright, we're just here to, like, drop heavy things on the ground and come back for them later. Quote unquote. And of course, when I say later, I mean definitely gonna do something with them. And not forget about them. Cool utility jacket. Nice leatherware. Lab coat. I like the poncho. NASA scientist. I still got the lucky boots. I forgot about that.
You meant to drop that? Seems unwise.
Don't go kicking my shit, Barrett. Get out of there. Come on. Leave it all where you found it. That is an antique space helmet. Okay, now we can go. I can actually run and sprint normally without losing additional O2 for no reason. You're doing the circle of knives like the Joker. It's funny you say that because I feel like playing Starfield might be some people's Joker moment.
Hey, you might want this.
How's it going?
Camden lives in a society. Okay, I think we're going back to the lodge. Yeah. We could go to some more temples and get more power. What do you think, chat? Is it temple power time? You want to go get some more dragon shouts? Please, no. You, like, come on, just one. Just one, dude. They don't do anything, though. What do you mean they don't do anything? I'm using the atmosphere one to stay alive. Location discovered. I found it. I mean, I assume it's just... straight this way. I don't like the floating minigame. Why not? You get to do it like 20 times. You have to love it. Are there magic fireballs? Not yet. Maybe if we just keep trying to find more powers. Okay. We went from fighting dragons and Draugr to floating through glitter. There's nothing wrong with glitter. You just gotta make it, you know, at least a different shade, a different color of glitter in each of the temples. Okay, yeah, this is what we want. I don't think that that like huffing and puffing noise is what Camden LaGrange sounds like. To be honest. I'm afraid of Elder Scrolls 6 just having so much empty space after this game. As long as there's no spaceship fast travel, you'll be fine. All hope for Elder Scrolls 6 went away. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. Please demonstrate how he would huff and puff. I'm just saying, the dude sounds like the voice of a 20-year-old in the body of like a 60-year-old. He's like, oh, instead of, I'm too old for this shit. Which I am, dude. I'm too old for this, like, fly through the light. But I'm doing it anyways because I want to know what power I'm gonna get. Yeah, is Barrett usually in here with me?
There are many more freezing worlds than Copenhagen.
Barrett, I'm busy, dude. I'm in the middle of something.
These places are kind of creepy. Just being serious.
Bro, okay, two things. Number one, I cannot be having you. Dude, I'm never gonna kill this nerd. They're guarding them now? We actually do need to stop somewhere and buy first aid and all the drugs we can afford. Because I am out of... They can fly now? I mean, I elevated him in the air. Was he flying before? He do be jumping. This 1911's not gonna cut it.
I've done this 1,000 times.
What did Barrett say? I'm dead. Yeet. Let's try this again. Okay, what is the best gun that we have for this situation? I don't know if the shotgun is. The shotgun's not bad, though. More cuts than a Liam Neeson action movie. Yeah, my health went up to 0, and then it goes down to nothing, basically. I can't use my power. I don't have enough mana yet.
Down!
There's also this whole ass awkward movement system.
Adorable! Bring it!
Okay. This is actually not hard. I'm just trying not to take all of my stims. The problem is, when you're in cover, the game tries to assume when you don't want to be in cover. So if you're like near a ledge, I can't, it does it when it wants to. It basically tries to pop you out of cover, like right click, right click, right click. So it gets really disorienting.
My turn! My head!
Those noises.
Okay.
All right, let's finish the job here.
Oh, I'm not.
Cool. Good fight. Are there more? Most of my powers revolve around making someone unable to fight back and then just unloading until they're dead. But I don't know what my new power is. Maybe that's going to change something. Let's see. Personal atmosphere. Graph dash. Fill your foes with a silent calm of the universe, compelling them to abandon their weapons temporarily. I don't think we've even tried that one. We got solar flare. Tap into the power of a sun and release a directed orb of searing hot plasma. Did someone in chat just ask if we can do a fireball? I can indeed. I can only do it twice, though. The tiniest sun in existence. You take what you get. Okay, are we gonna go get more power? I'm going to get one more power.
I miss this ship.
Well, you won't be able to stay in it for long. Please no. What do you mean, please no? It takes like 5-10 minutes. I think this is the part that they envisioned to be the most exciting aspect of the game. You get all these sweet, cool Superpowers. Wow, look. The rings. And some flying guys. Is that Pack Ankylosaurus? And that just that guy like bit the other one? Earth dinosaurs are here? For some reason? Is Gravity Dash actually faster? I don't feel like it's goes very far. How do you know the dinosaurs came from Earth? How is Skyrim so far? You mean the Skyrim we have at home? The hell are those flying things? I don't know, there's some flying guys. But yeah. Yeah. The charge is actually the Mass Effect charge, but worse. The biotic charge? Biotic charge was badass. I love playing biotic shotgun build. That was the best. Barrett, you about to watch me become even more powerful? I do now really regret picking the I will fight against both of you option. I feel like that's gonna be a mistake. Like, we're gonna get our ass kicked. I'm gonna have to eat every single drug and power up and just try, like, and stack 1,000 damage resist and just shoot as fast as possible. Oh, that's unfortunate. If you don't get them fast enough in a row, I think it resets. Sometimes they're right next to each other, though. Like, that one faded away, now it's all the way over there. That one didn't count, I don't think. Bro. We're gonna start over. Try again. It seems like there's like a big delay on finding them too. Like when you go through them, like it doesn't activate. Okay. The music is becoming more discordant.
Ever feel like we're making history right here? Right now?
I love that Bethesda made the primary enemy faction in the game have the hand wave's power to be able to be spawned in next to you so that they could justify scenarios like that, where you just walk outside, 5 feet away, dude materializes out of thin air and does his retrieve gun animation because he actually just spawned in. one, like, within arm's reach. Elemental pool. Elements, the true treasure of planet and moon, are drawn to your being. Let's try Creator's Piece. Did that work?
There's more where that came from. The artifact.
Well, I was trying to power it to see if he would drop his weapons.
I've seen more of this galaxy than most folks. That will always be impressive.
Starborn, ladies and gentlemen. So scary. Last enemies in the game. Okay. those are the dragons. We don't fight dragons, we fight that guy. So what you're saying is more powers, chat? No, you didn't say that? Okay, yeah, the powers all kind of like suck. I don't know what this one does though. Elemental pool. Aluminum added, tantalum added, iron added. Didn't do anything that time. Tantalum added, aluminum added. Is it just like area miner for free? But you have to have mana? Okay. Yeah, it just finds resources. Okay. Let's go home. Back to the lodge. I just realized there aren't any big things to fight like giants, dragons, super mutants.
I have something for you.
Do you? Is it you? No? Okay.
Oh, pardon me. Was that your stomach or mine?
What do you have for me, Barrett?
Yes, right. Here, check this out.
Crispy alien nuggets added. Thank you. I'll eat that now. Free nuggies. Chat, while we're here, before we start anything, we need to go and find a shop. And not just to sell stuff. Because nothing that we have really matters. I just need medical. Oh.
Jetpacks are the more traditional solution.
I'm not feeling that bad.
How do you buy stuff?
We're seeing the doctor. That's it.
Maybe some other time. I have that report that's
I talked to your
The majority of citizens here in New Atlantis count on Reliant Medical. I believe our reputation speaks for itself.
Well, judging by the looks of you, you're in need of some medical attention. We can certainly help.
I need help, Doc.
All right, what can I do for you? Well, you certainly do need a doctor, don't you?
400. Okay, fine. Just heal me.
Let's get these wounds closed up and get you on the road to recovery. Good as new.
Okay, I'm gonna buy some stuff.
Well, you've certainly come to the right place.
I want to buy every damage resist thing that you have. Battle stems, O2 recoveries, damage resistance for 3 minutes, melee damage, heal gel, drugs. I'm gonna clean you out. Cure all addictions, just in case. All the med packs. Plus 20 O2. Every single trauma pack that you have. In zipper bandages.
May you remain in good health.
I wish he had more. But that'll do. It really encapsulates Bethesda world building. You buy medical supplies from a literal doctor.
The procedure is low risk, but
New Atlantis still has no footsteps. Huh. Interesting. It has the panting noise. Where is the lodge? Is this the only doctor in the city? No, I think there's more than one. Could be wrong. I swear I've seen more than one building, though. Buying drugs directly from the doctor makes sense in Fallout because of the apocalypse, but the copy-pasted everything over and doesn't make sense. In the yeah, in the future we
Place is a delightful relic tangled up with hope, grit, and science.
Science, exploration, NASA. You're saying all the things I like to hear, Barrett. Yeah, pharmacists are gone in the future. All right, it's time to see what comes next. And before we do that, Shadowlight, thanks for 58 months, dude. How you doing? Welcome back with Prime. Lewin, also for a second month, says needs more fireballs. I gotta at least try it out, huh? I gotta at least check it out. I feel like it's gonna be hard to hit anybody with it. Grav Dash is stupid, so let's just replace that. But thanks, Lewin. Or Llewellyn. Llewellyn. Biff Gimble for 19 months. Hi, Biff. I appreciate the tier 1. Drimbus is back for almost 2 years. Is back from Labor Day weekend trip. How are you liking Seinfeld? There are a lot of Seinfeld intro bits in this game, but probably less funny. Narfwack also says howdy. Thanks for almost 4 years, Narfwack. Killamac, what up for a 39th month? Thanks for priming, Killamac. Aku says my legendary sub-pistol does 49 damage. Nice. Thanks for almost 50 months, Aku. Stoy with the double sub. Appreciate the tier 2, Stoy. Machine Vision pumping it. Thanks, Machine Vision. Sorry I missed you earlier. Deutschkatz also. When does a Starfield become a Star Home? Yeah, how long do we have to play this before we finally drink the Kool-Aid? Italics is so mean to Seinfeld. It's because I actually tried watching it, and I didn't like it after 3 episodes, which I know is unfair for any comedy, including my favorite comedy, Community, because it's the same way. You have to watch more than a few episodes, but it just didn't grab me because I didn't grow up with it. You got to give comedies time. Like Parks and Rec, you got to give it time. It's got to have some time to cook. Mikas, thank you for the clever sub for 58 months. Hi, Mikas. Turtle, also. Turtle, this is from hours ago. Sorry I missed you guys. Kata Kiwi says, New Game Plus, here we come. We're on our way. And Wasuji, thank you for the gift sub. And last but not least, Sudden Laser for a 2nd year. Season 1, they were getting their footing. Yeah, that's how comedies are. But I don't know if I have the patience for, like, old-timey TV seasons of, like... How many episodes are in Season 1?
I've been talking with the others, and I'd like to get everyone together to say goodbye. You know, to Sam.
What if I told you that Sam isn't dead? We haven't even had, like, the multiverse discussion yet. I'll try to go to the funeral, but you never know with me. Always being pulled here and there. I'll be there, Noelle. I promise.
Thank you. It wouldn't be the same without you there. I'll have everything set up in a few days.
Wait for the service 5 days? We have other problems. By the way, without talking to any of you, I declared war on the Starborn and the Hunter together, who are people we know, Mateo. Crazy enough.
Everyone is staying in their rooms a lot more lately. Guess we all need some time to process.
Process this.
Any comments? Questions? No? Good.
Barrett, process this.
Oh. I'm fine.
Mateo told us about your pilgrim's voyage.
You found it, didn't you? The meaning of unity.
I did, yeah. It's actually very difficult to explain. It's the center of a multiverse. We're building the way to it. There are an infinite number of me out there. I feel sorry for all of them. That's the quippy one. Cool. Sam is alive! A version of him from another universe.
What? It can't be.
Let's see how long it takes.
Colleague is alive in some alternate dimension? Am I hearing this right?
Let's take a step back. This is everything we've been building towards, and the implications are a lot to take in. Could you explain the part about multiple universes one more time for everyone?
I didn't.
Yes, I
Did
wouldn't
I say
mind a little
multiple
more
universes?
detail.
I thought I just said Sam is alive. Okay. I met a version of Sam. He told me the Unity creates the Starborn and they can cross the universes. Okay. When you have to, like, lay it out here, it sounds so stupid. Apparently, in another universe, I died and Sam lived. He's the emissary now, a Starborn. Trust me, there's multiple universes. The Unity is how we get to them. It makes you Starborn. Trust me, bro. I met a version of Sam. He told me the Unity creates the Starborn and they can cross the universes.
That's why the Starborn want the artifacts so desperately. They're the keys to unlocking the infinite.
I don't even want to think about the physiological changes you'd need to travel between universes.
Plus what it would do to the mind? Enlightenment? Or oblivion? Like the Hunter.
You have the opportunity to reach the closest thing to your god that might exist. And you're second-guessing it?
Second-guessing?
One doesn't approach the afterlife without some trepidation.
You guys have filled in a lot of blanks. I don't feel like I've really explained that much, but you seem to already have a vast understanding of the situation here, including the role of the Hunter, who you barely know. I've only met him in person once or twice. This is our mission, to go into the unknown.
You're right. We have to see the Unity for ourselves.
I know this has been a lot for everyone to take in, but we finally have answers. Let's make the best of them.
Not to make a sharp turn in a grand tale, but I got the eye fixed up. Bruised, but still blinking. Let me know when you're ready to follow up on what it's seen.
Is it going to be more powers by chance, Vladimir?
These last glimpses from the eye are from the farthest fringes of known space. Could be the only remaining pieces outside the hands of the Starborn.
Thanks. I'll follow up on these.
Catch a smile out there.
You need a ship with grav jump range of 21 light years to reach your destination. Grav jump range is influenced by the ship's grav drive, the ship's mass, and your astrodynamic skill. So we won't be doing that, is what you're saying. Or do I have no choice? Wait, I have to. Obtain a ship with 21 light-year grav jump range. On the upside, I haven't spent a single dollar all game on anything other than medical supplies. So I'm probably just gonna buy a pre-built ship with my entire life savings. Okay, we need to wait 5 full days for the funeral, so should we just do that now? Like, can I not
Waiting
just...
for time's passage is the only cure for Constellation's wounds.
That's true, Vladimir. I'm gonna wait for time's passage right now. In this very chair. Oh god, it takes forever. Are we sure that this is faster than just playing it? Alex, there was a shortcut. Wait upstairs in your bed.
To think the lodge turned into a battlefield.
You can feel it, can't you? The lodge just feels empty.
Everyone seems more distant in the lodge. I guess that is to be expected.
Just talk to each other instead of bemoaning out loud. Guys, it's so quiet in here now. Everyone's just complaining about how quiet it is in here now. That's like when chatters go into a stream and be like, no one chatting tonight? It's like, bro, you're in chat. Why don't you type something, okay? You just start the conversation. Right now, go. Wait until Memorial. Well, that was way easier. Hang on, 3 days? It says 3 days, but oh. Optional, wait 24 hours to skip the Memorial. Who is Lillian Hart?
You one of Sam's Constellation people? Lillian Hart. He probably never mentioned me. I mean, I try not to talk about him, so... I'm sorry. That was a terrible thing to say. Cora's mother, Sam's ex. God, I'm rambling. Look, I don't know who I should speak to about this, but Cora and I talked, and she's coming to live with me.
She could definitely not stay with us in Constellation. It's way too dangerous. I'll miss Cora. We all will. Is this what Cora wants?
Right now, she's taking it all so hard. She wants to get away from here. In time, maybe she'll come back.
I'll miss Cora.
She talked about you all the time. But right now, she just needs to get away from all the reminders of Sam. We'll be leaving soon, so say your goodbyes to her, if you like.
Drink? Pour one out to the blackest sea?
Give my round to the void. I'll take both my drink and the blackest seas. Thank you.
Two old friends. May their ghosts go past the edges of space, to the great beyond.
See you, Vlad.
Aye.
Chat, I'm real broken up about the death of a character who I got to do 1, maybe 2 main campaign missions with. I was incredibly emotionally attached.
Hi.
Hey, Cora, about Sam. I'm really sad that Adam Jensen's voice actor character died in my game because I didn't realize I was making a choice about who to save. So, look, I'm literally the last person who should be talking to a kid about death, but here I am. I am someplace that is very much not like Earth right now, and I can't remember the rest. For the love of God, do 3. Do it, Etal. I'd have to look it up. I have to cheat. So, let me get this straight. I am literally the last person who should be talking to a kid about death. I'm seeing frickin' Spaceborne, and oh yeah, I'm talking to a hunter. Yeah, okay, that's something I do now. I do magic, I kill jacked up beasts. I'll probably reset the game and time travel back in time to the start of New Game Plus next. Is that what you wanted? I'm the elevator king.
It's so unfair.
All right, I'm literally the last person who should be talking to a kid about death, but here I am.
It's my dad. I just can't. And so many people.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. We can give you space if you need it, Cora. They all just want to say goodbye. Listen, you brat. You don't have exclusive rights to your father's funeral, okay? Other people besides you knew him and depended on him every single day. Yeah, it's a lot of people.
Is this supposed to make everything okay? Make everyone feel better?
We've lost someone. Only natural to come together. No, but if we drift apart now, we won't be able to help each other. We've lost someone. Only natural to come together.
It's just... It doesn't change anything, does it?
Sure it does, Cora. Funerals aren't for the dead. They're for the living. That would have been like the right dialogue option, but it's not here. We do it so that we can move on. You're not alone, Cora. We're here for you.
I just feel like I want to be a million light years away from everyone.
I mean...
I want to be alone for a while, okay?
We can vent you into the vacuum of space if that's what you really want. Chad, I gotta make... Every time the Spaceborne attends a meeting... Yeah! He has to make a grand entrance. Are we ready?
Constellation is no stranger to loss. Our own founder left on an expedition and never returned. It is easy to talk about the glory and excitement of breaching into the unknown, of lighting the darkness. But it is harder to stare into the face of the cost. That all of our progress is built on top of the lives of those who dared.
Stand on...
And that we owe them the courage to continue our work in their memory.
Thank you, Sarah. If anyone else would like to say a few words.
Say me? Because I chose for him to die. Can I look up? Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, don't look him in the eyes. Hello, everyone. I guess I should say something, but I don't know what. Thank you all for coming. I'm just gonna say it. Sam didn't just die. He was murdered. Hello, everyone. More? Okay. Sam was my friend. I let Sam down. I let his family down. Sam knew the dangers we faced. We will never forgive those responsible for Sam's death. The developers won't let me say anything else besides these things, is what I want to tell you all, but I can't until I go through the Unity. Sam knew the dangers we faced better than anyone. We will never forgive those responsible for Sam's death. We will never rest until he's avenged. He was more than Aquila's prodigal son. He was the best among us. Among us. I could have saved him. I literally couldn't have saved him. We will never rest until he's avenged. And I don't know how I'm gonna live without him. And I'll do everything I can to honor his memory.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to say something.
Speak with everyone.
I hope this is all okay. Between fixing things up and sending out messengers and getting all the paperwork done. It's not much.
You did all of that? When?
I haven't really been sleeping much. I'm not having the best dreams right now.
So sad. I could have done more to help, you know?
No, it's fine. Sorry, if I talk any longer, I'm gonna start crying. Could you excuse me?
I thought maybe I would come up with something to say, but I've got nothing. So, instead, I thought I would quote something that gave me comfort a long time ago. Is God real? The more proper question
He's not gonna read the book.
Is reality divine? Existence itself is a mystery which yearns to be uncovered.
Is he reading the
What
book?
is goodness but a comparison to the good?
Oh,
What is
no.
existence
Full
but a
circle.
participation in being?
Warping.
Where the diversity of the universe inspires awe and wonder, it exists only in contrast to a simplicity so pure that it may only be understood as primordial and even divine. Our essence is what was imagined by its mind. But what we consider imagining and what we consider mind are in fact so far beyond our understanding that even these metaphors are like the tiny white caps on a massive surging sea. There's more, but those are the parts that speak to me the most.
There is more. Get to the warp and weft.
Thank you.
Read the rest of it, you coward.
Really thoughtful, Mateo. Thank you. Does anyone else want to say anything?
I can't believe they read the AI text.
You know, what you're feeling right now is a chemical reaction whose evolutionary goal is promoting social cohesion. Never seems to work for me. No matter how many times I do this, I feel less attached, not more.
But death is one of those occasions where it's hard not to look at one. Our friend...
Did you go to Ervin's funeral? Jesus, player character.
No afterlife.
I don't remember. I'm sure I did. I thought when the funeral was over, when everyone went home that night, that it was over. Turns out, sometimes you need more than that.
This is messed up, dude. Why would I even ask about that?
Then that is the
Hey, you've been to a lot of funerals, Barrett?
I wrote the book on them. The 10 Stages of Grief by A. Barrett.
Humanity is what
Step 1 used to be have a drink. But nowadays I settle on a good chocolate bar. You know, if there's one piece of advice I can actually give you, it's that lost loved ones have a way of coming back to you. One day you'll be sweeping out some old shelf or digging through a desk, and there it'll be. Some old paperweight of theirs.
Walter, are
Or
you
a piece of jewelry they
part
gave
of
you.
the House of Inland?
Half jokingly. Theoretically,
knew that.
of course.
Yes, well, I like to keep some things private.
Yeah, of course. Theoretically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that certainly was
Dusty.
an interesting perspective.
Dusty. Let's talk.
The hell is going on here?
chat for a bit? Normally, I hate talking to people at funerals.
Read the room.
But, well,
I guess it wouldn't kill me. Oh, sorry. Bad joke. I'm full of those. It's almost like I was written that way on purpose for that to be throughout the entire game.
you don't believe in the afterlife, do you? I mean, this might be the worst time to bring it up, but...
I don't know. I guess I'll find out when I get there.
Yes. Won't we all? Well, I've taken up enough of your time.
Your character is a sociopath. I feel like you have to be in this universe.
Hey, how are you holding up?
Hold on. I'm wearing Sam Coe's clothes right now. Oh, shit! I just showed up to Sam's funeral wearing his goddamn clothes. And gave a whole ass speech about avenging him. And talked to his daughter in her dead daddy's clothes. While she said she wanted to be away from everyone else. Oh, oh, that's funny. Oh, that got me. Jacob Coe is here? You're going to space hell.
My boy. I've lost my boy.
I'm talking to his dad in his own clothes. You don't deserve to be here, Jacob. You hated him.
How dare you say that to me? I love my son. You think I wanted to be hard on him? I'm his father. I was supposed to make him into something. What do you know about what we've been through together? Just get out of my sight.
Gotta get through those lines as fast as possible.
All the things I never said to him.
Hey, how are you holding up?
I don't feel anything, really.
That's understandable. People often feel numb after a shock.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Even days later.
Shock.
Just don't push yourself, okay? We all need to take time for ourselves, especially now. We'll get through this. It might feel like everything's falling apart, but that's why we need to stick together.
Thanks, Sarah.
Anytime. There's something I need to talk to you about.
What did we just do?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
What?
A loss is always hard. Constellation will get through this together. Like always.
It almost feels wrong to be grieving. Selfish. No amount of tears will bring the dead back.
Ah, see, I knew that would be one of the lines. Funerals are more for the living. Is that it?
Yes. We don't have a way of knowing whether we really touch the departed with our grief. We just have to have faith.
It's okay to grieve, Mateo.
It's just easier to feel guilty, if you'll excuse me.
I can't do this. You're dead. There's no point in talking. Hey, Sam. It's me. I miss you. I wish this hadn't happened. We'll see each other again. I promise. Chad, this is worse than press F to pay respects. It's just not as succinct and memeable. I miss you. I wish this hadn't happened. See you, Space Cowboy. They just retroactively ruined Cowboy Bebop for me. Am I not allowed to like Cowboy Bebop anymore? They stole it. And buried it in the ground. This entire game led up to that line.
I am told these types of gatherings are a sad occasion. That assumption appears to be correct.
That's right, Vasco.
I appreciate you verifying my analysis, although I am certain my thanks will do little to improve your current psychological trauma. If you would like, though, I can add some consoling language to my programming.
Sure, console away.
It will take some time to adapt, but it will be okay. How was that?
I've never wanted to cry more than this moment, but not for the reasons you might expect.
I will note that feedback for later.
Everyone is in mourning. I understand, but I cannot quite share in their emotion.
A lot of us are in shock. It's normal.
I have seen death. I have lost people I considered close. But this is... it is not the same. I cannot explain why. I am not sure I am making sense.
There is no sense to be made of any of this.
I am not sure I agree, but now is hardly the time to debate it.
Okay,
If you are free soon, could we talk? I am sorry. My head is swimming. I am reminded of how different Constellation works compared to what I am used to. This is harder than I expected.
hold still. There's got to be something in here. Got to be something in here, right? You're moving too much. Come on. Okay, I bet I could do it. It's the perfect hat. Yeah! Got him! Alright, perfect, I'm done. Let's go. 750 XP. I have 3 skill points? Okay, we're gonna do prep for the final fight. I'm gonna increase my HP. And then... I haven't even killed enough people with pistols to rank up pistols. Restore more health with med kits. I can't even do that because I haven't used 20 meds. I guess rank 2 boost. Finally. And then just save the other skill point. Best funeral ever. We have different ideas of best, but sure. Oh, the ship conundrum. Do we not have a companion? Barrett still has like a lot of my things. But I don't think he'll give them up. We need to find like a weapons vendor. Or just really just any shopkeeper, and then figure out if we want to... Chad says I can just upgrade my existing ship with a better grav drive, or we can buy a new one. Though I don't know how the inventory gets transferred over if you just buy a new one straight up. Upgrading is pretty easy.
Nova Galactic, always. When it comes to ship design,
I guess the problem becomes, what if I get attacked? Would it be better to just buy a new ship in case I get, like, better weapons and missiles and stuff? Why was there no choice to tell people how Earth died? Are you suggesting that, from a logical standpoint, we should have had a conversation that was 5 times as long discussing the ramifications of the multiverse that exists and the people who are actively trying to kill us as part of it for trying to reach the center and gain the power for ourselves, instead of spending all that time mourning one side character that we kind of knew a little bit? Only have 3 lines of dialogue about meeting Sam Coe in an alternate life, and then the rest about the funeral.
Got anything you need to offload? Hey, what can I do for you?
Can you fix my ship?
Looks to me like you...
Let's try and sell stuff first. Okay. How do we go? Sell from Frontier. That's what I want. Yeah. Sort by value. Is there any reason not to sell? Oh, they only have 5,000 credits. Here, take this one-of-a-kind, rare, impossible to reproduce Earth Mercury astronaut pack. I'll take 1,300 credits. Thanks. Here's the tombstones. A random lawgiver. A random coachman. A random maelstrom. A random rattler. 2 more rattlers. And then you're basically out of money. Okay. And then for you, how do we buy, like, ship repair parts? You know, they picked the multiverse idea 7 years ago when it was hot shit and worked on the game so long it became a cliche that nobody likes. true. Probably true.
Anything I can help you with?
Let's see what ships you have for sale.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
How expensive are these? Should I get this or play Baldur's Gate 3 again? At most, you should check this out on Game Pass. But, I'd stick with Baldur's Gate. I actually would enjoy building my own ship, truthfully. Just not right now. That would be a New Game Plus thing. But my question is, where's the, like, it says value 2,000, right? I'm gonna save first, because I don't trust him.
Need some work done? I'm sure you can find something.
Okay, hover over select system. Oh, 92,000. Okay, so that's the actual cost. So we actually have 140,000 credits to spend, which means I can buy literally any ship that this dude has on the market, except this one. This is 260. That thing is big. But also, I need to figure out how to interpret this information. So this one has no missile... Wait, it has missiles, but no ballistics. How does it get how does it get kills? It's got an auto electron beam that does 9 hull damage, 9 shield damage versus 8 hull, 8 shield. This does 17 hull. Particle is all purpose. I don't know, this one seems bad. So when you have like the red pips over the engine, what does that actually mean? Like the 4 red. Ship too small, only 2 crew. Oh, it does say 2 crew, huh? That's compared to your current one, so the engines are awful. Okay. But we need to check the jump distance first, right? Is it jump thrust is the main thing we care about? This thing is like massive. 4 crew, 18 reactor, 21 light years, 400 shield. Pretty good ballistics, but worse engine. Anyway, for those of you that literally weren't listening minutes ago, I'm buying a new ship because I want something that's more combat effective, because I guarantee you they're not going to let us finish Starfield without a space battle. So why not spend my money that I'm hoarding instead of deleting it all when I get to New Game Plus and having never spent it? This has way more reactor power. Only 2 crew. It looks pretty sweet. Has better shield. 2 extra pips in shield. Let's Strong laser, a little bit of ballistics, missile. I don't hate this one, but 2 crew is very low. We don't really have any crew, do we? This one's got monster ballistics. How do I need to jump 21 or 23 light years? I forgot. 21. Okay.
You should inspect your ship for heat leeches every couple landings. They'll cause plenty of havoc if left unchecked.
I guess I haven't done that at all the entire game.
I'm sure you can find something.
Check for heat leeches or just buy a new ship every few dozen landings? Yeah, this one looks pretty cool. It's got really great shield, really great ballistics. It's got room for 4 crew, 22 light year jump. It's not great reactor, I think, is the biggest downside. The reactor, you have to really micromanage. The Wendigo is slow, has EMP 80 suppressor for electromagnetic damage. Three crew, only 15 light years. So that's a no-go unless we upgrade it ourselves. Falcon is 26, but its reactor is even one worse. Probably has more cargo. Looks like massive cargo. The Endeavor, only 20 light years. And then the one I can't afford. Did we want to check out another ship seller? Robot Mystic? No. Take it or leave it. I got places to be and things to do. I'm not going to shop around for a ship I'm going to use for like 2 missions. Or however much is left. This is it. This is the final stop. This thing can jump 30 light years, so it's like a much more travel focused. Okay. This one actually has more hull, stronger shield, and a pretty incredible energy selection here. I'm almost thinking, like, was there a reason I didn't like the Gladius? Was it just a 2 crew? Is that it? Because everything else seems better. You might think, well, it's slightly worse than engine and ballistics, but what you're getting is 5 extra energy pips, so you can plug in max shields and still have 3 extra energy to put into weapon systems. So we can have like max laser, max ballistic, max missiles. So I'm thinking either Gladius and just go 2 crew. It also has more hull and better shield than the Galileo. And more reactor. The Galileo just has more ballistic potential, and cargo is 200. This is the same. I feel like Gladius 2 is a pretty decent value for the money, with a 23 light year jump, 90k, good profile. I feel like this is pretty reasonable. Good shield, good hull. How good was the Narcissus? The Narcissus has less hull, same shield, only 1 extra reactor power, 4 crew, comparable light year jump distance, and there's no missiles and omega ballistics. Yeah, it has more. It's more focused on cargo and crew. All right, lock it in. Let's go. You have a new home ship. Your previous home ship has been added to your fleet. To retrieve ships in your fleet that you have left behind, go to a ship service technician at a major city and ask to view ships you own. From there, cycle through and make a new home ship to retrieve it.
Sure, have at it.
Okay, that's this. No, I don't want to upgrade it. That's going to take too much time to figure out. I just want it to be good. Or better. Welcome to your new home, chat. The Gladius 2. One day, I'll build my own ship. But not this day. Do I have anybody on the ship chilling with me to be my companion? Is it literally just Ezekiel? This is the new interior. It's definitely doesn't have as much character. The last one was very lived in. This one's just got the bunk. Room for 4 bunks, but only 2 crew. Questionable. Who's sleeping on the extra bunks? A nice kitchen.
You look well today.
Is it really just me and Ezekiel? This is my only friend in the whole world. I can only assign one other person. Where is that list? How do you get to that menu? Okay. I mean, Barrett's gotta be assigned. He's just been my crew member the entire time. Does he walk over here on his own, or will he teleport here? Could I have put more? I don't think I could have put more, right? These guys are all unassigned. I forgot that Heller was even a character. Yeah, it's full. Wait, what happens if you just assign more? I have 3 people assigned. But I don't know if they're just
new orders for me.
No, I don't have any new orders. Are they on the other ship? I don't think so. How expensive is it to add crew space? Dude, I don't know. You guys are asking a lot of questions. Okay, go to Arene 1. That's one way to do it.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
I didn't even get to see the animation. Who has something for me? Did Sarah make it on the ship? What about Barrett?
Yes?
Okay, Sarah's here.
Excusez-moi.
Barrett is also here. What? How are there
Hope
3?
you're having a good one.
Forgive me for pulling you aside again, but Well, there's so much to process right now.
What is happening
The
to the screen?
emissary, the hunter, the unity, an entire multiverse. I can't even begin to wrap my head around it all.
I feel the same way. Overwhelmed. I agree. There are a lot of pieces to this puzzle.
That's an understatement. The fact that we are the origin of the Starborn. Humans literally reborn by entering the Unity. The same, yet different. It's unbelievable.
That, like, flash.
I feel like most of the knowledge we've amassed in the last few centuries about the universe has just been made obsolete.
It's an exciting time to live. What kind of knowledge has been rendered obsolete?
Oh, goodness. Almost every facet of science. Astrophysics, physiology, evolutionism,
Why is it
grab
doing
theory. The list goes on and on. There are areas of study that will need to change, and some basic rules of science that will need to be completely blown up and reinvented.
Having a migraine. It's like what video game developers think being drunk looks like. Blurry, wavy. I wouldn't say it's completely obsolete.
Perhaps I'm overreacting, but you can't deny there will be more than a few textbook chapters that need to be rewritten. We've been pushing further and further outwards from our home, when we should have spent more time being prepared for the consequences. Our current problem relates closely to the nature of humans as a species. This rushed curiosity has led us to enter the Unity and become Starborn.
You say this like it's a bad thing. Also, I only heard half of what you said. Isn't curiosity one of the tenets of Constellation?
It certainly is. Without curiosity, our motivation to explore would vanish. But in this case, there's a difference between exploring the cosmos and blindly entering the unknown without being prepared for the consequences.
Sarah, what do you think we've been doing the entire game, okay? You had me just pick up artifacts. We didn't do any studies or research into possible side effects. We've been adding them together recklessly, throwing caution to the wind, regardless of what might have happened once we combined all the artifacts. And now that we have some insight into what we might be heading towards, now it's time to throw on the brakes. Okay. I see. I don't think that would make a difference.
But it has made a difference. Here we are, caught in the middle of some sort of needlessly violent crusade between the hunter and the emissary. You'd think that a technologically advanced society would have evolved past petty squabbling over something like the artifacts. It almost makes me wonder if entering the Unity has done them more harm than good.
Do you know how many people I have killed to get these artifacts for you? Just murdered in cold blood. And now we might be crossing a line. You're telling me I shouldn't enter the Unity. Shut up. If you're trying to make a point, I gotta get out of this screen. Just make your point.
Fine. You want me to spell it out for you? Then I will. As the chair of Constellation, I want all of us to have this opportunity to explore the Unity. It would be the pinnacle exploration of our lives. However,
we want to explore.
After we enter the Unity, we'll likely evolve. You and I, as we stand here right now, will essentially cease to exist. You're a respected colleague, and I
feel like
wouldn't want to lose you.
I feel like I'm already dying with the flash on the screen. I'm sorry, Sarah. This is something I have to do. Let me go, Sarah. If you're really a colleague, then you have to trust that I'll make the right decision.
Yes, of course. Of course. Listen. I realize nothing that I say is ever going to change your mind or diminish the enticement of this incredible opportunity. All I ask is that you research the facts before you blindly stumble off into the unknown.
What do you think I've been doing the whole game, Sarah? Maybe it would make you feel better if we enter the Unity together. I ain't taking you. I will, I promise.
Thank you. Well, I suppose I've ruined the moment again, haven't I? I'm getting quite good at that lately. I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing. Just think what we discussed. I know I will.
Her point is literally do your own research.
I have something I need to discuss with you.
Sarah, you had your opportunity to discuss things with me. I am an American astronaut. All right, I want shields maxed. I want engine always maxed. I want missiles ready to go. Ballistics ready to go. We can take some more points and put them where we need to put them. Pew! Okay, just making sure all the buttons still work. Since we just got a new ship.
Beginning landing cycle.
Our new ship does look kind of similar to the old ship, but that's okay. I can't believe this is actually the best armor that I found in the game. Hunting Leaf Strider. There is radiation here. Who are these little guys? Herding Wobbleback Geofate. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, these guys are super dead. Oh, it's them. Oh no, it's them. They're here. Also, chat, I need to take a gamer death break. Okay, they won't find me. They're way over there. I'm gonna take a BRB. So, listen to this, and I'll be right back. Yo. Nice screensaver, bro. I have returned. And I see that we are still alive. That's good. Thank you for protecting me in my absence. Would you want to live in space? No. Living in space seems like it would go really bad. Thousands of ways to die that all kind of lead you to one outcome, which is you accidentally poke a hole in your ship and succumb to the vacuum of space. Dude, another cave? I thought we were done with the cave missions. Turns out we are not. Where's my companions? Did we not? I didn't bring anybody with me? That's a mistake. We need to remedy that. There's no one even here? Okay, so I was wrong. Chad, is it time to try Super Fireball Solar Flare? How am I still doing? Got him. Okay, is Solar Flare good, actually? Because it does, like, ticking damage afterwards? It does, like, damage over time. It seemed like it was good, because that'll keep them from, like, maybe self-healing. All right, here comes the cutscene again. It's getting more... I think it's getting more full. That was fun. I really enjoyed getting that relic. Let's fast travel to the next one. Am I under attack? So I can't fast travel from this location? Which is weird. Dude, Sagan? You cannot fast travel, huh? This really is Ad Astra, isn't it? Like, I'm just a guy in an astronaut suit with like an AK. Using space magic. And my ship is... Don't do this. My ship is over there. You cannot fast travel when enemies are nearby. I promise they will not be a problem. Do we know anything about what it does? The artifact? Or what the temples are for? That wasn't a temple, that was just a cave. The short answer is, and I'm really not paraphrasing much, the artifacts lead us closer to the Unity. Maybe we have to take off. We don't know really why they're in random caves. That part is just very video game, which I think is the point.
We're cleared for liftoff.
What's on the back of the ship?
We're locking into orbit now.
Did you see it was like... Okay, we need to get out of here. There is a Starborn Guardian. Don't even fight him. You can point the jump drive in any direction, it doesn't matter, and you will go where you need to go.
We're right on target.
Which is perfect. And I just avoided having to even fight the dude. Okay, anyways, there is some indication that this whole game, which I weirdly predicted, is a meta experience a la She-Hulk, where things are the way they are because the developers put them that way, and the characters in the game are trying to get to the center of the game itself. It's basically just like kind of a lazy attempt at mimicking the Westworld storyline from season 1, and a way to hand wave why everything doesn't make sense, such as why there are literally dozens of identical temples with powers in them at random locations.
Well, you didn't put us into a planet, so we must be in the right place.
Bye, I'm fast traveling again. I just love that it...
Daring voyage on the oceans of space brings us here.
Explosion, high energy research lab. Massive damage. Overrun. Requesting emergency evac. Please.
Is that a complete... Nah, I ain't gonna help them. That's bait. Pirates, probably. Fake distress call.
Site is clear. Descent starting.
Okay, hang on. I can't leave yet. I need to make sure we have a companion with us this time. Bring someone. I gotta bring Barrett. He's been with me like the whole time.
You're handling this whole captain thing really well, you know. This is amazing.
Hype man.
The unity. The multiverse.
Yeah.
This is everything.
Hell
and
yeah,
more.
dude.
Literally.
Oh my god, it's so wild and crazy. Humanity is not ready for this.
Who says? Thankfully, we aren't in charge of preparing humanity for the next big milestone of our species. This explains so much, though. They're disorganized, petty, weird, and also deeply fascinating at the same time. Because they are just people. We never rule that out, but it feels so good to know we weren't fighting against robot alien ghost gods or something.
First of all, does it? And second of all, I don't know that the fact that the two central antagonists are human necessitates a rebuttal of all of the alien magic that I am now doing with the force powers and the artifacts spread across all of these different worlds. They are monsters. People have suffered because of their nonsense. Forget about the Starborn. The unity is the central issue here.
True. We need to approach this critically and carefully. We can't just jump in.
I'm just gonna jump in.
Or, I mean, we could, I guess.
I'm just gonna jump in, dude.
But it all comes back to this. We don't know what will happen if you enter the Unity. You might lose yourself or become a two-headed space shark. There are too many variables.
It's New Game Plus, bro. Whoever enters the Unity might become our next enemy. Ervin might be out there, you know. My entire relationship with Barrett hinges on the fact that I bring up his dead husband in every single conversation without fail. I will dig him out of the literal grave that he rests in to make Barrett think about him every conversation we have together. Just always talking about Ervin. And I just want you guys to realize that Barrett just happens to be the one companion we've talked to the most, so we've gotten the most backstory on. We could have done this with Andreja. We probably could have brought Mateo. I don't know. I don't know if you can get Mateo. But my point is there's at least like 5 other people who probably have similarly one-note entire backstories defined by one blip, one entry point on the timeline. The only part of his backstory I remember is Ervin. Ervin might be out there, you know.
It crossed my mind, but everybody has lost somebody, and most of us have lost many more. It can't be the deciding factor here right now. It's more of a possible benefit. Of course, at the end of the day, it's your choice. But I will say this. Our entire purpose in Constellation is to explore.
How can I forget?
Why would we stop now?
How can I forget? We're here to explore. I know. You gotta remind me every so often. Explore, sometimes science-y things. I need to do this, Barrett.
I'm with you. I'm not gonna hold you back. But if you know, become evil or whatever, I'm also not gonna have your back.
Thanks, Barrett, I think.
Anytime. The possibility of turning evil aside, I appreciate you taking the lead on this. You're guiding Constellation to new frontiers. New discoveries.
Discoveries?
And we should all follow your example.
Exploration?
On that note, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you, if you have time. It's not on the scale of entering the Unity, but it is tangentially related.
Is this the romance arc? I have time. Tell me what's on your mind.
Thanks. This has been swirling in my brain goo for a while now. So, I've been pondering over what's happened and what it all means. And I've got a favor to ask. A teensy-weensy favor. About the size of a plank length, really. I think it's time I joined you in the physics-bending powers business. See if one of those temples works for more than just you.
Oh, you want to have your own power. Interesting. I was not expecting that, actually. A challenger to your throne? You can get powers too?
What, you think you're the only one who can walk around in a cape and tights? Granted, it's just a theory.
You are literally in
But I venture
tights.
anyone who experiences visions from touching an artifact is now connected to them. You got a vision, I got a vision. You got a power, ergo.
Let's go get your power then. That's actually a pretty big favor.
For normal folks, yes. For someone of your stature, a walk in the park. As it so happens, I've already talked to Vladimir. Seems our eye in the sky is back up and running. He sent me the coordinates for the temple already. We just have to visit.
Wow, that just gave me a quest and I agreed to help him, I guess. What was the name of that quest line? I didn't even say yes. Was it Entangled or was it something else? We're trying to... Unearthed is complete Final Glimpses. Final Glimpses is complete Entangled. Entangled is investigate the distress signal. Oh yeah, it was called Worlds Apart. Take Barrett to Tyrna. Is that here?
Nice day,
No.
huh?
I'd like to speak to you.
You want to speak to me too?
Can I help? Remember our last conversation, when you told me the artifacts made you feel like you were being pulled across the entire galaxy? Well,
Sure.
it got me thinking. So I dove into our archives and started looking through Constellation's older journal entries. Just because I wasn't familiar with the experience you described doesn't mean the same might have been true for my predecessor.
You never mentioned a predecessor to me before.
Really? I'm surprised that I haven't. After reading those journals, all of the pleasant memories of my time spent with Aja just started flooding back.
Chat, I just had a thought, just a random thought that is neither here nor there. And I wanted to say it before I forget completely after this conversation's over. Totally unrelated to this. Do you know how cool it would have been if you meet a companion at the beginning of the game and you go through the whole game with them, but there's some weird happening probably like within the first act that's mysterious and a little bit suspicious, but then it's dropped for the rest of the game. And then later in the third act, where we are now, you find out, let's say that companion is Sam Coe. Wouldn't it have been cool if you found out that...
You okay?
Shh. Wouldn't it be cool if you found out after playing the whole game and that person is in your party, possibly your chosen companion the entire time, that they had come as the hunter to this multiverse and killed the actual companion and been pretending to be them the entire time that you were like playing together? And that was how you figured out who the hunter was or something? They had just been impersonating them the entire time? And then you're like, oh shit, yeah, that thing that happened in Act 1 that was suspicious, that was you taking him out. That would be dumb too. Fallout 4 has this idea. I never played Fallout 4. Did they already do that? Make him a random priest you met 5 minutes ago. I don't know, I think it would be better. Because at least there's some kind of actual twist and not the priest that we literally knew for 10 minutes. Okay, anyway. What did she say? Aja must have been quite an amazing person.
Ah, she absolutely was. Aja was the one that taught me the ropes at Constellation and took me under her wing as her protege.
But like, you could still keep the kind of dumb, meta, all of these things are because this is the way the game was coded, developer meta commentary storyline, and just be like, the character realized that they needed you because you're the player character. And you could have like a Metal Gear Solid 2 style finale where everything starts going haywire and gets freaky. Kind of like a Bioshock 1-esque reveal. Harken back to the ye olden days. Like a would you kindly reveal would be kind of fun. Except specifically
You
because...
indeed thought
All
of
right,
something?
shut up. What do you want? She's just keeping an eye on the rookie.
Now that you mention it, you're probably right. Either way, we logged quite a few interesting discoveries together. Honestly, it wasn't so much what Aja and I discovered in our travels. It was the journey that was memorable.
It's a little late in the game to be telling me about Aja. I find the journey boring. I live for the destinations. That's true right now.
Really? Well, for me, it was all about the quieter moments. There was nothing quite like sitting back and watching space bend while listening to Aja spin vivid stories to fill the time. Oh, I find that sort of cozy isolation the best way to really get to know someone.
Cozy isolation.
Yeah, you know, being alone in interstellar space, nothing but light years of black around you. Some people find that terrifying. I find it comfortable. It helps me bond with my shipmates.
Is that what we're doing? Are we bonding right now?
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. You know, all this talk about Aja reminds me that my time with her was a gift.
Of course.
I miss her.
You might even say that she's your Erwin. Oh, is she, dead? Sounds like you two were in love.
Well, I respected her, and I considered her a dear friend, but we weren't in love. Had that been true, I would have resigned my post and moved to Pt.5 2 instead of remaining at Constellation. Come to think of it, if we're ever out that far, perhaps we could pay her a visit, and I could make proper introductions.
Are you sure visiting Aja now, given everything we know about the state of the universe, is such a good idea?
Oh, don't worry. There's no bad blood between us.
That's not what I meant.
The worst that might happen is you get stuck listening to two old friends catching up on old times.
I'll do the best I can to make our journeys just as pleasant.
Well, I don't expect you to be a carbon copy of Aja. Just be yourself. You see, it's clear that we share the same hunger to discover what's out there. And that...
Exploring.
Well, that's what intrigues me about you.
I love exploring. I do. Flirt. I'd like to discover more about what we have right here.
I don't know if I deserve to be that close to anyone right now. If you knew about the things that I've done, the way my life's unfolded, I think your opinion of me might change. Please, give me some time. I have to go.
Jesus. All right, I had to get her to leave somehow. Let's go.
You look well today.
Ready when you are.
Oh yeah, I don't... Let's go. Me and Barrett together forever. Are these the stupid little...
I was wondering if this was going to happen.
What, me killing xenogrubs? You never know, I guess. I don't know what this is or why we're really here, but let's investigate, I guess. Either way, that whole... the conversations with the companions are very much an issue of lots of talk with nothing to say. And they all feel the exact same in that regard. Settler vested outfit. Also, I remember we found a shotgun a long time ago that I must have given to a companion, because just found this. It is kind of a worse version of the older shotgun that we have. Never mind. Spacesuit workbench. What can I even do here? Sensor array. Increase the range of enemy detection on the compass. That's what that does. Yeah, I don't have the ability to make any mods, so. But yeah, like we've talked to Barrett the most, so he's the most obvious. But I would say that the biggest issue is a very simple one, which is that none of the companions want anything. Except to explore, which is vague, nebulous, and impossible to quantify. So they have no journey, and they have no arc, by definition, because they don't want anything. And by extension, they don't have any kind of unique perspective to offer, or nuanced morality. Barrett wants superpowers, but maybe he should have mentioned that earlier. True. Chat, why am I responding to a distress signal?
What? We haven't sent a distress signal? Nothing on the comms.
Oh.
All the ships in the system since our last supply drop. Look, what are you trying to pull here?
It said there was an explosion in your high-energy research lab.
Really? The high-energy research lab? All right. I don't know what's going on here, but you should talk with the director. For security, I'm going to have to ask your friend to wait out there.
Am I doing a side quest?
Stay with me and don't make any sudden moves. I'll get the door. Welcome to Nishina.
The Hadron Consortium isn't gonna mess with you. Probably. Well, yell if they do, I guess.
Yeah, no, this is right. Enter Nishina Research Station. Okay, I was just making sure. Yeah, this is the main quest, the other two quests required.
Scan is clear. One moment.
I am loaded with guns, by the way. Just axe stockpiled. Full up.
Attention all. I am declaring a cordial. All sections are now on lockdown. Senior staff, protocol Delta. Use out. There. Be right with you.
You know I can still hear you, right?
Ethan Hughes, Chief of Security. If you'll follow me, I'll show you to the director.
Let's go.
We'll take the back way up.
wonderful lobby here. I'll just let myself in.
Here.
Monkas.
What the? Easy! Easy! What the hell was that?
You tell me. I don't know. I was here, but everything was destroyed.
What? 1 minute, you're following me, and then you're just gone. Minute later, you pop in out of nowhere looking like you were in the middle of a fight.
I was. There were some scorpion things right over there. Yo, actually a cool quest.
In our storage room. I should have never let you inside. What is this? Some kind of stealth tick? Who are you working for?
If I had stealth tech, I wouldn't be arguing with you in a hallway.
Look, I don't know what's going on. Let's get you to the director. Maybe she can figure this out. Come on, this way.
I have a feeling that's going to happen a few more times.
Huh? Who's there?
There's another guy?
Oh, thank God. Finally, someone came. The distress signal. You picked up the distress signal, right?
Oh my God, finally a cool quest. Medicine, starvation, dehydration. You're in bad shape.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't have made it much longer. It's been so long. I'm out of food, out of water. But I made it. Wait. How did you get in here?
I think I'm shifting from another Nishina, an intact one.
What? What are you talking about? No. This doesn't make any sense. Unless... the accident.
Unless...
Maybe this is a side effect of the accident. If the probe is still feeding power to the distortion, then...
I'm gonna need you to run that by me again in English, please. All those science jargon words are over my head. Tell me what the hell is going on here.
3 months ago, I was calibrating an experiment in our high-energy research lab. There was an accident. An explosion. It caused a gas leak. Sparked a fire. I was trapped in the control room. There was nothing I could do. They're all dead.
Describe this distortion.
The lab was built around a xenolith with a dense metallic
Disappear! We should... Wait, he's back. All right, we're on our way up. Hugh's out. I was just filling in the director. Let's keep moving.
Okay.
If anything happens, the director's office is on the second floor, end of the hall. You can't miss it.
You say that. Here we go again. Oh! Easy. Oh, dear. I'm going, chat. Damn, I need to not use so many medkits. He's in the upside down.
Director?
Thank you, Ethan.
So my
Come in.
Well,
Kaya Patel, Research Director. And this is our Chief Scientist, Maria Hughes. Ethan said you disappeared. right in front of him. Twice now? 3 times?
Director, you can't be taking this seriously. Look, I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but there has to be a rational explanation for all of this.
Okay. Small correction. There can be a rational explanation that also validates my experience. Rational in this case does not automatically invalidate my claims. Do you see how that works? You can't just have a foregone conclusion when you're proposing that you're a scientist. You have to let the conclusion appear after testing your hypothesis. But it sounds like you've already decided what you want to believe. He's fighting with the NPCs again. This whole game is fighting with the NPCs. No, but it seems like well, shut up. It sounds like since the artifacts, when put all together, somehow make the Unity, which lets you go through the multiverse, that now there's a multiversal sort of interaction with the pieces of the artifact that are causing me to shift through different timelines. Can it? I already know about your experiment.
What does our research have to do with this?
No, it's fine. Let's start there. This facility and the research level 2 kilometers beneath us were built to study a gravitational distortion. 3 months ago, our chief engineer was calibrating an experimental probe when something went wrong.
We still don't know what happened. There was a series of explosions, and somehow it's still running.
Then shut the damn thing off. Your probe is feeding power to the distortion.
That would make sense. That's why the field strength keeps increasing.
I don't know what any of this means.
We have a control unit for the probe. After the accident, I tried to use it to shut down the system, but the kill switch isn't responding. We could shut it off manually, but the entire research level is locked down. We can't even get down there.
I'm shifting between universes and your experiment is responsible. Lockdown. You can't override your own security system.
Not from up here. The explosion fried the network circuits.
Without physical access to the research level, there is little we can do. We have been working in makeshift labs for months.
What's this research level?
What you see here are just our living quarters. Most of this facility is deep underground. We have a particle accelerator and extensive research and development labs. Or we did.
I'm shifting between universes and your experiment is responsible.
Excuse me?
That is quite a claim. What makes you think that? Tell us about this other universe.
It's burned out. Raphael was the only survivor.
Raphael? Raphael died in the accident. He...
Wait, burned out? The leak. Director, there was a hydrogen leak right after the accident. It was contained in a minute or two.
But if it hadn't been, it could well have caused an explosion.
Another universe, though. That's a lot to swallow.
You said the leak was contained. How?
We're not sure.
Raphael was in the lab near the ventilation controls. He could have stopped it.
Maybe he did. Or died trying.
He also said you found an artifact.
An artifact?
You mean the source of the distortion? You know something about it?
I'm just here. Just give it to me. Like, I just need it. They're a key to the temples, the unity, creation itself. You know what I'm talking about. The temples, the unity. I need to get to the rest of them. Please believe me. They're connected to the multiverse. Countless realities.
The multiverse? Other universes?
At least one.
Stop repeating what I say with a question mark.
And you have some connection with them then. Interesting. I wonder if that's why this is only affecting you.
We have to find a way to stop this. I don't care about any of this. I'm just here for the artifact. This is only affecting me? I'm just repeating what you said, but with a question?
So far, no one else has reported
Hold on,
anything
no one else
unusual.
is going through the universes?
Either it's your prior exposure to these artifacts, or perhaps simply the fact that you're an outsider here.
We have to find a way to stop this.
How? I told you the research level's locked down. We can't even use the damn elevator.
Maybe I could. In the other universe.
What?
Clever. In this other universe, Raphael survived. He made it back from the lab, so clearly his elevator works. Take it, and you might be able to shut down the experiment.
This is crazy.
But first, we have to do something about your shifting.
I'm open to suggestions.
Maria, do any of the other controls still work? Could we adjust the particle sampling rate or the beam voltage?
You can't be serious. We have no idea what we're doing. This thing is already tampering with space-time. If this gets any worse...
We're the elevator
It
man.
may also get worse if we do nothing. Right now, this seems to be our only path forward.
All right. It's worth a try.
Then it sounds like we have a plan.
We do indeed, yeah.
Come with me. The control unit is in the fabrication lab next door. What have we gotten ourselves into?
What on earth is happening here? Oh my sweet goodness. Bless your heart. Is this the first skeleton we've seen in the entire game? Yeah, this universe kind of sucks. Oh, it's her. Yeah, it is her. At the desk. Volume! There's like no bullets for this gun. I think on lower difficulties, this gun probably... You're supposed to make use of the small magazine count because you probably just get headshot kills. But on this difficulty, you need to open an entire mag. I ain't opening that safe. I don't care. Let's just go. I'm not gonna slow down for... Master lock safes. Chat, does being on fire actually do anything? Also, yeah, that thing doesn't really do much, does it? Oh god. $6 billion credits were in that safe. These guys are only like level 10, dude. Also, I'm running out of med kits. We're gonna have to like go buy some more. Or find another way to handle it. This guy's level 5. Grenades are really difficult to throw. Also in Starfield. Do I really need to fight you guys? I don't think so. Who the hell? He's here. I got you, Raphael. Oh shit. They got him! Raphael, no!
What is it?
Raphael.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me.
What happened? You disappeared, and the ceiling caved in, and I thought I'd finally lost it.
I met with the director. We need to shut down the probe.
What? How? Look, if you think things are bad up here, the research level is even worse. I barely made it out, and that was months ago. I don't understand any of this. If I hadn't seen you disappear with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Okay. You're my ticket out of here. We'll do this your way. We can get out through the pantry. Here's the key. I'll back you up, I guess.
Thanks, bud. Just follow me. I may need to borrow some first aid, however. If you've got any just, I don't know, lying around, that'd be great. Just goes up and punches him. He's stronger than me. Raphael does like more damage than I do. NPCs are OP.
Holy what the? Security breach! Go! Everybody out!
For it!
Out of my way!
Oh dear.
Hey. Hello.
Hey, what
Excuse
up?
me.
Sorry. It's really awkward.
No! No!
Pardon? Yes. What? What the hell? Stay back!
They'll never catch me. Oh, I'm back. Level 22. I need to get pistols upgraded. I need to kill one more dude. Literally just one guy, and that's it. A refined solstice. I doubt that's gonna be better than what I've got. But I am willing to look. Because I have a professional solstice, which is better than this one. Well, this is 30% bonus damage to aliens. Oh, this one's got 33 damage. But it doesn't have ignition beams, the ergonomic grip, the focus nozzle, the holographic sight, or the long barrel with laser sight. It's just a piece of poop that is 33 energy instead of 16. Okay, well, I guess this is my new primary weapon. Let's see if it's better. Security logs. There was a leak. Hydrogen approaching dangerous levels. Survey team report. This is a nightmare world. Scans look nice. Maybe some good organics. Don't let it fool you. Everything is out to get you. If we have to set up a facility, we need a high-end electric pulse field to keep the fauna at bay. Cataxi appear to be the native apex predators of Freya 3. They should be considered dangerous, sure. Download survey data. I don't have time to read the Cataxi lore right now.
Look at this. It's going to take hours to clear this out. Assuming the rest of the building doesn't come down on top of us.
What'll happen when I shut down the probe?
I'm not sure. It might stop whatever's happening to you. It's a reasonable theory, I guess.
This looks like a dead end.
How should I know? You're the one who keeps winking in and out of existence. I just want to get out of here. Go do whatever you're going to do. I'll see if I can clear a path to the door.
Okay, get to the lab. Tell me about the accident.
I was in the lab, working on the frequency calibration for the probe. I was walking out of the control room when it happened. I heard the tanks rupture. The alarm sound. I only had a second to react. I jumped back into the control room. The doors sealed. I was safe. From the gas, the fire, everything. But I was trapped. There was nothing I could do to stop it. If I had gone the other way, maybe I could have made it to the ventilation controls. Killed the system. Even if it killed me, I don't know. I don't want to think about it.
Okay. Thanks, bud.
What? Oh, it's you. You realize you just poked into my locked office. So much for security protocols.
Listen, I'm trying to get to the fabrication lab.
Sure. Down the hall. Take the stairs next to the atrium. Yeah, let me get the doors for you.
That's so nice. I love how understanding you are about this entire strange scenario.
And, is there anything else you need?
Persuade. I need something to fight the Cataxi in the other universe.
The Cataxi in the other universe? Uh-huh. Wow. I've got an experimental thing one of the engineers put together. But...
Listen. Diplomacy. There's always a way to work these things out for everyone's benefit.
I can see that.
Now hand it over. I know you'd like to help me if you could.
I hear you.
Now we're getting somewhere. Have I convinced you yet?
Maybe we can work something out. All right.
That was easy.
Yeah. It's never been field tested, but all yours.
Great argument that I just made. All right, dude. Hell yeah. Are there any scorpions native to this planet?
Yes. Cataxi. Nasty things.
I mentioned them.
The original survey team ran across them. You're welcome to read the old logs if you want. Here, I'll unlock the terminal for you.
I'm pretty sure I did that. Okay. Tell me about the research level.
Bigger than you'd expect. We've got a particle accelerator, whole lab complex, the high energy research lab. Real state-of-the-art. Can't tell you what a tenth of it actually does.
The director said the level's locked down?
That's right. Has been since the accident. We can't connect to the control system to override it. The whole system's on a hair trigger. Cameras spot anyone not in the staff database. They fire off an alarm and all hell breaks loose.
So, me, basically. By the way, yeah, I understand how odd it was getting this brand new shotgun. This thing looks crazy. But you get used to it after you play Starfield long enough. That's just kind of how every single speech persuasion interaction looks. But no, this thing's sick. It's got 119 physical damage. Only a 6-round mag is the only downside. Bonus damage against aliens. 6 mods. Laser sight, reflex sight, tactical stock, flechette rounds, hair trigger, and it's full auto. So that is going on the wheel. Maybe I should have I'll put a point in shotgun right now, actually. We should have done it a long time ago, I guess. The 1911 only has 22 rounds left. I'm thinking about replacing it. Or maybe I should replace the Coachman, because the Coachman is like a 2-shot only. Yeah. Yeah. Thing is, gaming. Yeah, I'm gonna put my other perk point in shotgun cert. All we have to do is get to the end of the game. I know, right? Here it is. This thing looks cool as hell, actually. Okay, where do I go? Oh. I'm back. You good? Did I go the wrong way? Okay, so not that way. Hi. I know, it's just super awkward. This way, I guess. Doesn't really seem full automatic in the way that I would expect it to be, but... Ooh, med pack, very valuable. Need a lot more of those. Oh! Heck, I'm almost dead, dude. Heartbeat sensors in my ear. Restores 20 health and plus 100 damage resist for 10 minutes. Sure, let's take that right now. I should also have, yeah, a bunch of trauma packs. Is it dead? Who is attacking me? A modern AA-12 would outperform it. Yeah, the rate of fire leaves a lot to be desired for this. Hi, don't mind the big gun. Maria?
What, did you get lost in the hallway?
Were you staring at the ceiling? It was blocked in the other universe.
All right. This is the probe control unit. Most of these controls aren't responding. I'm going to very carefully adjust the settings I can.
Give it to me.
There's no way to tell what's about to happen.
Why didn't you do this while you were waiting for me?
Be ready for anything. I'll begin by adjusting the energy feed of the electron beam array. We're at 93 teravolts. Calibrating to 95, 97, 100. Nothing. Let's try the other way. 91, 89.
Are we counting sheep?
What the?
Oh,
okay,
boy.
Okay. It looks safe to approach. But what in the world?
We got lights, chat. Like a temple. The sparklies.
It's a micro distortion. Flux pattern matches the distortion in the lab. The setting is just exposing it somehow. Step into the distortion, please.
I already did twice. Is this what I've been passing through?
It's possible. That's what I want to test. If that is what's happening, what does that mean? How many of these distortions are there? All around us, all this time, and we've never noticed.
Sparkles everywhere.
Nothing. No, hold on. There's a slight pattern change. Some kind of resonance. All right, stay there. Let me turn the feedback up for a moment. Calibrating to 90, 91.
I don't understand what device she's holding that would send me back into the other universe. But I got the probe control unit. And I can calibrate my own distortion.
What happened? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
So, the lower setting causes the distortions to manifest, and the higher causes you to shift. That seems promising. Keep it on the lower setting until you want to shift, and you should be able to avoid any more accidents. I'd give you my control unit, but it looks like you already have one from the other universe.
Sure.
Love to take a look at that when this is all over.
Time to shut this down.
Right? If you can get down to the research level, you need to make your way to the high energy research lab.
Okay.
Disengage the power interlocks, then pull the emergency shutdown to stop the probe. That should finally put an end to all this. Oh, and before you go, the director wanted to speak with you. It really is just down the hall.
Chat, they took the one cool quest in the main story and made it kind of boring at the end. Too much talky-talky. Without really saying anything. Hello, director. I am here. Hold on. What do we have right now? Entangled, final glimpses, and unearthed? Okay.
Well then, all set? If you need supplies, I've asked Dr. Barakova to take care of you. It's the least I can do after everything we've put you through. Before you go, there is one other thing we should discuss. If this experiment is the cause of your shifting, when you shut it down, the shifting will stop. What happens then? To you and to us.
Research methods, it's Schrodinger's box. 2 potential states. This is my scientific answer, based on my perks, of course, and my research. A wealth of knowledge inside me.
Exactly. And when you shut down the experiment, the probability function will collapse. You are the outside observer in the system. Whichever reality you are in, at that moment, is what will become real. For you and your universe, at least. The question is, which will you choose?
Well, yeah, it's not even what it means, yeah. Like, Schrodinger's box is most frequently used in the opposite way of the intended initial example, right? I choose Raphael, his universe. He needs my help more. I don't even think I can make this choice. I'm going to choose you, this universe. What? Why would I? What? Can I ask some questions?
Of course.
Why would this person know any of the answers to these? What will happen to the other universe?
I don't know. I'm not sure it's possible to know. It may cease to exist. It was one possible universe, but not what actually happened. We or Raphael actually did die months ago. Or it may remain real, just not in your universe. Or in some quantum sense, perhaps you make both choices and both outcomes will be real. Welcome to quantum mechanics.
Of course, thanks to quantum mechanics. What about everything outside Nishina?
Nothing will change. Nothing can change. If the universe was other than it was, you would not be here to make this choice. What you choose will be what happened in your universe, the universe that brought you to this point.
What do you think I should do?
If this were a choice between my life and Raphael's, I would ask you to save him. But as the director of the station, I am responsible for the lives of my staff. 30 people. People with families, careers, futures ahead of them. In this universe.
All right.
Have you reached a decision?
Is this really a decision? I choose you, this universe.
It's not an easy decision, but I am grateful. Thank you.
I can't just...
Now,
I don't even
it's time you are
understand.
going.
Does it mean
With the
like
network offline,
literally
we
the whole
can't shut down the
universe?
security system on the research level, so you can expect some resistance. Be careful.
I don't even know what's going on in his universe
Unlock
outside of the
elevator
lab.
lobby, please.
Ma'am, research level is still locked down.
I'm aware of that.
Alright.
He hates Raphael. Like,
Good luck, dear. It's been a fascinating day.
she said it's the same. How does she know? Get supplies or take the elevator.
Don't touch the equipment.
Now destroy both of them. Like, how am I...
Tatiana Barakova, station's doctor. This is not a public medical facility, but the director has ordered me to assist you nonetheless. I can spare a few med packs. Beyond that, I am not your therapist, your psychologist, or your cosmetologist. If there's anything else you need, ask.
I need help, Doc.
You won't even need a bandage for that.
Okay.
Hold still. There.
I could use some more medical supplies.
What?
Please. The question is, what do you got? Only 2 med packs? Oh my god. Four trauma packs? Gotta buy all those, dude. You should have sacrificed this universe. Something about how the external world in both universes had to be identical for you to arrive at this point. Okay. Sure. I'll take those and be on my way.
Need something?
Not from you. Am I supposed to take that? Oh yeah, their elevator's down. And this elevator works, I guess. Boop. But why does what I'm doing here necessitate ending this universe? Am I not I'm not ending a universe, I'm just not saving Raphael, right? Because I could stop the I'm not opening that. I could stop the leak in only one of the 2 universes, I guess, right? Something about collapsing the wave functions. Okay, it seems like they're trying to do a trolley problem, but without an option that allows you to do nothing, which is the whole point of the trolley problem. Right? You're already observing both states, so it makes no sense anyways. Yeah. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, I get it. Back through this.
A security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
Yeah, I said earlier it's a shitty trolley problem. Because in what world would you choose to kill everyone in that facility? Like, you might... A better problem would have been, by your inaction, everyone in that facility would die. Unless you choose to kill Raphael. But if you do nothing, Raphael lives, and everyone in the facility dies, right? Wouldn't that be an actual trolley problem? Okay, we gotta go back through the distortion. Like, that would have been an opportunity to have an optional quest where you could do a little bit more inside the quest as an optional objective. And if you do choose to do it, then you save everyone in the facility. But if you choose not to do it, then the facility dies and you save Raphael. Am I crazy, or did that not help? Maybe I need to find a better spot? I don't know. This is all collapsed. Oh, there we go. Okay, I just have to go through a different spot. Raphael seems like he'd make a strong follower. I would side with the bug killer man. I just have no reason to choose to kill everyone in the facility for no reason. Some good drugs right there. You kill them because you like Raphael. Okay, we get Particle Lab keycard. And then we're inside the closed off portion of the facility.
I am opening fire.
Oh shit. Alright, how the heck am I gonna get down there? If they hadn't tried to make this sound all smart and science-y, this would just be kind of a weird quest. Yeah, okay. Because the reason why it was dubious that this was like actually collapsing an entire universe is because there's much larger implications about that, where if you just randomly choose Raphael's universe, you're electing to kill all of your friends, loved ones, family, co-workers, companions, and substitute them with a universe in which theoretically you already exist in. Because why would it be assumed that you're just dead in this other mirror universe? And you have a Ship of Theseus problem with, are they actually the same people? Like, the implications of this are so much larger than what the game is making it seem like. She also said the two universes may just coexist. It sounds like a lot of spitballing to me.
My sensors have detected possible enemy activity. I will investigate.
Jesus, that scared the hell out of me. Oh, all right. He's just gonna be right there. Robo scare. God damn. I did not like that. How do I get over there? I gotta kill the robots.
Direct sensor contact with the enemy.
Oh, he's like level 6. I thought he was like strong. Never mind.
Catastrophic damage.
I'm encumbered? I don't really have anything I can drop. Okay, where do I need to be? I need to be 16 meters in that direction, yes? How the heck do I get there then? Not this way. Bro. Which universe Do I go down an elevator? What is this? I don't know what this is. Am I stupid, or is this designed weirdly? Like, I guess I need to figure out how to go down. If only there was some kind of map. Oh, okay, I figured it out. I guess I am stupid. I'm sorry? Is there a ceiling mount shooting at me? Looting this area seems like a nightmare. Okay, so that's where we need to be, but in the other timeline. Corrosive gas puddle. You're terrifying, dude.
Damage all systems.
Robo punch. Huge robo punch. Okay. Are we good? Can we all relax, please? The medkits, very welcome. I need to make sure to save. All right, fine. I'll pick the lock, but I'm using automatic slots for part of this. Oh no, I already messed it up. I already screwed it up, dude. All that for, like, some ammunition. Okay. It is what it is. Security system, please disable. Status, emergency, lockdown active. Override, done. Remove turret control. Update friend-foe settings. Recalibrate friend-foe settings. Protect me. Remote robot control. No signal. I probably killed him. Remote alarm. Disarm. Alright, are we good to go? So wait, am I supposed to be going back into this world? Which one's which? Is this the Raphael timeline? Or is this the Raphael?
A security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
Okay, which world are we in? Did I not turn these dudes off? Oh my lord, they're coming. Raphael was in the scum world. I'm about to have some problems here. This is not a great battlefield area. Where do you think the override control computer is here? Where's your critical spot?
System failure.
That's combat, baby. All right, this is almost out of bullets. Oh Lord.
Outgoing fire. Key clear. I am unable. Repair not possible.
God, just die. Oh my God, the combat. Oh. Easy. Don't lose all your progress now. Good thing we disabled the turrets. Yeah, that was in like a different room. Apparently it's a per room basis. That accuracy though. I guess you can blow up the security cameras. I don't know what good it does. All right, what are we doing? Stealing their stuff, I guess. I'm like encumbered right now as well. Oh, that's a level 30. Yeah, I don't want to mess with any of that if I don't have to. Maybe I can get in here. So this is where I need to be, period, right? Okay, I can deal with that. Give me a personal atmosphere. I can figure this part out at least. So I need to go through this. Okay, maybe this is harder than I thought. I need to be through that. Okay, through the door. Jump back through, and we're in. Did I get to loot everything? No, not even close. Does it really matter? No. I will take my life. And not having to kill all these things. Of which there are many. That was not worth it. This is why I've stopped lockpicking. Bashing Big Bang Rare Particle Beam Shotgun. That's 35 physical, but 103 energy. Is that worth something? Deals double damage when gun bashing is whatever, but interesting. A new weapon. Lots of meds here. This is a very combat, this is probably the most combat heavy section with, I wouldn't quite say unavoidable, but damn near unavoidable combat unless you know where to go and you can sprint through and go through the little portal. Let's put that instead of the pistol. We're slowly phasing out pistols and doing shotguns instead. We do have a skill point. I'd like to put it in shotgun cert, but I need 12 more points. Oh! What world am I in? What world is Okay, the new shotgun I just found either is the antithesis to you or is incredibly powerful. I don't know which. Both? Maybe both. No idea where you came from. Yeah, the shotgun is like the strongest item in the game, maybe? I hear creepy crawling. I'm going, chat. But how do I open the door? I have a key card to something. Ah. Thanks, utility closet. Yeah. It's hooking me up here. Helping me out. Can we turn off the security system, please? Beep, beep, beep. Why am I so damn jumpy? I'm almost dead. I can't tell if that Cataxi was intentional or Bethesda's silly coding accidentally spawned it in the wrong area. I don't know. What is the objective now? This is a cool quest that has long overstayed its welcome, I would say. Have I overridden this? If I overrode the security controls, then why is the security access not opening?
This is now a combat zone. Total system failure.
All right, there's like too many dudes. I'm gonna try going around. Okay, can we turn off the security override lockdown accelerator section? I don't know where the hell I am! Or what's going on? Overriding security doors activates security robots. Don't think about it. $58 meters that way. Dude, boost packs are amazing. I don't know where I am. Exploring, like, Godspeed to anyone who decides to loot on this mission, because I am only following the objective marker right now, and I am totally lost. Oh, I am in trouble. Like, I'm really not... Oh, I don't want to loot that like that. Yeah, I'm honestly not stopping for much. And this still is taking forever. 20 meters that way. Did I go through this? Okay, maybe I should kill the damn robots.
Alert. I have anomalous sensor readings that may indicate I am re-engaging the enemy. Damage.
I thought he said, like,
systems.
damage. Dude, damage. Alright, I need to be through this door. How?
Massive damage.
How do I go through that door? And without using all of my medkits, please. 20 meters away, 12 meters away, it's literally right there. I can see where I need to pop back in. If I just go through here, what happens? I turn around. This area is completely blocked off, so that's not it at all. Is there an override computer? I don't think so, right? I don't understand why every gun has a round counter. It's just future tech. I feel like I'm missing something obvious right here. I see that on the other side. Try heading away from the marker objective in the upside down. Okay. So, there's the marker. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. It was taking too direct of a path. Dude, there's way too many dudes in here to be fighting all the time. I'm getting staggered.
Controls are available on designated security.
Okay, are we there yet? I'm gonna need more med kits. Thank you for at least 2. That was very nice. Rule of threes. Are we done? They really don't want you to finish this one quickly. Okay, so you can't go through there.
Catastrophic damage. Total system failure.
Let's take some of these. Well, I'm dead. I think I just saved though. That was the first death actually. The turrets are like level 26. I think. And the robots are only like level 10. Okay, so we're going to be 33 meters up.
Initiating a search pattern and engaging the enemy.
I'm dead again. There's got to be like a little glimmer light to switch universes over here.
Massive damage. Damage. All
20 enemies with a shotgun. At least I can get the shotgun upgrade. Oh, I see the glimmer right in front of me. Okay, good lord. %20 more shotgun damage, and we'll quick save. Mandatory damage. It's convenient. No one stops to ask why in this universe every time there's a door closed in one, it's open in the other. Oh, look how many people there are. What do I have to do? Wait, hang on. Chat, are we sure that we're saving the right universe? Is this not the Upside Down where we're saving Raphael? I don't know, man. Disengage power interlocks or switch universes.
I am opening fire. I have no more enemy targets in sight. Beginning combat protocol.
Guys, this is just too many, too much shooty. Way too much shooty. Can we all just take it down a few notches, please? All right. I'm gonna drink. Where is it? Give me the good stuff. Give me the Heart Plus. The accuracy. I'm gonna. Just let me. I don't have any cover here. I'm not. None of my guns are loaded. Okay. I still can't get over how bad the combat is. Shh. Don't tell them. Okay? They don't. You're not supposed to say that. Don't say that. That dude almost kills you when you're just on the way in. Okay. But yeah, lower difficulty would not make this more fun. I promise. All right, let's get another quick save here. Go through the portal. I've only died once, chat. Relax. Die one time. Streamer! I am starting to become aware of the fact that there may be a skill issue, possibly. Okay, all right, maybe there's a lot. Hold on, I got an idea. I'm gonna hide under here. Okay, there really are a lot of people, though. And that guy's level 20.
Catastrophic damage. System on a failure. Repair not possible.
Look, we're good. See? All I gotta do is... This is a perfect spot. I just gotta survive the turrets. And quick save. Okay, where are the other buttons? On the other side of the country? There's one right here. We're gonna do something else. Let's do we have a bunch of trauma packs. I need O2 recovery for a couple minutes. Thought I had a bunch more, like, things that give you damage resist. Yeah, I got 5 minutes of 150 damage resist. I will simply tank all damage.
Firing on target.
It's easy, chat. Maybe. Okay, maybe not. There's too many of them. I gotta find the perfect location. This area in particular kinda sucks. All right. Where are they coming from? Stop doing this stupid little robot dodge. I'm going. Where is it? I didn't see where it was. Right here. Yes? I think I'm... This is so much more egregious than the rest of the entire game. It's kind of hilarious. Oh, hang on. In this timeline, I didn't push the button. Time to choose the other universe. The other universe has bugs. What the hell is going on? Alright, I'm going back to my little hidey hole. This is my safe place. While it turns... Okay, I still gotta get the artifact. It's just a 100 enemy slugfest. Which is unusual because it hasn't happened at any other point in the entire game until now, I guess. And it's just, here's 30... I thought that there would be some kind of protection, like a cutscene.
Security and...
I'm having to burn through these.
The security lockdown has been terminated.
I ain't looting that. I'll take the trauma pack. I will loot this. It's just a rescue axe, though. Who cares? Get me out of here. Does the elevator magically work now? Yeah, because the The override.
Ah, there you are.
Finally.
Welcome back.
Yep.
Ethan, how are we doing?
You guys owe me so much.
Research levels back online. Definitely some damage, but it could be a lot worse. We will have to replace a few robots.
That mission started out so
Yes,
strong.
well, that's a small price to pay, all things considered.
This is a lot to take in. Artifacts, multiple universes.
Look on the bright side, dear. Just imagine the papers you'll publish.
If anyone even believes us.
I am curious, though. Why did you decide to stay here, with us?
Because none of this made any damn sense. In the other universe, you were all dead. This was better. Raphael died to save you. I actually didn't even ask Raphael what he thought I should do. I sort of just left him to die, which is very morbid when you think about it. You have something to offer me. He didn't. That's true, they gave me a cool shotgun. Yeah, in the other universe, Raphael's just... You have something to offer me. He didn't.
Fair enough. Not everyone has to be a philosopher. Our next supply ship will be arriving soon. I'll have a full report ready for them. For now, I'd like to extend our gratitude and what compensation I can offer for everything we put you through. Thank you. This has been a truly remarkable experience.
Legendary spacesuit, an achievement, a skill point, another Chivo. We need more shotgun kills. I can do pistol, which right now we don't really have that many pistols. We can also do, let's just do weightlifting. I'm tired of running around with that stupid blur. Look what we got. Everything's updating right now. Beast Hunter, minus 15% damage from alien enemies. 10% chance to stagger attackers. It's not really that much different. Plus 10% damage to scan targets. It's kind of shitty, actually. It's not as heavy, but it's worse than my Mercury NASA-sponsored space helmet. And then my legendary spacesuit is like 15% less damage from alien enemies. Well, this one's good. Automatically use a med pack, but it like consumes a med pack. If it was a free med pack once every 60 seconds, that'd be pretty sweet. 10% chance to ignite nearby attackers. Why is its value like 3,700? It's not worth anything. My Mercury spacesuit is worth 23,000. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, cool reward. Thanks. Yeah, NASA is better. Alright, the quest is now, go to Masada 3. I must go to the buried temple on Masada where I will confront the hunter, the emissary, and their allies for the final artifact. The final artifact, chat. It's called Revelation also. You're carrying too much and can't fast travel. I literally just picked the final carry as much as I want perk. I will not take this back sassing. I don't need to drop much. We still don't even have bullets for this gun. Alright, I'm just gonna drop among the graph jumps. Goodbye. Books. My 90s. I'm dropping my 90s. I just need to drop one heavy thing. How about this calibrated recon suit? There we go. Wait, no, I still have... Oh, I know what to do. Just drink some booze. Where is it? Drink some booze? It needs to be... Like, wine doesn't help you carry more, but other booze does. We've had this since the beginning of the game. Okay. Do we have whiskey? Just drop one more thing. I don't care about comm relays. Just ditch them. All right, we're at 260 out of 260. By the way, how did we figure out this is where we needed to go? Level 75? I may have to turn the difficulty down to finish the game at this rate. The one thing I don't have is enough meds. Actually, do you think I should go see if I can buy some from them if they restocked? Please let me up. Please. Is this game balanced around you doing a bunch of side quests? Probably, yeah. I would assume so. But I would say that very hard is just not balanced at all. It's just everyone has a million HP. Wait, it's not stealing to just take this stuff off the wall? I can just lockpick this right in front of his face? It wasn't worth it. Hey, do you sell meds?
I am glad that's all over.
Me too, buddy. Everything back to normal?
Getting there. We're still trying to connect to the research level's control system. A lot of the circuits were just fried. And I think the engineers are going to be repairing robots for a while.
The problem is, I don't remember where the doctor's office was. Ping pong. Dining hall. Bathrooms.
Okay. Hello. Why are you here?
I'm looking for medicine, Doc. Can you help me?
Yeah, it's nice to have my old lab back.
I don't know where anything is, dude. Is it on the research level? Or does this go all the way down? Oh, this goes all the way down. Oh yeah, I don't want to be here. How am I lost in such a tiny building? I mean, it's not tiny. We saw all the facilities down below, but pantry, hall, clinic. Hello. I'm hoping you have some stuff that I can buy, because I need to buy
I
all of
assume
it.
you have some urgent.
Yeah.
What?
I already bought it all, huh? It's too bad. Chad, I ain't gonna make it with, like... Maybe I will. What happened to Barrett? They made him stay outside. Probably because they couldn't factor in the teleporting. So they made him wait out front for me. The going between dimensions wouldn't work with a companion, I guess. So they just made him stay out front. Okay. Back to the ship. And then onwards to Revelation. And hopefully the end. That is the final book.
I have something for you.
Barrett has something for me. That's so nice.
Hey, if you have time, I've been thinking about some things. Wanted to talk to you about it.
Right now?
I've been thinking a lot about my early days in Constellation lately. Got me pretty nostalgic, and I started digging in some old things. Just sort of reminiscing. I found some of Irvin's last messages to me and thought I'd listen to them again to hear his voice.
Ah, yes. Your one personality trait. Were these previously unread messages?
No, I apparently read at least a few of these. I just don't remember. It was a difficult time.
Good morning, Ita. What's up, Lord Dogman? I hope that was a comfort.
It was surreal, honestly. So, most of the messages were everyday things. Lots of excitedly written news about biodiversity and plant life. But one thing stood out. In one of his messages, he mentioned this job that he took at a mine shortly before he died. He said something terrible was happening there. But the message was garbled after that.
Interstellar communication isn't always reliable.
True, but this was different. I recognized this pattern from the war. A portion of the message was encrypted. Well, Vasco helped me decipher it. Turns out the message was from Irvin, and he was begging me to help him. The message was short, but his voice was pained. He was so upset.
There was a war? I don't know. What was the message?
He said they were going to destroy his life if he didn't leave the planet now. Then he asked me to help clear his name. Said they had a case against him. Oh, he sounded so upset.
That must have been difficult to hear, Barrett.
Yes. Hearing his voice in so much pain was very difficult. Oh, I wish I had noticed this message when he sent it. So in this message, Irvin said he was being framed. He said they'll do it again. He asked if Constellation could send more help.
This recording is 20 years old. Irvin is dead. We can't help him. Who is they? Framed for what? You didn't notice an encrypted message before? Framed for what?
Not exactly sure, but he mentioned a court case. So I think there's a paper trail.
Did you not know this about him? Who is they?
His former employers at some job he took before he died. I think it was a mining company.
A court case? This recording is 20 years old.
It is, but I was thinking about it and, well, it's still wrong, right? So I figured, hey, I can do some sort of a remote investigation here, see what I can find out. There's gotta be a paper trail, right? Now, I happen to have a trustworthy contact who knows a bit about law and owes me a favor. I'd need to pay in advance in case there are any access fees or bribes.
What? You want me to spot you 2,500 credits? Sure, I'm not going to be able to take it with me, Barrett, into the next life. Here you go.
That works. I'll tell them to go ahead with the investigation. You know, hearing Irvin's voice again made me want to help him, even though I know I can't. Does that make any sense?
Barrett, next time just ask for the 2,500 up front, okay? I got you. Everything makes sense when you say it, Barrett. What's up, guys? Hello, Squizzy. How are you liking Starfield? Personally, I have loved it and been very impressed with it so far. Squizzy, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor and mute my stream, maybe even click the X button, because I don't want to ruin your fun or hash your vibe, bro. Okay? So I'm going to do you a solid and tell you that for someone who really loves and is impressed with Starfield, this is probably not the place you want to be.
Anything else?
Now, you're welcome to stay. I'm not going to kick you out or remove you, but that is your fair warning. This is not a safe space for that. Yeah. Yo, this alternative dimension etal is nice. Everything makes sense when you say it, Barrett.
Huh. Can't say I've had that effect on anyone before. Hopefully poking around in old records doesn't catch the attention of Hephaestus.
What?
Well, anyway.
Who?
I'll let you know if my contact finds anything.
Thanks again, Barrett. Is your plan to finish the story tonight? Yeah. It is. Okay, chat. One last BRB before Christmas. One last BRB before we end the game. Yeah, we're also about to finish the whole ass game, so not that I think that there's any spoilers you need to be concerned about, but I digress. I gotta take the dog out, and then we'll finish this, okay? Hang tight. We got this, I believe. Why didn't it do the cool cinematic? You know, with the spinny. Like this. I returned. I got some water. I'm gonna need it. Because I am thirsty for some good gameplay. Have you done... I have not done any faction quests, no. I don't see any reason to do any side quests until you finish the main quest once. If the whole point is to push the reset button on your character, then there's no sense of permanence, and therefore I don't want to build ships, build outposts, or do any side quests. And if that's not how they wanted me to play, then they should have designed the game differently. I think.
Engine's ready. Waiting on your word, Captain.
He sounds tired. Bro, I am tired. It's been 8 hours of Starfield after we played yesterday.
Orbital pattern locked.
I am tired.
Easy.
Bro, please, bro. Just keep going. It's worth it, bro. Like, also, I honestly don't think, I don't know, I have a lot of thoughts that are difficult to summarize.
Yes, we're here.
Yes!
Look at those beautiful stars.
But yeah, I don't think the side quests are gonna save this for me. Like, there might be a few pockets that are cool quest chains, but the core of the game is foul and rotten from the inside out. It has boring flying mechanics in a spaceship game. It has bad exploration in a game whose story is about exploration. And it has bad gunplay in a combat-focused... Like, gunplay is the most subjective out of those, so if you like it, more power to you. But the shooty is really bad. It boils down to use Fusro Da or levitate on the enemies and then shoot them while they are helpless. And that's the entire combat loop. So with all of those things, and the inability to actually RP as a character, because your RP will be thrown out the window by force because of the game storylines, I don't know what's left other than pretty graphics. So I don't really understand the, like, modders will save it or side quests or New Game Plus will save it. I kind of like, I understand the drive to just want to walk around and talk to a bunch of NPCs. I would have to talk to at least a handful of NPCs that were interesting to talk to first. Which we've talked to a few, like on the first stream, I thought they were okay. But I think it's like monumental amounts of copium.
I will never get tired of that.
The likes of which I have never seen before. Even Starfield Sorry, even Cyberpunk first release didn't have this much copium. Curious why I can't jump straight there. Is it like a top-down verticality?
Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place.
It just works.
Grav drive spinning down. Systems green.
I quick saved immediately. Yeah, finally! You made the last mission too long.
Let's settle this.
Not surprising that the folks that dropped $100+ on the game to play early are singing its praises. Sunk cost and objectivity are often at odds with each other. Well, there's also the elephant in the room that nobody's allowed to talk about, and that there were a lot of sponsored content creators as well. So that definitely will affect what you hear sometimes. I didn't ask for this fight, but I'm not letting either of you control the artifacts. No sense delaying the inevitable. Prepare to be destroyed. I don't suppose either of you will listen to reason?
You had your chance to pick a side. Don't go walking back from your lone wolf.
I wasn't. I was just going to tell you I'm better than you. I didn't ask for this fight, but I'm not letting either of you control the artifacts.
A fight in the heavens themselves. What more could we ask for?
I am... Dude, they're level 30? Alright, we're gonna try and do old space tactics where we hide behind the... I gotta fight both of them? My shields are already offline. We got full speed to engines. Full to shield. I don't have anything in missiles. Alright, I gotta like pick... I gotta pick like one of the targets.
The artifacts are mine.
I choose you! We gotta like power up the lasers? How many missiles do I get? I'm gonna get shot up the ass by the other guys. You can't just go invisible whenever you want to, dude. Oh, he's right there. We got his shields down.
We've lost Grav jump.
Enemy missiles are locked. Oh, I'm dying. I'm getting shot by somebody. Can we get the shields back online? Where'd he go? Jack, where'd he go? How many are there? What is happening? Did I kill one? Enemy missiles locked on. Oh, they're on my ass. I don't know how many ship repairs we have, but it's not that many. Is there no point in targeting subsystems? You can target subsystems? How am I gonna beat this? I even bought a new ship for this. I didn't ask for this. Da-da-da. I had to turn the difficulty down for this fight? I'm not surprised. Alright, we're gonna start by going over here. Away. Like we did a second ago. I think staying next to the giant rocks is probably the best strategy we've got. I'm actually gonna take points out of engine. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Let's actually quick save here. Go to 0. I can't see shit. Like, I don't know where they are. Oh, there's one. Oops. I wonder if I just sit next to the rock. If that'll be enough. Nope, it's not. I'm getting my ass kicked now. Let's just blow up and reset. It'd be easier. I was hoping I could, like, bug them. Okay. So spam missiles? How many missiles do we have? 20? Oh, now we have 0. Do they? I assume they recharge. Dun dun dun.
Target's engine is down. Nice.
Bro. What the hell? What is... Oh, man. I wish I could say I was surprised by this, just being here like, oh, you think you're gonna beat the campaign on my watch on very hard after beating the rest of it? Nope. You gotta do a mandatory ship battle, you dumbass. And they're all level 30. And we'll do a 3v1. I got lucky the first time. I probably should have saved after I got rid of the first ship. Pew, 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 pew. We're doing so good, chat. We're doing so good.
Their engines are down.
All right. They just do this like full turnaround and then just blast you in the ass.
Not good. Lost the grab drive.
And then they just turn on a dime and just like shoot you. The strat seems to be just sit behind them and hope you don't get snuck up on by the other. Yeah. Like, honestly, No Man's Sky space combat is better. But yeah, it's really hard to, like, sit on their ass, because they'll, like, camp here, I think? Is this dude level 16?
embrace eternity.
Oh, that's the part where they turn around and I die. Yeah. We're gonna be here for a while, I guess. Ironically, I've been playing a lot of No Man's Sky the past few days. Don't blame you. Are we taking damage because we're getting shot immediately, or because... I am struggling, yeah. I'm struggling a lot, actually, because they can shoot you with pinpoint accuracy even when you boost. And we're doing engine repairs, and they're just gonna turn around.
Just lost the jump drive.
Yeah, I know. How did I do this the first time? Have you tried a third person might be easier to sneak up? You can't really see anything else. Alright, I might need to take 1 point out of ballistic and put it in missile. There's no way they can see me. Let's wait for shield to recharge while I fly full speed around this asteroid. They seem to be able to hit me anyways. I am dust. All right, shield's coming back online. Oh.
You are not chosen.
All right, I'm getting my, like, they are always shooting from the perfect direction.
Rad drive is entirely offline.
Yeah, third person makes it easier to see where you're getting shot from, so that counts for something. Okay, that's good to know. Again. All right, so like right behind me. Right in front of me. I'm gonna make another save soon. All right. If I can just kill that dude. He's like right here. He's invisible. Missiles. Do what you need to do. My shields are offline. Let's take a little trip.
Jump drive is chugging, and it's down.
His shields are coming back on. I can't let the shields come back on, dude. I'm dead. I can't win in a head-on firefight with them. But I'm getting just shot by... I should have taken a side, but you can't change. Like, I think, they would have done really well to give you one opportunity to change sides, like right here at the end. Why wouldn't one of them accept? You know? If you were just like, hey bro, Actually, I think I agree with the Hunter. Why would the Hunter not backstab the other dude who he's in eternal conflict with? Role-playing? Am I? I think I'm actually just losing. There's a hitbox if you fly too close. Do not delete the save. There's a hitbox if you fly too close. And that's what's losing my shield. Alright, please, come on, let's just take this nerd out. Come on, take this nerd out with full health. I'm getting shot in the ass. Alright, one's dead, one's dead. Let's make a new save. Just a different save so that way it doesn't override the quick. This is giving me a lot of Fallout 1 vibes. He's gonna do the turn, probably. And I have to get right behind him, and then the other one gets me. Chad, they're not supposed to be able to work together, dude.
Shields are non-operative.
All right. To be fair, you're supposed to be much higher level. Here's the thing. You're not wrong, but I am not the developer that didn't put level recommendations next to their missions. So, as far as the game is concerned, you can be whatever level you want. Like, how would I know? But also, I did buy a new ship that is significantly better for this. It's just not better enough. We should get back toward the asteroid. Or a asteroid. Why do I feel like the rocks are moving faster than me? Why is this one spinning so fast? What happened? Alright, I am gonna quick save there. That looks dangerous. Pew, 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 pew. Pew. Critical hit, success. Come on, kick his ass. I'm sorry? Did he, like... I mean, I guess I killed him, he retreated. Alright, we got one left. Fighting them on the other side of the asteroid. Was the actual key, because the other dude is, like, stuck over there. Weren't you supposed to be able to target specific parts of an enemy ship? Apparently it's a perk that I do not have. But you guys remember when Deus Ex Human Revolution was lambasted for not giving you alternate ways to fight bosses? And that was the height of gamer drama? Do you remember that? Have we gotten like soft since then? Like, I feel like if this was released in Human Revolution's time frame, it wouldn't be allowed to exist. Like a mandatory space battle that requires investment in a aspect of an RPG that you don't even want to do. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Not right now. I got your ass. Got him. All right, we did it. Hell yeah.
Grav jump fully repaired.
Got him. I thought you could talk your way out of a boss. Oh yeah, they patched Deus Ex Human Revolution patched in the ability to handle all bosses in the game in a way other than combat. Typically they have 3 ways, combat being one of them. I can't believe how many things that used to be basic game mechanics are perks now. Well, that's what happens when you need a perk system. You are the scum save and scum tactics king, Etal. You have to be. We really didn't take as long as I thought it was going to be honest. GG. Crescent Wolf, thanks for 100 months. Happy 100 months, dude.
Initiate landing sequence.
Compared to some of the stuff we got up to in Fallout 1, that was nothing. But yeah, thanks Crescent Wolf for 1 hundo. Much appreciated, dude. Okay. GG. We made it out of the forced space combat. By the way, space combat is hold all the buttons down all the time. That's the strategy. Oh wait, are we encumbered? I cannot go into this fight encumbered.
Looking for something?
Barrett is full.
Right. Later.
Can I send stuff to the ship from here? I thought you could, but I guess I need to go back on. But yeah, it's kind of like you're supposed to do lasers and missiles, I think, for shields. I don't know why missiles are shields. And then ballistics for hull, but I mostly do that, but then end up just pushing all the buttons anyway because they still do more damage. There we go. The cargo on this is maybe, oh, it's full. Okay, Ezekiel's also full. Sarah, are you full?
You've got something for? I'd be happy to carry.
All my pack mules. Because you can't sell anything because they don't allow the vendors to have more than like 5,000 in cash, which is really silly. These intergalactic traders. 12-round mag and a suppressed shotgun. That might actually be worth holding on to. We kind of stopped using that. Experimental helmet. Don't really care about those. Okay. Looks good.
Bye.
How are we supposed to sell tens of thousands inventory? I don't know. How are you supposed to make money? I don't know. How's your experience with the game so far? I'm about to complete it right now. Penguin Healer, the main story, FYI, if you care. But I would say if you have to play it, check it out on Game Pass. Otherwise, don't bother. Check it out on Game Pass, see if you like it, see if your experience differs from mine. And then, if you do like it, then get it. So, what the hell happened here, guys? The Ecliptics. Oh, I actually could use the Heart Plus.
Don't need it now.
Are we about to get some kind of ooh, this guy's got med packs. See, that stuff I can actually use. Med packs, Heart Plus. I would say if you were super bored, you could get some fun out of Starfield. If you're like Act 1, Act 2 in Baldur's Gate, or you just started playing Armored Core, or you're still getting through Tears of the Kingdom, you know, just keep doing what you're doing. Grass is not greener. If you're a streamer, you can play it for loads of clippable content. True, there's been a lot less clippable content today than yesterday. There was some insane shenanigans yesterday. Today is more about... What?
Look out!
I use shotguns, dude. Oh.
Oh, I got this.
You're supposed to be floating. That's my superpower. You have to do what my power says you're supposed to do.
You aren't ready for this, but I am.
You can't just ignore it. All right, okay, hold on. Slow down. I haven't even drank any of my Heart Plus trauma packs. This is the time, dude. It's only 2 minutes. Do we have anything cool? Damage recovery for 3 minutes. Plus 20 O2 for 2 minutes. That's a good one. This is carry capacity, persuasion chance, O2 recovery, 10 health. Okay.
Interesting.
Bro.
Sure. I've got some time to
You're supposed to... My powers are supposed to do stuff to you. All right. Like, melee guys are just really annoying.
Encore.
What? Are you blocking my bullets? Is he dead? I'm stuck here. Now this is Starfield.
This never gets old.
Yeah, this never gets old. I'm just gonna reload. Ow!
No problem.
Are you good? Do I need to come pick you up?
Face is burning.
Barrett, please, bro.
Adorable.
I'm kind of stuck here. Hold on. Was there like a new weapon I wanted to try? Yeah, this guy. Suppress shoddy instead of the AK, probably, because we're almost out of ammo for that anyways. Chad, I can't move, really. I mean, I can go down, but... I can't jump. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna push him down. We're gonna go pew, and then go, and then reload, and then go pew, and then go. Where are you going? Did he fall? Get out of here! Go down the ledge!
Oh, I love this part.
Did he come back up? Do we have like grenades or something to help this fight be less the way that it is? I have 2 impact grenades. Wow. Just equip them, I guess. There's 3 of them, right? I'm gonna kill you with a good old Earth Mossberg. He died to his own fall damage. Okay. How many are there? This fight has already... Too much. Oh, you use the powers too? Cool. You ever learn that one? Teleportation powers are so cool. What the... Where are you going? I'm the only one that's supposed to be allowed to just like run away whenever I want. That's not for you, that's for me. All right, I'm using Squall for 20% bonus damage. I'm gonna use another health plus or heart plus. All right, that guy is actually dead. They teleport through the damn floor. That one's not even dead, or almost dead. All right, we got a problem.
Don't you forget it.
And they're doing like the Call of Duty throw grenades all the time thing.
But I am.
Is it just me, or is this shotgun doing insane damage from range? Why is it doing so much damage from up here? Slug shotty, is it? Oh my god. Flechette BB? BB? Where are these hit markers coming from? Come on. Do something. Hey, I did it. I mean, you also helped me do it. Good job. We together did it. I can't believe it, guys. Ita was epic enough to beat the boss 14 times. Yeah. I mean, it was I thought it was cool when they had one guy that was also a Starborn like all the other Starborn. And then it was even cooler when they had two, and then I was like losing my mind when there were 4 of them simultaneously. And they were all in identical costumes with nondescript powers. Apparently we have frostbite. What thing treats frostbite? It's got the little drippies. The final area looks exactly like every other area. Kinda, yeah. Okay. Frostbite's got the little drippies. Like this. Heal paste. Frostbite cured! Are there more trauma packs around here? There are, actually. I kinda need all of them. Okay, that's all we're gonna get. Well, at least I found, like, this experimental shotgun does incredible work.
All yours.
So I got that going for me, at least. I like the part where the dead guys are everywhere. And then the devs give me more ammo that I definitely am not gonna need, right, guys? Okay, at least there's med stations around here. Thank you, level designer, who added all these trauma packs, which for gameplay purposes are handy, but make no sense to be put on every single steel beam. Shh. Don't think about it. They're just scattered around all over the place here, dude. I love that we're in a generic snow facility for this final buried temple. It's great. Good atmosphere with all the blood.
It's only the beginning.
Here we go again, I guess. Wait, oh god.
Ha! I've done this 1,000 times.
What? Why are there just regular dudes here now? Are they resurrecting them? Are you okay? I think Barrett's struggling, chat. Are they gonna resurrect all these nerds? Necromancers are canon now. Sure, yeah.
Come and get it. Good grief. Max.
Good grief. Why? Dude, why is Barrett and like every side character written with like good Christian dialogue? Barrett's always like, I want a teensy weensy, itty bitty, good golly gosh grief. He exploded right in my face. Defeat the Starborn. Good dodge. That was a great dodge. Why are grenades so bad?
It'll heal.
Sorry. That guy's level 30? Okay, that's the real guy. I gotta do some reloads. We're almost out of ammo on this gun.
Didn't think this through, huh?
Okay, chat, I'm going in. Ready? Not for you. I thought I was going for the other guy. Do they just resurrect them indefinitely? Also, the accuracy on this pistol is garbage. Okay. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna save. And we're gonna have a wonderful combat experience with everyone chasing each other around. Oh my god.
Oh, bad choice. Everybody got that?
Good fight. Great fight. Well done. You tried your best, and that's really all you can do. Hello, Barrett. How you doing? Let me just reload every single gun I own. Perfect. Okay. Now that yet another Guardian is dead, why are you still giving me credits at this part of the game? Like, I can't imagine that there's any need for credits right now, right? Or really much of anything outside of immediately usable trauma packs. And or odd, like, super rare weapon that'll change the tide. I'm really just looking for heals, bro. No, I don't want. That's not going to be anything, I promise. A computer? Secure target site. Let's show them what hiring ecliptic means. Okay, so they were garrisoned. And they had elevators. Good story, thank you. Did I even kill anybody up here? I don't remember killing that guy, but he dropped a thing. Galvanized shock troop, not better than my Earth Mercury. All right, let's go, I guess. I don't know. I don't see any more meds. They dropped the base ID card. Which I guess I need to take over here.
May as well, right?
Barrett, please. Okay, what are we plugging this thing into? NASA created the greatest, strongest spacesuit ever made first try. Hell yeah, they did. 'Cause they are gamers. I find it fascinating. I've never seen Etel play a boomer shooter, yet he still absolutely understands high mobility weapon cycling that are central to the genre. I do what I can. What we doing in here? So I assume it's implied that these nerds okay. Did the hunter and the other guy come through and murder all these people? Is that the implication? I don't need to be in there. Can you shoot the staple gun? You know, I was wondering that also, but I don't think so. How'd I get down there? They really drew this out, huh? Hi. What are you guys doing here?
Okay, you're up.
It's me.
Something goes wrong in there, we'll come get you.
It's
Why would
Lynn.
anything go wrong?
And Heller.
Would you shut up? Both of you do your jobs. Client is on his way. What are you waiting for?
I was just fighting Starborn. I shouldn't be here. Lynn, the artifact. It's more important than you imagined. Tell Barrett you're doubling your price. I was just fighting Starborn. I shouldn't be here.
Oh boy. We've got an Aurora user.
Look at all the guns I have.
You took a hit right before your shift?
Just look at all the
We'll
weapons.
be talking about this later, Dusty. Now get in that cavern.
Don't look at me. I've done my part.
Okay, bye. Oh, there's more of them. Okay. Great. Let's do amp. And Chunks Cola. And oh yeah, whiskey gives you more carry capacity. Heart Plus.
Just gone. Don't you forget.
Am I dead? What the hell is... What are you doing? What is going on? Jesus. I don't understand the implications. It's just doing random ass explosions. There's robots? Can I run past them? No, don't do a lock-picking minigame right now. Bro, hold. I gotta reload.
Please. I've done this 1,000 times.
Time and You can't do that. Alright, I guess I killed him. Find a way to open the door.
Muscle time. You aren't ready for this, but I am.
Am I dead? Hold on, I need to save. I like how it's find a way to open the door, BT dub. We will mark the key card on your map. Just go over there.
Total system failure.
All right, these stupid ass. Okay, how am I supposed to get over there without just insta-dying? I know I'm in pain. I'm in pain mentally, physically.
I am unable. Repair not possible.
I can't find a spot where one dude can't see me, so I can just chill for a sec. Frostbite is stable. Okay, I only have a few seconds left of Chunks Cola. I don't know if I can just stand here and reload for a minute. The reloads take so long. Like, if you watch the animation before you actually get the number, okay, in this case it worked. I don't know where the door that you want me to find is.
That was a weird noise.
Just go ahead. Just do it. I'll just reload. Let's look around more. I think it's the inconsistency of the fact that they will mark X but not Y is what makes it so strange. It's like, yes, here is the specific key card that you need in a vacuum. Now, good luck, find the rest of it yourself, so it...
Massive damage.
It always feels wishy-washy with... Oh, that now it opens? This wasn't opening a second ago. I think because I did the whole lockpick thing. Maybe I did that before I picked up the key card?
Total system failure.
All right. Assembly lines are coming along, but requiring only Omega-class personnel effectively means our sworn-to-secrecy grunts are doing all the manual work instead of subcontracted techs. I'm not paid to ask questions, but it's a lot of credits to burn, so I hope whoever's footing the bill is happy about this, because if it were me, I'd just buy a private resort and sip Chandra Pignonor. I'm just kidding. I know it's not said like that. Okay. Short-range turrets. Something. Remote robots. You can be my friends. Okay. And then remote turret control, please die. Is there not a button in here to, like, open one of the security bays? Or did I just skip over it on accident? Well, at least now I'm not getting everybody shooting me. Okay, this one's locked. I assume we need to open that. This room is far too large. I have the key? Oh. I have the key. I knew that. I just stopped trying them, which is funny. But this is not where I need to go, though. One of these places is gonna be where I need to go, though, I guess. Isn't that God tier? Am I crazy, or is that a God tier weapon? Oh, hang on. This pistol's kind of God tier. Anti-personnel calibrated regulator, plus 10% damage against humans. Only an 8-round mag, though. That's really the downside. The suppressed shotty doesn't seem that good. This shotgun's okay. This one's okay. I think I'm done with the Orion. Yeah, this pistol looks badass. Cool animation, too. I wish I had found one of these, like, a lot sooner. But none of these things are what I'm looking for. I guess.
Did you factor in the local gravity before doing that?
Oh, it's right here. Level design is my passion.
Can you feel that slight vibration? It changes ever so often. Pretty sure it's from the reactor.
I needed like one of those classic spotlights on the thing that I was looking for, you know? I get it. This place is very big. You did a very good job.
We have visitors! Wadek, you didn't tell me we have visitors.
We have visitors.
Welcome. What's mine is yours. Well, no, it's...
Why is it doing like a remember all the characters we showed you in the story? Captain Petrov, I'm about to finish the most important collection in the settled systems.
I'm impressed. How did you... You don't deserve the final artifact. This life you've led, you're nothing but a thief, an opportunist, a liar.
That's not fair. I would have gladly paid for the artifact if you let me. Whoever's doing this, I don't appreciate these little time capsules of yours.
You think you have a right to the infinite? You're nothing! Guards!
Moving.
Bro, everybody here. Just take a seat.
Let's go.
Jeez, dude.
You enjoy. It's on.
Are you done? Can you give me some meds? I'm gonna run out of heals. I don't know how many I have left, but I know it's not that many. But yeah, I do actually like that pistol. That's the first cool pistol that we've seen. It'd be a lot better if I'd gotten it sooner in the campaign, but we are where we are. There's some medkits. Surely they're going somewhere with this. It's just like the last mission. It's just so long. It just wears out its welcome. Like, separating everything with big arena fights, fighting the same enemies over and over again is very, like, 2000s, 2010s game design that we've kind of grown out of.
Come on, Rook. Come on. You can make it. Barely stepped on the juryman's road with us. Can't see another soul off to the void so soon.
That's me. I'm dead.
No. I'll pour one out to the blackest
Kiss me,
sea
Vladimir.
for you.
Kiss me. Roll credits. That was me. This is another universe, one where I died.
What the? Crix's ghost? What kind of cruelty is this? This some starborn trick? Come to mock me before you twist a blade?
I'm not here to hurt you. Attack. True evil. I always did wonder if I could take you one-on-one. Vladimir. I don't really want to tell you this. Whoa, whoa. I'm not here to hurt you, Vladimir.
What are you then? Some lost soul? No salvation here.
I know losing a member of Constellation is hard, but we make it through this. Keep going. I don't care who died, even if it was me. It's nothing next to the power we uncover. It's not worth it in the end, Vladimir. I'd give all away all the artifacts to have my friend back. I know losing a member of the Constellation is hard, but we make it through this. Keep going.
Not sure if you're just a reflection of a shattered brain, but okay. I get your meaning. Well, ghost from the other side. I'll keep what you said rolling around in my head for a spell. But for now, wouldn't mind if you gave me a bit. I just lost a friend.
Clean that up. We've made it. In your professional opinion, did the game get better than a couple days ago, chat in italics? No. Main quest, judgment only? No. It got worse, yeah. Dude, this is such a... Thank you, devs. I appreciate you giving me every possible item that you could give me for the final boss fight, because you know it doesn't matter, because if I win, I just get it all deleted anyway. This is the most egregious version of here. Take all of the supplies we can possibly give you before the boss fight I've ever seen, including the most powerful shotgun I've ever seen in the entire game, I think. It's only a 4-round mag, though. Was that a grenade launcher? Oh, that would explain it. Dude, this is ammo for every type of weapon just spawned in, I think. And every type of heal? Literally just like a cheat code final boss? Don't you feel like you've earned this? Yeah, I mean, definitely. Let's get every single possible mine in the entire game, too.
We can't manage all this stuff. Can we take a moment?
I'm actually doing okay as far as stuff goes. Galvanized shock troop spacesuit is actually not better than what I've got, so I can just drop that. The silent shotgun is, it's kind of meh. The Orion's kind of meh. This is the new hotness. Double damage to targets with full health. Put that on instead of suppressed shoddy. Okay. What is a Tesla pylon?
To sort through it?
There, we sorted through it. I had a weapon there that I don't have anymore. What did I just drop? That was on 2. Where's the screen? The Coachman's not good, is it? No. Okay. This is gonna be the main gun until we didn't get any ammo for the cool gun, though, of course. That would be too easy.
Gaze into the abyss of the infinite.
Oh, I thought we were gonna have a conversation. Is there any dialogue in my RPG, or just like no cover?
Whoa. Okay, that hurts. Incoming.
Uh-huh. Whoa.
Oh yes, I know how to.
This actually reminds me of Control. This section reminds me of Control a lot. This is sort of how the end of Control was also designed. Pog, Starfield making the list?
Gaze into the abyss of the infinite.
Alright, well, that means we need to take Heart Plus. Take a damage resist for 5 minutes. Seems like a good idea. We'll take another damage resist. I actually have 16 trauma packs. Not bad. I only have one squall, though. What happens if I just run past them? Just a cute little trauma pack. Are you guys really just gonna camp up there?
Oh, face yourself.
That's Starfield, baby! I can't shoot. Stand here and just slug it out, chat. Am I not supposed to kill the duplicates? Is that the rule? Like, just ignore the duplicates? Because the one dude is making them up top? Is that what I'm supposed to take from this? I guess we'll go do that then. I got you, fam. Where'd he go, though? Can you please reload? Finish your animation.
Please.
He's invisible!
I've done this 1,000 times.
He's up there!
Won't even scar.
Wow. We got him. Good job, chat. Yeah, that gun doesn't reload very easily. So epic. One temple to rule them all. I'm making full saves here. All right, this has gotta be it.
Well, here we are, ready to kill each other for the artifacts.
At last.
As always.
I'm tired, dude.
I'm sorry it's come to this.
Attack. Neither of you are stopping me. Attack. You're both obsessed with the artifacts. The universe is better off without you two. Speech. Stop this. Both of you. All this fighting across the settled systems. It has to end. Oh, now you give me a speech option.
More talking? I'm a little disappointed.
Shut up.
No. Wait. I want to hear this. Fine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? I need a +8? Dude, I have auto persuade. Oh shit, I can just auto persuade the finale of the entire game? Can I only, like, does that work?
Is that a note of concern?
Did it work? There are plenty of universes to fight in. Let's see some peace.
That certainly does sound different.
There has to be a universe where I've already won this. You'll look back on this later and wonder what we were arguing about.
You might be right. Well, I don't know about either of you, but it's been a while since I felt this old. Perhaps it's time to put this all to an end. At least this once. Here, take the artifacts before I come to my senses.
It's just that easy. Bye.
Well, I'll be...
Did you see that shit?
Hey, Captain. Need help with anything? Mm-hmm.
Ten out of 10. No notes. Perfect as is. And we're out. Build the armillary on your ship. Talk to your friends before you leave. And I got 3 skill points. Did I level up 3 times? This is like if Thanos was just, aight, give someone to head out. Six arena battles later, and they're just gonna let you talk your way out of the boss? I didn't even have to make any sense either. I had an automatic persuade, and then you'll look back on this and wonder what we were even fighting about. Yeah. Don't know what to tell you, chat. I didn't even have to make any sense. Imagine saying that about the speech check on the final boss.
Finally, these new universes won't know what hit them. Forget about the Starborn and the Hunter. It's Barrett and company from here on out.
I'm in. I want a uniform and a mask with your face on it.
Oddly enough, still not the strangest thing I've seen in the universe. Look, if this is a are we doing this or not talk, then stop right there. We're doing this. The multiverse waits for no one.
Every Barrett in the multiverse is going to be like this. I will never escape this nightmare. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, that's why I said it first. See you on the other side.
Barrett loved that, it says. Barrett loved that. You look back on this and think, why did I stream that? I'm just tired and in a constant state of never-ending shock. Every time I think it can't get worse, somehow it does. And at a certain point, I can keep repeating that, or I can just smile and thank Todd Howard for letting me tag along for this wild ride.
As much fun as that was, it's good to be back.
Surely it's not that bad. Katakiwi, have you even had the stream open for like the last hour? Maybe even the last 5 minutes? That was the end of the damn game. We're in the epilogue now. This is the
Now
epilogue.
that you have all the artifacts, we should talk.
That was the final actual mission. This is the debrief with all the companions and build the armillary and start over.
So this is it. This armillary can finally be assembled, and the Starborn are sure that something will happen on the other side. Something that will make us like them. Funny. I thought after all this time I'd be screaming in excitement to jump into the unknown, but I feel like I'm hesitating.
This is what we wanted. We might not ever see each other again. This is our greatest mission.
I know that, and believe me, I feel it. The destiny of it all. But after that, what happens? Say we go to the Unity, become Starborn, enter another universe. Will there even be a constellation there? It won't be ours, even if it is.
Constellation is wherever we are. I'm gonna keep exploring no matter what. I do love exploring. I know you love exploring too, so do I. We collectively love exploring. Let's do it some more.
I really turned you into a true believer, didn't I? Oh, what have I done? All right, let's get back to it. One more jump into the unknown.
Hey, Captain.
Hey,
How's it going?
Ezekiel. You have anything to say about what's been going on?
I know.
I love how Ezekiel's just the guy who chills on the ship. Okay, I feel like, talk to your friends before you leave. I feel like we should at least go see what the other characters have to say before we push the reset button of no return. But why? Because we've come this far not to. We've already done everything else.
Every time I return, it seems like the city's a bit more crowded.
Barrett always brings a smile to my face. Unless he's talking about a certain someone. A certain biologist.
Home sweet home. Or bittersweet home, I suppose.
Talk to Vladimir to locate the temples. You could locate all the damn temples.
Captain.
But why locate them when you can just knock people over and shoot them in the head?
You must let me contribute.
We're
I've
so
already
made
close.
arrangements. Don't worry about it.
What are you guys I'm here to talk about the most
Really,
important.
Walter? There must be something.
The matter is settled, Sarah. That's the end of it.
This is like a different...
Come now. You must let me contribute.
It's been quieter around here ever since Vladimir went to live on the Eye full time.
I appreciate.
It appears Constellation's current mission is at its end. It is customary to offer congratulatory statements.
Vlad is right there next to her, though. I don't know what they were talking about, chat. You could just say, it's over, we won.
Neither of those statements are correct. Constellation's overarching mission will never be over. And
That's
the
unfortunate.
goal of discovery is not a matter of winning.
Exploration.
I hope the process of becoming Starborn is done without causing any physical trauma. But given the unknown physiological requirements of crossing universes,
Talk with Barrett.
that seems unlikely.
We should see if a robot can become Starborn.
Given that the Starborn encounters have so far not included any robots, the safe assumption is that I will need to remain behind if we do not see each other again. Goodbye, Captain. From a statistical standpoint, you have been an unusually effective member of this team.
Goodbye, Vasco. Barrett, what do you want to talk about?
Hey, stranger. Let's chat sometime, okay?
Okay. Can I talk to everyone else first, then we can have some...
I know everyone's excited by the artifacts, but we need to be as objective as possible and be aware of possible negative effects.
I've already made arrangements.
What are you guys going on about?
So I know we aren't keeping all the artifacts here anymore, but I think I can get some good readings from your ship.
On what?
You have no idea how excited I am to analyze the data after you jump to the Unity. I'm gonna make some coffee. Pull an all-nighter.
You're coming with us. Whoa, don't do that. We have no idea what analyzing that will do. You're more excited about the all-nighter than literally being able to cross universes. You can come with us.
What? No. I do not do field work.
Okay.
Especially not the
Never
restructuring
mind
yourself at the molecular level kind. Or whatever the Unity actually does to make you Starborn. Anyway, Vladimir and I have been talking, and
He's right
we're
behind you.
both staying here.
He just left.
Someone has to keep Constellation going with so many people leaving. It'll be pretty quiet at first, but that's what Constellation has been doing forever, right? An old generation moves on, a new one moves in.
Goodbye, Noelle. Thank you for whatever it is you did here.
Okay, I promised myself I wouldn't cry. And I'm sticking to that. So, goodbye. I'll miss you all.
I think it's just me. I think I'm the only one leaving. The other one, I don't know if that wasn't clear. They're staying.
But honestly,
It'll be a shame to pack up all the modifications to the Eye for finding the artifacts. But she's earned a break. Gilded our fortunes for sure.
Vladimir, the Eye sleeps at last. May she dream of what she'll discover and explore next.
Aye, I'll drink to that. I'll be taking up the chair when everyone's gone in the Unity. Set Constellation's course for another new beginning. Not my first time at the helm for a crew, but going to take it slow.
You should make Constellation's official chair a bench press. Every new member has to do reps.
That will be one for the slates. A barbell in each hand when you first walk through those doors. Well, tipped your ear long enough. I'll be smiling as you walk through Eternity's gate.
Catch a smile.
Give the next universe something to talk about, yeah?
Chat, I just want to thank you all for this 1:17 a.m. Pacific Yup Time stream finale, keeping me company during this absolute insanity.
Walter and I were just discussing the expenses incurred during the attack.
No, I was explaining that there's nothing to discuss. It's been taken care of.
Catch a
It
Yup Time.
seems that Walter has taken it upon himself to cover the costs of the repairs to both the lodge and the Eye, as well as any expenses relating to the funeral services.
Sam was a good man. It's the least I could do.
You guys can have all my money. I actually can't take it with me. I only have like 40,000 credits, but it's not bad. That's like almost a full ship on the cheap end. You can have my ship too if you want. Spending all the credits in the universe won't make up for losing Sam Coe.
No, it won't. But it's not about making up for anything. It's... family should be looked after, even in death.
I can't thank you enough, Walter.
Sarah?
What did we resolve?
I know we argue about money all the time. Most of it is in jest, but occasionally it's not. This is the one way I can best contribute to our work. It has been, and continues to be, an honor to do so.
Oh, so...
When this is all over...
One too many squats.
Squabbling about minor expenses. But it was important.
Fair enough. Well, since we're already talking about this, there is one more thing I'd like to do for Sam, and I'd like to get your opinion. Nothing extravagant, just a small plaque here in the lodge.
I didn't mean to click, actually. I didn't mean to skip. Okay, plaque. Where should the plaque go? Right in the middle, in the garden. The bar would be the best spot. It doesn't matter. Put it right in the middle.
Sounds fitting. Any objections, Walter?
No. I think this is a fine idea.
Then it's settled. I'm glad we had this discussion.
Who's Sam? He was
and
a
now, perhaps
companion.
we can try and move on.
Yes. I think that's right.
There's nothing like an investment paying off. We've succeeded beyond my wildest dreams. Everyone should feel proud.
I'm allergic to feeling proud. That's not true. The real work begins. How to turn a profit on this whole Unity business. That's why we started this in the first place. Constellation couldn't have done this without your support. Thank you, Walter. We haven't made any money. It was never about that. No, I've been an industrialist the whole time. You guys just didn't know. How to turn a profit on this whole Unity business.
I have thoughts. There is nothing that an entrepreneurial mind can fail to commoditize. With enough time and effort, of course. To give you a preview. A theme park would be too garish, but if we're lucky, and the journey to the Unity can be replicated, well... Alas, while I would like to take the final jump with everyone, I'm afraid the saying, you can't take it all with you, has caught up to me. There might not be a Stroud Eklund in the next universe, and certainly not mine.
Okay.
And I would be a poor choice of company if I was, well, poor.
If I meet a version of you that's poor, I'll loan him 5 credits, 0% interest. Haha, I'm rich. That's my whole character. Shh. Shut up. Okay? The other rival rich guy was evil because he's rich, but we have one of the good ones on our team who cares about exploring and taking care of Samco's family. Goodbye, Walter.
I do it. Goodbye, my friend. If I could borrow a bit from Sebastian Banks, bring light into the darkness of the unknown.
Why do you have a quest marker above your head on JJ?
So, the Unity awaits. I'm not as afraid as I thought I would be. Stepping away from the world you know can lead to a better place.
Wait, you're not going through the Unity. I'm going through the Unity. Yeah, screw everyone in this universe. Bunch of jerks.
I did not say that. I just...
No, I said that.
That was a joke.
No.
Of course.
Serious.
Do you think we will see each other after the Unity? Will we even recognize each other if we
Kappa.
do?
You have my permission to punch any other versions of me you meet. I hope we will.
I do too. But the emissary makes me doubtful. They are both the person we lost and someone else entirely. If we do not see each other again, then this is goodbye. I am proud that I was present for this journey.
Where is
Can we
Mateo?
speak for a moment?
What? Did we not just speak?
Spend so much time
I wanted to
looking at
thank
the
you
scans.
for giving
See
me the
star
chance to
systems
work with you.
orbiting in my head.
I know we met under, unusual circumstances. You seem to be acclimating well to Constellation. Are you enjoying working with them?
Andreja, do you remember the conversation we just had 1 minute ago? About how I'm leaving and goodbye?
The pay isn't great, but the people are all right.
None of us are in this for the credits. You have certainly become a vital part of the organization.
Yes.
That is a credit
Vital
to your abilities.
is underselling me by a lot.
If I may, from what you have seen, do you think I fit in well with the rest of Constellation?
You're certainly very unique. I assume you feel like you don't.
No, I do not. But I find it hard to quantify. Many of the other members are polite, but distant. I worry that my background and my actions concern them.
Your actions are concerning me
I have
right
not
now.
shared much, but everyone knows I worked with smugglers for years.
Okay.
I am no stranger to violence and death.
That's her personality, is the smuggler. Sounds like fun.
I might not admit this to the others, but at times it was. I do not regret this, but I do know how it makes me seem. For those that have not lived it, it can be difficult to imagine.
Chat.
Or accept.
I figured it out.
Others here have seen conflict, but for more noble causes. Vladimir is the only one here who can begin to understand.
I know I figured it out before.
He was the one who pressed the group to include me.
But I figured it out again.
I lack his charm. He puts others at ease. I fear my presence does the opposite.
Okay. Trust me, you have a lot going for you, girl. Flirt. Alright, before I click that button, I know I've said I figured it out a number of times, but I figured it out again. One of the reasons it's so incredibly difficult to get into the dialogue in Starfield is because of the length of time between the NPC talking and when you can have input on the conversation. So, I just wanted to be clear. We've played for almost 10 hours today. I have not drawn a comparison to Baldur's Gate one time. All right? I am cashing in on my break glass to use Baldur's Gate as an example once this stream.
Was there more?
There was more. To say that it reminds me of in Starfield when you are sitting at like Thanksgiving dinner or like Christmas dinner with your extended family and you meet that one family member who is perfectly capable and fine to just talk themselves. And or just like calling a family member on the phone. And when you're talking to them, you're just like, yeah, no, that's crazy. And then they go for like another 7 minutes. And then you go, oh, that's so funny. And then they like talk for another 5 to 7 minutes. And that all you're doing to input the conversation is like a one-off.
Why have you gone quiet?
Like, trust me, you have a lot going for you. And they just kind of will talk at you for another few minutes or so. Whereas in like Baldur's Gate, it feels more natural because it's a conversational flow where they say something and then you say something and then they say something and then you say something. And it has like a bounce back and forth. You have a lot going for you.
That is kind of you. You also have a lot going. I find expressing affection difficult, but but truly. Thank you. I know this seems trivial, perhaps childish. I have just always relied only on myself. I have never been surrounded by people like this. By a group I wish to be a part of. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, totally.
And yet here we are, working together. And that has, I think, gone very well. Discussing these things is challenging for me.
Get it all out.
I hope now you can better understand why I wanted to keep the circumstances of our meeting quiet.
Of course.
I wanted to thank you for not saying anything to Vladimir. I know that you said you wouldn't, but it is still a relief. I would like my contributions to Constellation to amount to more than violence.
All right. No big deal.
It would have been, to some. Thank you for talking this over with me. It is good to know that at least one member of Constellation understands me.
Did you pick the therapist class? She said thank you
We've
15
always considered
times.
ourselves explorers, but this really is uncharted territory, isn't it?
Where? Hello?
Do you have a second, friend?
I do, actually.
I've thought about it, and as much as I would love to see the unity the way Keeper Aquilus has experienced it, I'm not coming with you.
I didn't think you were. Too bad. I think the multiverse is ready for Starborn Mateo.
I know. I had a cool outfit picked out and everything. I think I need to look for my answers here, in this universe. And I can't leave my parents. I know they would understand, but they're not getting any younger.
Isn't that a reason why you could leave them? Good luck, Mateo. Goodbye.
You too. I know I'm flaking out at the end, but I'm glad I was a part of all this.
You guys are terrible explorers. When you have the chance to explore a new frontier, you balk. Alright, did I talk to everyone? I'm supposed to talk to Barrett for some reason.
Hey, so I'm really enjoying our time together. Thought you should know. It's been a long time since I worked with someone so closely. I didn't realize how much I missed it. And you haven't stopped me from looking into this stuff with Irvin either. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I'm here for you, baby. Whatever you need, as long as you dress like that. Also, Ervin. Ervin name drop.
Thank you. It means a lot to know someone that you, well, care about feels the same. On that note, I do have some news about Irvin's case.
God damn it!
So, I wanted to let you know that I heard back from my contact, and I think you'll want to hear this.
Okay.
They sent me a copy of some public records. It's interesting. There was a claim filed against Irvin, accusing him of damaging their investments.
All right.
Looks like Irvin didn't even enter a plea.
I don't know what any of what you just said is. Who brought the case to court?
The Hephaestus Mining Corporation. And they also won the case.
What was the settlement?
Some of Irvin's paychecks were seized, as well as any assets that weren't under joint ownership.
I don't understand how you could be guilty of that.
Well, if it was Irvin, I do want to understand that. Because I just can't believe it. Anyway, this mining corporation, Hephaestus, sued Irvin, claiming he irreparably damaged their mine. They said he killed the apex predators in the area around the mine, which led to herd creatures overeating the grasses. That caused the soils to release too many gases too fast, which cost Hephaestus a ton of money.
Okay. Mateo? That seems hard to prove.
It looks like they considered him a no-show and ruled against him. So anyway, according to the court documents, there was a witness for the defense who was a no-show too. Then Hephaestus won by default.
Okay, I
They
gathered
tried
that.
to take his apartment, but because it's in my name too, they couldn't.
All right. Hey, free apartment.
Kinda. I had a mountain of back taxes to pay, and utilities, and repairs. Ugh. It would have been far better for my pockets had I just donated it to the city. But I'm glad I didn't. There may be clues there about his case.
All right.
So here's what I was thinking.
Sure.
I can persuade my contact to keep digging a little bit more.
Do it.
I don't want to press our luck, so I'll just ask them to follow up on one thing.
Just one.
Should I tell them to investigate the company more or look into the witness instead?
Pay 4,000 credits. Pay your smuggler contact to investigate both.
For that much money? They'll do it.
You can have all my money, Barrett.
You know, this investigation is time-consuming, but it's also pretty cathartic. And who knows? Maybe if we solve this case, it'll mean a better future for Gagarin. But that's thinking too far ahead. Anyway, Captain, thanks for checking in with me.
Mm-hmm. By the way, chat.
Your safe return to the Lodge will please the other members of Constellation.
I think we're ready. Is Tony still in the basement? I don't think so. I think he left. Chat, did you know that there was an RPG that has better combat, better companion relationships, better spaceship combat, better dialogue, better morality decision making, better choices have consequences than Starfield, that's also in a sci-fi setting that is available for you to play right now? Star Wars The Old Republic, bitches. It's been around since 2011, and it's only gotten better with time. And it has all of the features that you want and more. Tens of thousands of lines of dialogue. Actual arcs to a story, a 3-arc story. Plus, expansion stories. I'm just kidding about the combat, though. The combat is awful.
Cool spacesuit.
That being said, I would say that I don't think the spaceship combat in SWTOR is worse than Starfield spaceship combat. I would actually say they're probably about the same, which makes me sad. SWTOR combat is pretty bad. But if you can tolerate it, it's highly worth playing because it's got some damn good writing. You get to go to tons of planets.
They drive a pretty hard bargain for new recruits. I certainly couldn't say no.
Chad, you have the same level of exploration where there is a galaxy map. You can select what planets you want to fly to, and it load screens you into them with a small animation for when you land on the planets, just like in Starfield. Except in that game, when you land on a new planet, you can do a planetary storyline that is specific to that planet. With its own arc and finale for each planet, and then your own personal storyline. And then storylines for your companions along the way. Did I not talk to who are my friends that I need to talk to? Chat, who else have I not talked to? You, okay. No, but seriously, did I miss anybody? Ezekiel's not one of the main party members. He's just a random follower. Ko's child? Not one. Lynn? No, not one. Tony? Not one. I don't think Cora's around. I'm pretty sure Cora is not there. I'm just gonna go. All right, it's time. I talked to everyone there.
Problem?
I think. I wanted the little check mark next to my optional quest. I talked to Vasco. Chat's asking the important questions about Tony. Can I just fast travel? Yeah.
Ah, hello, ship. This place needs more decorations, don't you think?
You're not wrong, actually. It's kind of bare. Tony's backstory was more fleshed out than half the companions. Yeah, I don't know who else there is to talk to. All right, chat, let's construct the thing. Add artifacts. You've completed the armillary. Once you power up your grav drive, you'll jump to the Unity. Remove it from your ship if you need to grav jump anywhere else. Optional, talk to your friends before you leave. I did, though. Power up the grav drive. Ow.
Ship's clear and the sky is calling to us.
When I see this animation and I hear the sky is calling to us, it makes me remember watching the Starfield trailers and believing them.
Recalculating. And orbit. Stabilizing. Perfect.
Okay, I need... Also Microsoft Flight Sim. I guess we're going. What about the other people on the ship? Do you think it takes longer to beat this or No Man's Sky? Worse, Outer Wilds. I don't even... I love Outer Wilds.
I hope you're enjoying the view.
That's what I sound like?
I never get tired of staring at it.
It's creepy.
Eternity.
Why do I sound like that? You called it. What, that I was gonna, like, see myself at the end? Did I call it? I don't sound anything like that. So this is the Unity. I was expecting more. Is this the end, the afterlife, heaven? I don't sound like that.
Everyone says that when they hear themselves for the first time.
Jesus.
But no, you don't sound like this. At least, not this you. I am as much you as you are a part of everything. All points connect to here. When a star is born or dies, its existence beats through the heart of this place. The Unity. I have seen all you are, have been, and could be. Do you feel like you've lived a good life? Is there anything you regret?
Careful what you ask. Yes, no, kill. Bro, this is like, Neo talking to the architect bullshit. About to give me some exposition dump on the choices that I made before I reset the timeline again. I've done all I can and made peace with what I couldn't. We all have regrets. I did what I pleased and I took what I wanted. Being good was never the plan. True. I'm going with 3.
And your determination has brought you to this place. In order to become Starborn, you must give the universe one last thing. Yourself. That intangible part of you. That something that makes you unique amongst the infinite will explode like a supernova. A part of you will fuse with the essence of this universe, while another part leaves it behind forever. Do you understand what I mean? This one final leap will change this universe forever, even as you leave it behind.
Skip to the part where I become more powerful. I don't understand. Wait, the artifacts, the temple, the armillary. Who created them and why?
Unknowingly, you just answered your own questions. For who creates things but creators?
Me.
That is what they have been named throughout the endless circle of time. Are they one or many? Human or alien? Terrestrial or celestial? One day, you might even meet the creators, but not this day. As for the why, so that you could ask that very question, so that you could stand before me for time immemorial and delve into the mysterious of the unending cosmos.
Okay. So it's just the developers. It's just like it's like the developers wearing like a Scooby-Doo villain mask, and you're like, it was you, the developers, and they're like,
what are you talking about? No one knows who created these things. Someone, not we, made them so that you could question why. Not us. I mean, not developers.
Right? Spider-Man pointing at himself meme. Todd is the Wizard of Oz. This is too much. I don't understand.
An example might help. If your colleagues in Constellation also choose to be reborn, for instance, then their spirit of discovery will spread across this universe. More people will start looking up at the night sky and wonder, what's out there?
What?
Walk into the gate of light, and you will become Starborn. Everything will vanish, and you will awaken somewhere else. But that isn't your only potential destiny. You could turn around, walk away from the Unity until the stars fade away, and you will wake up on your own ship, in your universe. You could live out the life you have.
That life sucks.
I have enjoyed speaking to you once again. All of you. Every version that is here in the Unity, right now. Go out into the stars.
You heard me.
As you consider stepping towards infinity, I offer you a glimpse into what will happen to the universe you may be leaving. As the essence of who you are is spread throughout space and time.
Wait, what was the last thing he said? I wonder what his "you took too long to reply" quip would be. Look to the right. Oh. Oh. There's people here. Would anyone care?
By defeating both the Hunter and the Emissary, the path to the unity in this universe is left for the people of the settled systems to discover on their own, uninterrupted by powerful Starborn.
Okay. So I feel like this is supposed to be an area where it shows you all of your accomplishments, but I don't have any because I didn't do any of the side quests or the other major side plots. And I feel like if you did, maybe they would appear here too. This is supposed to be like reflect on how you impacted the world and the universe, and I have like 2 things.
The Constellation membership who stays behind will in time publish their data about the discovery of the artifacts, the Starborn, and the Unity. Space exploration across the settled systems is given new life as people search for hope out there in the stars.
It's actually the end slides. Yeah, no, this is the end slides. Okay, cool. Is that it? That's all I changed? I'm just gonna leave then. Is there anything else you want to say? Remember when Todd Howard himself told you to rush the main quest?
The Gate of Light will take you to another universe, or simply walk away until the stars fade to return to your ship.
I hate your voice for my character. All right, let's go, chat. I think that's all they have to show me and tell me. I just go in the middle, right? Not that way? This way?
Although you leave this universe behind, a new universe awaits you. Who will you be in this one? What choices will you make?
Chat, do you think that there is a true end where you do all the major side quests and you pick whatever the morally good explorer options are, and you get to here, and there's like a... you remember the scene at the end of whatever Marvel movie there is, and it's Captain America at the end of the credits, and he's like, what, you thought there was gonna be something here? And it's just Todd Howard doing that, like sitting down in a chair backwards, like, what did you expect? And then it fades to black. You met the creator, you met the developer, but what do you want? Todd does like a little live action conversation portion. All right, let's go through. Ding! We did it! So beautiful. My bit rate. Is it the song? We did it! This is the Starfield. I see like a monster head on the left with like a tongue, like a venom tongue sticking out. Rawr. The Starfield was inside of us all along. Are we gonna wake up in the mine? Or somewhere else? Oh, I ain't watching this. I don't know if I could even give you guys a debrief that I haven't already, that would say anything that I haven't already said. Can you give a rundown of the story? Yeah, you find artifacts, then analyze them, notice gravitic anomalies which lead to temples, go to the temples, get dragonborn powers, in this game. Starborn powers. Beings take interest in you after you collect enough of them identically, and they interfere, but you realize later that they're not aliens, they're actually other people who you personally know who collected all the artifacts and went through the Unity and keep resetting time. So they're your, like, one of them's your companion and the other one is a guy that you met. And then you do everything that you just saw over the last however many hours, and that's it. That's the whole story. Starborn, that is what you have become. A being who has touched the infinite. Your story is over, but will begin anew in this universe and countless others. You remember all you have learned. Your possessions and everyone you knew have been left behind. Explore this new universe and all it offers, and perhaps take another trip through the Unity. Do you get to pilot one of the... I get a Starborn ship now? I am a Starborn now. Alternate start mod. That's it. Yep, we got a cool ship. Pew pew pew. Where are we? Vectera? Oh, dude, Vectera. That's where we started the game, but now we're in space. What happens if you land here? Where's my ship, bro? $400 meters that way. What up, nerds?
Get that artifact to Constellation.
What?
You going? Staying around isn't helping us out any.
Do you know who I am?
I know you want to learn more about what happened to you. I'm counting on it. Go.
Go. Make the delivery with Constellation. This is all one big write-off.
So did they just do New Game Plus where it starts over at the part where you leave after the firefight
Still
and
in
get the
one
first
piece.
artifact verbatim?
Oh god, I'm gonna throw up.
With no change in dialogue?
This has been a good run. You lucked out being picked up.
And they
for
don't
this
know
one.
that I'm not.
How'd they sucker you to join? Fall for the
Even though I was
fancy
literally born in space, they all know who I am. So this universe is identical to our last one, except Barrett's ship doesn't exist. I think so, yeah.
Go. Get that artifact to Constellation.
Barrett's a pain, but he's good in a fight. We'll be okay.
I have no guns. Well, sorry. Take that back. I have one gun. And a Starborn spacesuit Astra, which is almost 150 resistance and 50, 75, 50, 50. Combat veteran, low damage from human enemies. Airborne, I don't know what airborne is, but we have resistance and incoming damage is 10% off, and then a balanced boost pack built into it. It's okay, I have the starting pistol. And I landed here, and now I have to walk back to my ship. Pew! which is all the way. Actually, that's not true. I could just fast travel to it. Someone said, "What does your ship look like?" This is it. I got a cargo hold there. The reason why they're so empty when you find them is so that when you become a Starborn and take it over, you can decorate it yourself from scratch. We wouldn't want the other Starborn to have it. Is this New Game Plus? Yes, New Game Plus. I've been reborn in a small universe. I should head back to the lodge and see if I can pick up the trail of the artifacts. So let's go.
Unregistered starship, we're detecting... Well, it's what we're not detecting that's an issue. What's
New
powering
dialogue?
that thing? You know what? Just hold still while we do the contraband check. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
It's that easy. New content? What's the point of gathering the artifacts for New Game Plus? Yeah, New Game Plus Plus. New Game Super Plus. Most stuff. Are they not wondering about your weird ship? It doesn't matter, I'm the player character, don't worry about it. Not your problem, bro. You exit from the top of the wing? Oh, yeah. Was the hunter just roaming around in his ship the entire game and nobody batted an eye in the universe? He was just chilling at the bar. I don't know. They just thought it was some tech they'd never seen before. Who can say? I'm getting vivid flashbacks of landing here on the first day, though, and thinking, like, the world was my oyster.
Whoa! Now that is a ship! So, this ship of yours, does it take standard, you know what? We'll figure it out.
Dude, whoa. Is the hunter at the bar?
These 15-hour shifts are killing me.
Guess we'll find out. There's this whole quest right here, though.
I can assure you, this unprovoked attack on a United Colonies research facility will not go unanswered.
Did I already save? Let's make a big save here.
We'll get you settled into your new assignment.
That way I don't have to worry about actually missing stuff if I want. Where is the original bar? Here? Don't worry, chat. I'll be him. I'll just, like, stand here and wait for the new player character to come around. Nice cosplay, thanks.
Hope life is treating you well. Let me know if I can get you anything.
Can you go on a rampage with this pistol?
Hope life is treating you well. Let me know if I can get you anything.
Did they just take it off my person?
Move in.
He's level 26? Oh my god. There's no chance, chat. There is no chance. I get to keep my powers.
This should be fun.
Don't bop me. How do you put your... You may not like it, chat, but this is what Starfield is all about. This is the pinnacle right here.
Think I'm scared of you?
Hold on, I got a better idea. It's called Just Die. I actually turn into Stardust when I die. What the hell do they think that is? But yeah, I can't go on any rampages with this pistol.
New assignments as soon as possible. For you, Bobby, that is
It's like a PUBG lobby.
My parents aren't dead.
All right. I'm out. We did it. That took longer than I thought. Only 2.1% of players have one giant leap right now. Uninstall. I wanted to build a ship or like one outpost, man. But that, like, honestly, I think what I'm gonna do, I'll think about it. I'll just think about the game. I don't know. I'm just glad it's done. I'm glad it's over. I don't know how it gets better in New Game Plus other than you don't have to focus on the main story anymore, and that's like the big advantage. Like, hey everyone, you should finish main story first so you never have to play it again. I feel like that's almost the vantage point. Didn't even look at the new Lodge dialogue. I gotta walk all the way over there? You're gonna make me walk all the way over there?
My parents aren't dead. They just took a different shuttle.
My parents go to a different school. You wouldn't know them. It's been 10 hours. Give it a rest. I like this new jetpack, though. It reminds me of, like, the Satisfactory jetpack. Let the streamer go to bed, eat a nice meal. Dude, I'm thinking about doing a at least a 24-hour stream, if not a subathon. Subathon might be easier because I actually get to sleep in October. I'm thinking about it, so I don't know how I'm gonna make it because around like I think 12 hours is about my. I feel like it's about my limit. I don't know how I would get to 24. I'd have to eat. Food would help. I'm just hungry right now. Not 24 hours of Starfield, though. Chat, when did we get phased time? We got actual, like, slow-mo. The last artifact temple gives you slow-mo. I heard some crazy things happen if you loop the story 42 times.
Excuse me, this is a private... Wait. There's something familiar about you. Vasco, identify.
Scanning. Cross-referencing known employee records of our affiliated organizations. Please remain still. This appears to be the miner from Argos Extractors. Lost as we were carrying the artifact from Vectera. Current whereabouts previously unknown.
What does current whereabouts previously
Vasco
unknown
already
mean?
delivered the artifact. So, why are you showing up now?
Repeat main quest. I want to join Constellation, unravel this mystery with you. Skip main quest. I'm not who you think. I'm Starborn. I know what the artifacts are. What? Question. If you skip main quest, can you still do the temple powers? Five more streams. You can still do... Is there any reason to repeat the main quest? Other than you just want to do the content again? Skip.
Is there something wrong?
Yeah, you're asking me a hard question.
I see. So some of our theories about the artifacts are correct.
You're taking their word for it? What if this person's just delusional? Breathed in too many gases in that mining operation.
Why don't we hear him out? We know next to nothing. We have everything to gain if he's telling the truth.
How does she know what a Starborn is?
Let's hear it.
Don't worry about it. Oh, I am not from this universe. There's a place called the Unity, which connects realities. You've probably never heard of it. This is going to sound weird, but I've done all this before. I came here with an artifact and joined Constellation. The Starborn hunt for the artifacts, each hoping to be the one that constructs the... Okay. I came here with an artifact and joined Constellation. Sometime later.
So, that's what we're looking for. The pieces to an armillary. A path to the center of a multiverse.
This is either the truth or the most elaborate practical joke I've ever witnessed.
I think we're past the point of doubting, Walter.
In any event, we'll be able to see for ourselves. We know where most of the artifacts are now, and presumably how we get them.
These are artifacts I pulled out of bedrock myself, ones that granted visions. You could gather them up easily while I look for the other Starborn. Remember, in the end, the power of the Unity is mine. There are ones I pulled out myself.
And if what you've told us about the Starborn is to be believed, we'll need all the help we can get. I want you to check with Vladimir on the Eye. Cross-reference what you've told us with what he's picking up on the scans. You track down the artifacts the Eye finds, while we gather the others.
You are not the same Sarah I knew, but it's still good to see you again, old friend. The Hunter killed one of you in my universe. He will not do the same here.
And we're grateful for that, Starborn. Now, let's get those artifacts.
Thanks for the XP. Lodge key added 13,000
It
credits.
is customary to say, "Welcome home." That is not dimensionally accurate in this case.
Even the trace physiological and neurological readings I'm able to pick up from you are unprecedented. You really are something. Listen, I know you didn't have to tell us everything about the artifacts. We won't let this knowledge go to waste.
Oh, I do have a quest about my mortgage.
Hello, Starborn. In many ways, your very existence is the greatest single discovery in the settled systems. I hope no one attempts to dissect you.
I could use you on my crew, Vasco.
Captain, I will proceed to my assigned post.
Thank you. Good job.
Starborn or not, you're part of Constellation now. I hope you're as committed to the mission as you were in your last universe. So, we have a Starborn in Constellation. And you knew all of us from your prior universe. Even our secrets, perhaps.
What secrets, Sarah?
It's a bit unsettling, honestly.
That you had like a protege or mentor or something that you were going to introduce me to. You're not the Sarah I knew. It wouldn't be fair to expect you to be, but I do need help.
All right. I don't think I can. What I mean is, I think it would be best if we kept a little distance. I don't want to confuse who I am with who you knew, if that makes sense. But I'll watch your back. How could I not want a front row seat to all this?
Okay, crew, companion.
I stand by my initial skepticism of you, but, welcome aboard. Other universes might...
Introvert run.
You're not quite the angel I thought may have made the artifacts, but... Other universes. With hopes and dreams.
Well spoken, Mateo.
If what you said was true, my counterpart in your universe did quite well for himself.
Well, it is customary to say goodbye for now.
I stand by my
Welcome aboard.
The game does not know what to do with that. He has no idea. He's like, lips don't even move. It is customary to say goodbye for now. Okay. Are you done, chat? Is there anything else that you want to see right before we sign off on this? Talk to Vlad. Where is he? Oh, like on the eye. Earth. Please free us. Make an outpost. Complete New Game Plus, please. We must see all the dialogue. Free us. Do the main quest again. Okay. Chat, you're free. Be free. You made it. Good job. I know it was painful. I know that there was a lot more fun zaniness yesterday than there was today, but you did it. Okay? 10 hours, 10 and a half hours later, you did it. Good job. You survived. I'm gonna go eat. It's late. I haven't had dinner. I need to feed Midas. He's grumpy. Will there be a stream for Wednesday? Probably. Will I play Starfield again? I'm not saying no. I always wanted to build a ship. That's the only thing I actually wanted to do, was do the shipbuilder. But I don't have any money now. And I, like... I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not gonna play Starfield again. Not doing main quest ever. Chat like hates Starfield now. I know why. I understand why. We're gonna go raid Sim though. You can always reload the save. It's weird though. Hang on. Cancel the raid. Shh. It's just weird though because, like, I don't know. Doing a whole shipbuilder stream is like I've already lost the people who unironically care about Starfield spoilers, and I can't get them back if I do New Game Plus, because you can't watch New Game Plus stream without encountering that content. Because you're just like an actual Starborn guy in a Starborn ship with Starborn powers, I guess. So, I'd like to do something else, but I don't really have anything else to do that I want to do. I don't want to jump straight into another giant RPG and play like Fallout 2. And I know I have Baldur's Gate, but tonal, I can't whiplash from Starfield straight to Baldur's Gate. It's like, I don't know. I'm just a lot of listening to dialogue and nodding my head. And also, I don't know how much more Baldur's Gate I want to do on stream, to be honest. It's like a 300-hour game for me. And I'm almost to Act 2 off stream. Looks like it's time for Diablo. I don't know about that. Put the game as Starbase. I miss Starbase. Fallout 4 comparison stream. I actually own Fallout 4 and I've never played it. But it's in the list of games. One day maybe. I know it can't be worse. I have no idea when I actually bought it though. All right, Lex, thank you for the gifts up to Knives. I do appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around. Let's go say hi to Sim. And welcome back, Knives, for a third month. Chat, go give Sim some love. All right? He'll take better care of you than me. I'm shot. Good night. I am exhausted. I'm out of here. Peace. Come back maybe tomorrow or today. Come back maybe. Just check the stream command. And I'll update it as it becomes relevant.